Welcome everybody to day 3 here at SEMA from the Las Vegas Convention Center. My name is Chris Jacobs and I am proud to be your host for this groundbreaking event, the very first SEMA Live. I hope you enjoyed the first 2 days of our coverage, and we're into the second half now as we kick off day 3. Bringing you all of the greatest things to see here at SEMA. We're gonna have a ton more interviews live in studio, a bunch of great features out in the field. And you know what? I can't do it all by myself. That's why I got a great team joining me, starting with my man, JC Fernandez, who is out in the field right now. JC, what's happening, brother?
Thank you, Chris, and what a week it has been with SEMA Live. If you missed some of our day 2 coverage, we spoke to Chip Foose yesterday, and he had a major announcement about his partnership with MagnaFlow. We spoke to Mario Andretti, Joey Logano. It was a huge day 2. And day 3, it is going to be even bigger. I can tell you this, before noon, we're going to talk to Aaron Kaufman. You remember him from Fast and Loud, huge fan of his. He's a master mechanic, master builder, and he has some special surprises for us. Plus, also, later on this afternoon, we're going to be at the SEMA Overland Off-Road Experience, taking a deep dive into that experience, giving you exclusive access to the SEMA floor. It has been an amazing week. The doors are about to open behind us in about 15 minutes. This place is going to be bonkers when it does. It's going to be a great day 3. I'm looking forward to the coverage. Chris, I'll send it back to you right now.
All right, thanks a lot, JC. Yeah, Thursday at SEMA is always a big day. Can't wait to hear from ArcLight Aaron when you speak to him a little bit later. Okay, also with reports from the SEMA floor, we're going to go out to Alliyah Becerra. Alliyah, what do you got?
Thank you so much, Chris. Yes, I am here inside the Central Hall of Day 3 of SEMA, and it has been an incredible time so far. We want to thank everyone for joining in for SEMA Live for the last couple days, and for those that are barely catching up, you're in for quite a treat. We have exclusive interviews, we have ride-alongs, and of course, we're showcasing the most incredible vehicles. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Chris.
Thanks a lot for that, Alliyah. Looking forward to seeing what you're bringing to us today. And of course, as always, SEMA Live features Battle of the Builders heavily. It's getting down to it, and covering all of the action for us is my friend AJ, Adrienne Janic. AJ, what are you looking at today?
Thanks, Chris. It's going to be an exciting day here at Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. We are down to the final 12, also known as the Decorated Dozen. Today is the big judging day where we're going to narrow it down to the top 4. I'm going to talk to some of the builders before the judging begins, so stick around. It's going to be a great day. Back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks for that, AJ. Yep, Battle of the Builders, always a great event here at SEMA. We're coming to you live all day long. If the doors are open, we are on. And 9 a.m. is quickly approaching. We're about 10 minutes away from the doors opening behind me. I am here in West Hall. AJ was there in, out with Battle of the Builders. JC was in Central Hall, as well as Alliyah. And so lots of great action too. But yeah, 10 minutes away from the show opening, and that's when things get really exciting. And let's check out our schedule for the day. We're gonna kick it off in about 20 minutes with my guest Shane Christman from Mother's Polish. He'll be in studio with me. We're gonna visit the Mopar Jeep designers in the Mopar booth. Then we'll have the Shelby Anniversary Edition vehicle introduction and an interview with Lance Stander. Back here in studio with Vaughn Gittin Jr. Bear Grylls will be showing off his Real Truck Garage collaboration. And then we'll have a booth interview with Mike Good. He is the president of PRI, and I can't wait. 1:20 p.m. We will have Mike and Jim Ring in the studio with me. Talk to those guys about their phenomenal builds that they brought to SEMA this year. Then a special treat at 1:40. In studio will be Harry Mack, and he'll be doing a freestyle down on the floor here in West Hall, so you want to make sure to definitely catch that one. Then at 3 p.m., the top 4 finalists of Battle of the Builders will be announced. A lot of anticipation for that competition. Then at 3:10, we are back in studio with Bud Gaw. He is the drummer from Sublime. Very cool band. I'm sure we got a lot of Sublime fans out there. And then at 4:40, we're going to finish off this day 3 with a booth interview with John Myers from Kicker Car Audio. John's a good buddy of mine. In fact, I was saying all day yesterday and on Tuesday that SEMA really is a family reunion and a great automotive party. So looking forward to all of the action we have coming your way here from SEMA. Hey, by the way, did you see some cool stuff either on our show or perhaps online, or maybe you're here at the show and you're taking pictures of the content? Do me a favor, hashtag SEMA Show and also tag at SEMA Show, and we will feature you perhaps, if we see it in time, on this show. We want to see what you guys are looking at out there on the show floor, or maybe you're reposting something that you saw. Maybe you liked something that I posted. I've been doing a lot of posting from SEMA as well. So we want to hear from you. Use that hashtag SEMA Show, tag at SEMA Show to be featured here on SEMA Live. All right, I believe we are going to kick it back out to AJ right now, who is standing by with some more Battle of the Builders content. AJ, what do you got?
Thanks, Chris. I don't know about you, but I am very excited because today is the big day of judging, and I'm going to talk to some of the builders before the judging begins. We're down to the decorated dozen, final 12. I'm here with Austin Phipps from my favorite division, the Young Guns. So, Austin, how are you feeling this morning?
We're feeling great today. It's going to be a good day.
Well, you are first up on the lift, so tell us a little bit more about what you brought.
So I brought a 64 GMC C25. It's got a custom chassis, twin turbo, big wheels, nice interior. It might look a little ratty on the outside, but we're going to have a good time with that afterwards, not worry about anything.
So you guys already did some judging yesterday. So are you feeling a little nervous, or because you did this yesterday with the Young Guns, are you feeling a little bit better, a little bit more at ease?
We're warmed up, we're ready to go. No nervous here. I already know what we're going to talk about, point out all the details of everything, and it's just going to be a good time today with all these professional builders as well.
So what's your favorite part about the build that you did?
Honestly, my favorite part is probably the motor. It's a 1,000 horsepower on pump gas, twin turbo, 408 stroker. Should be able to blow these tires off like butter, so hopefully that's the plan.
1,000 horsepower. You think that's enough, or you need it a little bit more?
Maybe a little bit more wouldn't hurt anybody, but yeah, we're not going to argue the 1,000.
All right, so what are some of the trends that you're seeing here at SEMA that you're thinking about for your future build?
Some of the different trends, probably a different platform, maybe a 4x4 on the next time. I haven't done a 4x4 build yet. This is my first truck build, so maybe a 4x4 in the future would be kind of something different to build.
So how are you feeling about being part of the decorated dozen?
Well, I feel great. I didn't think I was going to make it this far, so it's just a good day to be here.
And what's it been like with the other builders? I mean, I know that it's obviously some stiff competition, but are you guys friends? Is there any rivalries?
Honestly, everybody's been really good to work with this year so far. Made some new friends this year, had some existing friends, met some new people. It's been really pleasurable this year to be in this decorated dozen.
Yeah, now you're out there, people are going to know your name, they're going to know your truck, and to me, all of you guys are winners.
Yes, I think we are definitely all winners, especially in our own division and whatnot. It's just being here in itself is being a winner in my eyes, so I'm glad to be here.
All right, Austin, well, good luck to you. I know you're first up, so I'm going to let you get ready and let the battles begin, right?
That's right.
All right, so we got Austin with his truck up there, which is pretty sweet. Check out some of the decorated dozen behind me. So up next, I have Noah Alexander in the Hot Rod and Hot Rod Truck Division. Final 12, how are you feeling?
Very exciting. You know, it's an honor to be considered, you know, with all these other amazing vehicles that are here. A lot of stuff at SEMA in general, and to be narrowed down to this small group for our shop, it's a big thing.
So tell me a little bit more about your ride. I have to say, I'm such a paint person, and your paint is stunning. I know maybe seeing it on camera pictures don't do it justice, but this is gorgeous. So tell me and tell us a little bit more about what you brought.
So this is a 1968 Dodge Charger. It was originally a Bakersfield, California car, totally rust-free, nice stoner. We have an emphasis on kind of bringing out the original lines and styling on the car without overdoing it and making it as high-end as possible. So the finish is a super nice BASF Glazerite paint. Lots of time and sharpening all the body lines, just bringing everything out. We've got flush fit glass, a total belly pan underneath the car, so you can't even see the frame, the exhaust, barely see the suspension. So lots of detail in the car, and just an honor to be here again.
Okay, but tell me about the beast under the hood, because that is, to me, that looks like such a crown jewel. So I want to hear a little bit more about that.
So we like to do our engine compartments like this. We usually flop around the colors. So we've got gloss on the outside. We've got a nice soft satin finish. And then we did the original engine. It's actually the original 440. Customer said you got to use a 440, and it's got to be this original engine. So cool thing was built by Dick Landy, the drag racer back in the day. But we've completely deburred the block. It's totally smoothed out. It's painted in automotive finish, and every inch of that block has been wet sanded and buffed, so it really pops when you open the hood.
Now, how long did it take you to complete this build?
This build took just under 8,000 hours. We did that over about 3 years, so lots and lots of time and getting all the details right. And it was a fun project for the shop because the guys really got on board, and I think we brought everything we had.
So are you ready to put this baby up on stage and on the lift and do your thing?
We're excited to put it on the lift because it's so low you barely ever get to see the bottom. We brought it around to a lot of different shows, but it's as good looking as the top, so I'm excited to throw it up and kind of show everybody else what we've got.
Well, that's a big part of the competition. I mean, you're going to judge 5 minutes on the top, we're going to put it on the lift, raise it up, and everybody's going to take a look at the bottom. So the thing with Battle the Builders, you cannot skimp on detail because now you get to see it top to bottom, inside it out. So you can't skimp on things these days on this competition.
Yeah, we're excited. So every square, all of our suspension components, all the welds are flat. They're all bodywork. They're all painted with really nice automotive paint. It's got a polished stainless exhaust system. It's beautiful TIG welds. I think it'll look good up on the lift. Fingers crossed.
I think it will too. It's stunning. So good luck to you, and I will see you when the judging begins.
Thank you.
So many great rides. I'm so glad I'm not judging because I could not pick a winner. So up next I have Brian Dilley in the Sport Compact and Import Performance Division.
Hey.
How are you feeling?
Good, feeling good. Yeah.
So tell us what you brought here.
So we've got a 73 Ferrari Dino. It's a real car, it's not a kit. A lot of people have been asking if it's a kit, but this is a real steel Ferrari Dino, and it's electrified actually.
So why are people thinking it's a kit?
These cars have gone up in value.
Okay.
Yeah, over the last 10, 15 years by a lot. So to start with a car that's, up there in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and then, kind of hot rodded out, it's not common, so.
Yeah, now you made the decorated dozen. How does that feel? Out of 172 entries, down to 12.
It's crazy. It's amazing to us. Everybody in our crew has worked so hard. There's like 10 of us. That's it. And we do everything from, modeling parts, designing each and every aspect of this car. So there's a small handful, group of people that have made this happen, and we're just shocked. We're totally shocked. And we're just, yeah, it's hard to explain because we're so happy to be where we're at right now. Going forward, we're just like, whatever. We're happy right now, so we're good.
I mean, it's always great to be at SEMA,
yeah.
But then once you you enter Battle the Builders, you've made it down to the top
Right.
12. I mean, it's
crazy. It's mind-boggling. It really is. And I wish all the guys should. I mean, we do so much stuff together. I wish they could all just be up here right now because it's such a group effort, And just to be here, we're just so stoked to be here. It's amazing.
All right. Well, good luck to you.
Thanks.
Another stunning ride. Again, I'm glad you guys are the judges and not me because I could not pick a winner. I say this every year, and I cannot pick a winner. So
Tough. Yeah. It's going to be tough to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So-
I look at everybody else's builds, amazing cars here. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great competition. Well, good luck to you, and I will see you when the judging begins.
Thanks so much.
Got another stunning ride here with Tony Army in the Hot Rod Division. Tony, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling awesome.
So tell us what you brought. Again, like the other ride I was talking about, I'm such a paint person, and this paint is absolutely stunning. I mean, how many coats of clear is on here?
There's a lot of everything. Just the sheer size of the car required an enormous amount of material.
So tell us what you brought.
So this is a 1959 Chrysler 300E. It's actually an extremely rare car. They only made 522, and there's only 118 left.
Wow. So when you first got the car to now, what was the amount of time that it took to build from start to finish?
So this car took us right around 4 years, about 4.5 with the design and initial concept. It took actually quite some time to even find the donor car. And we have right around 8,000 hours invested in it over that time period.
So it sounds like a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into it.
A lot of all of that, yes, yes.
So are you feeling confident to put your ride on the lift so everyone can see it from the top and the bottom? Because on Battle of the Builders, you can't skimp on detail now.
No, you can't, and we are excited for that. I mean, the car is on air ride, and we do like to show it hammered. We think that's really the best look for the car, but it was designed to be elevated on a lift when it was originally a grade 8 car in Detroit. So this thing was made to have mirrors under it, so it'll be fun to walk underneath of it.
Well, I want to know what's under the hood.
So it has a modern Hellcat in it that we pumped up, and it makes right around 1,000 horsepower now.
That seems to be the trend. I'm hearing the trend like, oh yeah, 1,000 horsepower. You know what? I have a 68 Firebird and it has 460 horsepower. Thinking that's a lot, but that just sounds weak now.
I mean, seems to be the benchmark anymore. I will say, again, this is a really large car. It's pushing 6,000 pounds. So the power is actually borderline necessary. And also we were really focused on performance and handling. It's four-wheel independent suspension and big brakes. So we needed that power to go with it. Okay.
I mean, again, so anything else you want to talk about? I'm looking at the interior. There's a lot of detail. Okay. I'm loving the stitching of the seats.
Thank you. Yeah, so we really tried to pull some modern styling in it while retaining the original feel and look of the car at the same time. So there's some really neat features, especially in the seats. So these cars back in the day had an original swivel seat feature in them.
The seats swivel. This is genius. I don't know if you could see. Okay, this is a first for SEMA. I have never seen swivel seats in a car.
So this is an original seat from 1959. It used to actually be a bench. So when you get in, you turn, and then to get out, it comes back. So we chopped the seat up, turned it into buckets, covered it in modern upholstery and foam to give it that modern look. But that was where we really tried to retain a lot of the unique features of this car, because it's such a unique car to begin with and so rare. We wanted to keep some of those features.
I'm sold on the swivel seats. You have no idea how much easier this would make everybody's life.
Yeah, on a date night it'd be fantastic for the ladies.
Yeah. And then tell me a little bit more about your paint. What's the paint?
So this is all BASF Glazerite. It's a custom color. We actually tried to pull the lighter strand of carbon fiber, the titanium color, out of the carbon and match that. So that's where this color was originated from. And then it's just like lots of prep, lots of body work, lots of clear.
Yeah, no, it's stunning because it's gray, but it's got a little bit of gold. It's absolutely stunning. So good luck to you. I cannot wait until this car is on the lift because I want to see what's underneath.
I want everybody to see. We're excited.
The pressure's on. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, so many amazing cars. I'm overwhelmed. But up next, I have Chris Clark in the Hot Rod and Hot Rod Truck division. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, AJ.
So tell us a little bit more about what you brought.
Okay, so I brought a 1932 Ford, and it's a full fendered car. There's lots of subtle modifications on it that a 32 guy would notice, just to try and make the car sleeker and modern. It's got a much more modern drivetrain in it, so it's not like the old hot rods where they don't start and run real well. This is just a blast to drive.
Well, I love a 30 Deuce, one of my favorites. So tell us a little bit more about the build. How long did it take from start to finish?
So this build took right out a year and a half.
Okay.
And it's working for a great customer. Her name's Scott Movic, and we really meshed well together. He had the kind of the same vision for the car as I did, and we just kind of went for it and wanted to do something that was classic hot rod looking, even through with the color, but also at the same time do something that he can drive and enjoy.
Tell me a little bit more about this engine, because the engine is, to me, I always say an engine is like a crown jewel, especially the way it's featured. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Right, so it's actually an LS3, 430 horsepower, which is so much in this little car. I mean, it's a rocket ship, you know,
Yeah.
it's so light, but we have it kind of disguised. We had EVOD drew us up some custom valve covers for it that look similar to a Y-block Ford. So, you know, just to kind of give it a cool hot rod look. It's got stack injection on it, so it has the old school hot rod look, but late model technology, you know, so.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing. It's, even though it's got an LS3, it's very stock looking. You have a very vintage look. I love an LS3. That's what I have in my Firebird. So you cannot go wrong with an LS3. Tell me a little bit more about the paint, because the paint is absolutely beautiful.
We wanted to go with the color that looked, you know, there's no metallics in it, so it looked like it could have been an old school color. And it's actually a Porsche color. It's Etna blue. And so it worked really well on this car. It changes so much from in my shop. I sent the customer pictures and it looks robin egg blue. Out here in the sun, it has a little more of a gray tint. So
Yeah.
it's wild how much it changes, you know.
So how confident do you feel putting this car up on the lift and everybody taking a peek underneath?
Very confident. I spent a lot of time underneath, almost as much as the top. So it's, you know, when you build one, you gotta detail every single part of it. So.
Yeah, I mean, you have some amazing builders here, and you guys have such an eagle eye. I mean, I'll notice certain things, but since you guys are in the car, under the car, you know, in every little nook and cranny, you guys will notice every detail. So are you ready to present this car? You have your speech ready?
Oh, well, kind of. I think I'll be ready, though. Absolutely.
The best thing is when you're talking about a car that you build, I mean, 10 minutes seems like a long time, but honestly, it's going to go by so fast.
There's so many little details. I could keep going on and on. You know, it just can go forever. But yeah, I'm not worried about that part of it.
So what's it been like competing with this group of guys in the top 12?
It's been amazing. You know, some of the guys I've looked up to in the industry. This is honestly my first time at SEMA bringing a car here, so I'm blown away that, you know, some of the guys I've always followed on social media, you know, rubbing elbows with. So it's exceeded expectations.
So first car that you've ever shown at SEMA, and you're in the decorated dozen.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Right.
All right. Well, I mean, you're doing something right.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
All right. Well, good luck to you. I cannot wait to see this on the lift and see what you got under there.
Thank you, AJ.
Where? Anything with him?
I'll show you a little bit.
Okay. Well, actually, I just saw something. I'm not done yet. I'm not done with you yet. Tell us a little bit more about the interior.
Okay. So the interior was done by Tracy at Recovery Room, and one of the cool features is, you know, I did this exposed transmission tunnel, so there was quite a bit of work, hours, and labor getting all that dialed in.
Okay.
You know, a neat feature about this car is the guy lives in Florida, so he wanted air conditioning in the car, and that doesn't work real well with a Roadster. So instead of putting the unit under the dash, we put it behind the seats, and it blows, the AC vents blow through the seat. And also those that look like speaker vents, they're actually an AC vent, so it blows on the side of you, and it'll work right.
A lot of genius ideas here. One car, the seat swivels. In here, what looks like would be the speaker is actually the AC vent, so it's a great way to kind of conceal it.
Right.
Now, I need to build a car using all these little ideas that you guys are implementing into your builds.
Oh yeah. Another thing we did here on the back of the car is, you know, 32s, they're really thick right here. They're really raised. So
Yeah.
in order to get the stance on this car, this wheel well has been brought up 3 inches. So that creates all kinds of, you know, issues you got to deal with: sheet metal, extending the fenders, sectioning everything. But it just gives the car a really nice side profile when you look at it from the side.
So there's a lot of fabrication going on here.
Yes, yes. Even though it's, you know, I would love to park it next to a stock 32 because you could see all the minor differences. But it's cool too when people look at it and they're like, oh, I don't, you know, you can't, the details don't just pop out at you. So I think that tells you did a decent job on the body modifications.
Well, I think that's a great sign that you did it right, because like you said, the only way you'll be able to notice the fabrication that you did is if you put it next to an original.
Stock.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yep.
Good luck to you, and I look forward to seeing you during the judging.
Thank you, AJ.
All right, well, as you can see, we've got some stiff competition here at Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. I cannot wait to see the judging. I cannot pick a winner, so it's really up to these guys, and we shall see. Let the battle continue. Back to you, Chris.
Oh yeah, AJ, you gotta love it. There they are, the decorated dozen, or a few of them anyway. Great stuff out there, AJ. Loving all those cars. Amazing. I mean, just making the decorated dozen, you are a winner. So can't wait to see how the competition shapes up as we move along through the next couple days. But right now, we're going to take a look at how the Battle of the Builders is presented. And that, of course, wouldn't be possible without the help of Mother's Polish. Take a look at this.
Somehow, against all odds, our team of superhero judges have successfully scoured the convention floor and narrowed us down to just 3 cars from each category.
There you are in the
And
background.
for 4 days each year, this is the heart of the automotive world. This brings us to why we're here, because we want to know who brought the best.
A wolf in sheep's clothing. This car just looks like a 1990 Porsche, and it's not.
Car's a 1970 International Travelall. We were just trying to build a badass 1970 International 4-wheel drive.
Oh yeah, sensory overload out there. Joining me right now is Shane Chrisman. How you doing, man?
Doing well, man.
Good to see you, my brother.
Thank you for having me.
Long time with Mothers. You've seen the entire growth of Battle of the Builders. What a great association that Mothers has with the competition. How did that all come about?
So it was discussed over the years, and as you know, it used to be the Shine Award, right? Mother's Shine Award was the best of show, and throughout the years we kept on growing the award and making it happen. And then Battle of the Builders came, and we were kind of doing things parallel, and we started talking. And what better way to kind of elevate the award than to do it with SEMA, and that partnership was born.
Now, you've been coming to SEMA for 19 years, I believe, ever since you started with Mothers, and Mothers was one of our original sponsors of Overland. So, I mean, I've known you for that entire time. We were both much younger and less gray when we first started coming to SEMA.
You don't look any different.
Neither do you. Let's just keep telling ourselves that, and we'll be okay. But yeah, you know, you mentioned the Shine Award. And it really was always such a coveted trophy to win. And that's kind of a natural transition into the Battle of the Builders. So to have Mother's Polish sponsoring Battle of the Builders and being that kind of, you know, key that makes the cars look as good as they do, it's natural, right? 100%.
And honestly, working with SEMA has just elevated it that much further. And the panel of judges, SEMA Live, taking it to the next level. I mean, it's just, we couldn't ask for more.
You're the VP of Marketing at Mother's Polish, and of course, SEMA is such a busy time for you. You've got meetings all day long with your existing partners and potential partners. Have you had a chance to go out and check out any of the contenders?
I've made it between our booth and the stage and SEMA Live, but I have seen a number of the cars, and I mean, I feel like this year is one of the best yet. I'm a big fan of everything that SEMA does for the industry, and just bringing people together. And when you get cars that are being taken to this level, and every year I can't even believe that it gets taken to a level that I couldn't even imagine. I look at some of these cars, and I mean, especially when the young guns, the stuff they do is unreal, and they're just kids.
Yeah. Next generation, and it's so good to see them coming up and keeping the industry alive and well with their efforts. It's very, very cool. You know, we talk a little bit about the anchor tenants of SEMA, and especially in Central Hall. You got to, of course, think about Edelbrock and Dynamat and Magnaflow, and especially Mothers. Your booth there in Central Hall is always a barometer. When people are looking for something, you know, it's a reference point. You guys have such a great spot, such an eye-catching display. What are you featuring over there in Central Hall this year at SEMA?
So this year we launched, as you know, ceramics are big. Are you talking cars or products?
Well, both.
Or both.
Let's do products first, and then the cars that are showing off the products.
All right. So product-wise, we keep pushing the boundaries on ceramics, and we're trying to get rid of the confusion with ceramics. So our whole motto and basis around our product line is ceramic made simple. and we give the tools to do the job right. And it's really like, people don't need to think about it. They pick it up, they have paint correction, they have a wash that's complementary to ceramics, and then they have the ceramic coating itself. And there's nothing really beyond that they need to get that amazing ceramic shine that everyone knows now.
Yeah, explain that a little bit more, because when people who don't really know what it is and they hear ceramic, they think of a coating, like something that's going to cover something up. That's not what it is, right?
Well, I mean, it is a coating, and you can lock in things that you wouldn't otherwise want to see. So why we talk about paint correction, why the word gets thrown around, is because the way the surface is what you're going to end up locking in. So ceramics are basically a layer of glass, a coating that...
Yeah, that's the distinction, I think. When people hear ceramic, they think it's going to be some sort of cover that is a different color perhaps, or make it look any different. Locking something in is the great way to describe what a ceramic does.
Yep, so if you have a bird dropping or etching or a swirl, or if you don't get it out, you're just gonna put a nice pretty coating over the top of it.
Right.
So yeah, and it's really kind of, ceramics have really pushed our industry, and it's opened it up to, I mean, look at this hall. I mean, you have so many different coating companies in here, and it's good for our world. I mean, it's pushing the boundaries. It's not just waxes and polishes anymore.
Right. Yeah, and the rising tide lifts all boats, right?
100%.
It's fantastic for the industry. All right, so let's shift from product to the cars that you're featuring in the Mother's booth. Every year, it's like you guys always have such amazing vehicles in there.
So the one I'm most proud of this year is George Poteet's Blowfish. We did a backdrop memorializing him, and I mean, as you know, he's done so much for the industry, and it's heartbreaking that he's gone. But we try to remember him, and we'll continue to do so. And obviously that's Rad Rides by Troy, and that leads into our 1959 sedan delivery that was also built by Troy. And we have that front and center in our booth, and it's the most eye-catching red you'll ever see with the most beautiful shine you'll ever see. So, and then we also brought Johnson's Hot Rod Shop. We brought a Pontiac Safari, basically an offshoot of the Nomad, right? And it's black, beautiful, and we have a backdrop behind that that's Route 66. So we kind of, this year we tried to mix it up a little bit and add a vignette to the car, so when people snap their pictures, they're not just seeing the trade show. They have some substance to the shot, and it really started with George Poteet and that, because people can take a picture with him and remember him, and beautiful, full of life shot with the Blowfish that he set records in. So
nice. Yeah, George Poteet, the man may be gone, but his work lives on, and you guys are doing a great job of featuring that. And the Blowfish car has kind of become a legend in and of itself, so it's amazing that you have it there in the booth with you. Now, you mentioned the black Pontiac. Is black the hardest color to keep clean? It is, right?
Oh yeah, it's there's no color that gives you fits like black,
right.
But when it looks good, there's nothing that looks better.
Yeah, well, you know, high maintenance for a reason, right?
100%.
It looks so good when it's perfected. Amazing. Yep. All right, now you said you only have had a chance to walk around, like from the Mother's booth to the Battle of the Builders stage and then over here to the SEMA Live stage. But in your travels around, has anything caught your eye out there on the SEMA floor?
So I'm a big wagon fan, but when I walked by a Miata that had a Lamborghini engine in it, I was blown away.
There's stuff like a V10 in there, right?
Oh, it is the most, it doesn't even fit under the hood. The other one that caught my eye was, there's a Ford Ranger, I believe, that basically is attached to a turbocharger. Like the truck is secondary. The turbo is so big that it's the primary piece, and it's literally cut out of the front of the grill. And it's unreal.
Wow. And are those both in Central Hall?
No, they're out front.
Oh, okay, so they're outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and Shane brings up a great point. If you don't have passes to get inside the convention hall and you're in Vegas, come on down to the convention center because there's so much going on outside. All of the Battle of the Builders top 12 are out there. There's drifting going on. There's a bunch of off-roading features happening. And just parked along the concourse in front of the convention centers, there's tons and tons of show cars. So you might come across that Miata or the Ford Ranger with the blown-out turbocharger on it.
Unreal.
Very cool.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Oh man, no worries at all. I gotta have you. You know, it's amazing how far back we go. I mean, we go so far back we can't even remember how far back. But 19 years with Mothers. Again, our original sponsor on Overhauling, which we started shooting 21 years ago, which is insane. And so is this SEMA number 19 for you or 20, or are you keeping track?
It would be 20 had COVID not happened.
Right, because there was not a SEMA in 2020. So yeah, so I think for me it's actually
21?
20 or 19. Well, I started coming in 2004, so I guess this is 19
And I started
again.
coming in 05.
Yeah, all right. Anyway, it's a lot of SEMAs, and it's so great to be here and bringing this all to you here on SEMA Live. Shane Chrisman, thank you very much for joining us here on SEMA Live. Right now, we're going to kick it out to the SEMA floor and see what Alliyah's got for us.
Boxes. Go.
Thanks so much, Chris. I am here with Wes Garland, representative of Dynamat, and Rickard Salatino. He is the builder of this beautiful vehicle right behind us. Ricardo, we spoke on Tuesday during the unveiling. How has all of the energy and all of the feedback from this vehicle been since then?
Oh man, it's been a blessing, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's nice when the show opens up, there's a consistent crowd here, I feel. Yeah. It's just consistently everyone, there's just a circle around here. And you know, sometimes in the build you lose sight of that. You lose sight of like how crazy something is. And to be here just really, you know, complements your work, and you really get to enjoy what other people get to enjoy on the build.
And of course, you're showcasing Dynamat products in the vehicle. What was it about this brand that made you want to ultimately partner up with them?
So we've always used Dynamat. For us, it's been the best product on the market.
Yeah.
And for them to reach out to us and like want to work together was like, I've seen so many big builders on TV that use their product, and it's kind of like shocking, you know, that they want to be a part of us and we want to be a part of them. So it's just really cool that we're able to do that.
Awesome. And Wes, you're a representative here at Dynamat. What exactly is your role?
I am the COO.
Oh, wow. Incredible. Okay, so how do you feel like the Dynamat products differ from the competitors?
I mean, we've been in business for 30 years. We are the Kleenex, per se, of the industry. We are 100% American-made in Ohio, and we just dominate everything.
Great. Now let's take a look at where exactly the Dynamat products are showcased in this vehicle. Can you show us what either of you guys? Yeah, awesome.
So we're back here.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so can you kind of just like elaborate a little bit about like what each feature does?
So, well, I can explain, like, I don't know too much in depth on how like the specs on the product are, but what I do know is, you know, we're honored that they wanted us to have us in their booth, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to figure out how can we display Dynamat differently than anybody would. So what we did was we used 3 different products that they have and incorporated them in the trunk and made like almost a design on them. And we laser engraved the Dynamat to showcase our sponsors that are in there, the name of the car, the people involved in the car, and we just thought it was something cool, and it almost looks like it can stay like that. It's like a finished product at the end of the day.
Right.
So, but yeah, we just, you know, we're honored, and you know, we just wanted to display it in a different way for them.
Right. And is it true that this vehicle actually only took a mere 11 months to build?
A little bit more. Like it took 11, 12 months, yes. But right there, the car got finished on Saturday.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, we haven't even been able to drive it yet. So literally finished it, got here Monday late afternoon, got it in here, and now we're here.
All right. Who's driving it home?
Hopefully all of us. Hopefully all of us get a turn.
And it's to my understanding that you actually utilize 3D printing to help design this?
Yes, there's extensive use of 3D printing. The whole rear bumper's 3D printed. The whole front bumper's 3D printed. The downpipes on the exhaust are 3D printed. The exhaust tips are 3D printed. The front bumper, the front splitter, the whole interior is 3D printed. The ducts up front are 3D printed. The inner fender wells are 3D printed.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much 3D printed parts. All the brackets that are on this car are 3D printed. It's just insane how much we used it.
Yeah, that is truly incredible. I mean, it's no wonder that you guys are in the running for Best Engineer Car. What does that mean to you?
Oh, that's a huge honor, because I mean we spent so much time, you know, like coming up with different ideas, trying to be different, and you know, to be in the runner, like being in the running for that is like, it's an honor for us. I feel like it's, for us, it means a lot because we've put so much time into designing each individual part. So, I mean, hopefully we get it, and you know, because that'll really help boost our energy on this.
Of course, of course. What about you? What does that mean to you?
I mean, the car's gotten a lot of attention. It turned out beautiful.
Yeah.
The amount of innovation and technology that they use to build it is just top notch and unbelievable. They've been a great partner. Obviously, did a wonderful showcase for us here, and yeah, we're just honored to have them in our booth.
We obviously know that your products do help with the comfort of the driving experience, but what does it do for the overall driving experience?
So it really takes an older vehicle and makes it feel new.
Okay.
You're going to quiet it down. It's going to take a old 70 Chevelle and make it feel like a luxury Mercedes. Takes all the rings and pings out of your sheet metal. Also helps with the thermal insulation, so you're not burning up with the big exhaust, and it just overall makes it a better car.
Yeah, and I already asked Ricardo this, I believe, on Tuesday, but what was your first car?
My first car was a 1985 F-150.
Oh, amazing, nice. And what was your best memory in that vehicle? Can you remember?
No, I don't have one that I could probably share on live.
You know what? You're not the first person to say that, so that is completely fine. Overall, what has SEMA done to your brand? I mean, I'm sure you guys have been here for several years at this point, right?
Yes. Again, it's a 30-year-old company. We've been here every year. This year has been great.
Yeah.
The car has gotten a ton of attention. The traffic has been phenomenal. And just really, I mean, the people here are awesome.
Yeah. Can we take a look at maybe this vehicle right over here and how Dynamat showcased the products in this vehicle?
Yeah, so this one has one of our custom cut kits in it. This is a Bronco Raptor. You cannot see it in this vehicle except a small part in the trunk. All the interior is back installed. If you'd like to see the Volkswagen over here, this is Dave Kindig's car.
Yeah, let's take a look at it.
He left the interior out for us so he could showcase everything.
Great.
And this is Dave's personal build for his daily driver. And if you take a look inside, you can see the Dynamat exposed everywhere on the floor. We were fortunate enough to catch him right before he was doing the interior, so it really showcases well for us. And obviously, Dave always brings awesome rides.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, that is incredible. Out of all the vehicles that you have here on the show floor, which one is your favorite?
On the show floor or in our booth?
Well, actually, let's say both.
Actually, between Dave and the Chevelle, they're both beautiful builds. Right. Again, Dave always does top-notch work. Really, the Chevelle, we didn't know what we were getting until it showed up.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of communication back and forth. We've seen some pictures. But when it showed up, it's been jaw-dropping and has had tons and tons of attention.
Has the Chevelle caused you any stress leading up until SEMA? Like you mentioned, you didn't know what to expect. Were you worried at all, or did you think everything was going to be fine?
Well, I think everybody's felt the stress of a SEMA build.
Yeah.
When it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon on load-in day and crunch time, and they finally come rolling in. Everybody's nerves were calmed, and again, they did a beautiful work with the trunk to showcase our product, and we appreciated that. We didn't know that was happening, so yeah, it was nice once it finally hit the show floor.
Yeah, and you guys have been around for quite a while now. How do you maintain, staying true to the original designs and what keeps your fans loyal, but also, innovating?
So mainly the quality. So again, I mentioned we're 100% American made, made in Ohio. We extrude our own product, and the quality control is top notch. You're not going to find it anywhere else. We're not importing anything, and we have a tight niche on our quality control.
Absolutely. Well, it's been incredible seeing all of your products. If there's one product that you can recommend to the average consumer, maybe the most versatile, what would you recommend?
The Dynamat Extreme. The Dynamat Extreme's been around for about 15 years now. That's what's in all these cars. We did launch a new version called Pro X, which is a thicker product with a heavier aluminum that dominates even more. But the Dynamat Extreme can be used anywhere for anybody.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Wes. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, back to you, Chris.
Appreciate it.
All right, thanks a lot, Alliyah. Great to see my guys at Dynamat out there still killing it. I'll be out at the Dynamat booth today from 12:30 to 1, making an appearance, signing some autographs, taking some pictures. So if you're here in Vegas and you want to meet me and shake my hand, that's where I'll be at 12:30. So stand by, guys. Right now, back here in studio, I am joined by Greg Adler, president of Off-Road Warehouse. How you doing, my man?
Doing well, getting her going this morning.
Good to see you, bro. So you guys are totally mobile. You do not have a booth here at SEMA, but you're constantly on the go, seeing your current partners and always on the lookout for new partnerships.
Yeah, absolutely. So as a retailer, we don't have a booth here. We're not a manufacturer, but we meet with them. We kind of, work out programs for 2025 and check out their new products and then walk the floor and see what else is new and kicking that will do well in an off-road warehouse store or now a full-wheel parts store as well.
I can imagine that here in West Hall is probably your main stomping grounds because this is where all the off-road and trucking features are housed.
Yeah, this is the target-rich environment for us for sure. So yeah, a lot of new stuff, a lot of Overland manufacturers as well. And so yeah, this is where we spend the majority of our time, and then we end up working our way over to Central Hall and meeting with some of the partners over there as well.
Talk about how trucks in general, overlanding in particular, and off-roading has become so popular and really a major piece of the automotive market in the last few years.
Yeah, I think that Overland was growing, and it started to become a category. It's been a category internationally. ARB is a great partner of ours. Almost started it with what guys were doing in the Australian outback, and they called them gray nomads. They'd retire, they'd build up a Toyota platform or a vehicle platform, and they'd want to go out and explore the outback, and there's nothing out there, so you got to go prepared. Fast forward to kind of COVID time. I mean, Overland was starting, and people were starting to enjoy going off-road, but also adding that camping feature to it and having a tent on their vehicle. But COVID hit, and it was time to, that was a great way for people to go explore, stay away from everybody else, and so really outfitting your vehicle for overlanding, for getting out and being on your own and being able to survive became a much bigger thing.
Yeah, in 2018-19 is where it really started to grow, and it was kind of a hobby or a luxury. And then when the pandemic hit in 2020, it became a necessity. And then people were like, all right, well, I got to get out, stay away from people. And so, overlanding was a great way to kind of stay sane in the craziness of the pandemic.
Yeah, no, for sure. It was that combination of it. It had got some traction. It was starting to become a bigger thing, and then bam, that was like the perfect way to get off the grid, get away and explore and have some fun and be set and prepared to do it. So, and it's continued on, and it's a great part of the off-road aftermarket, and we try to play to it at ORW and Full Wheel Parts as well.
So overlanding, of course, is one aspect. The other aspect, which you are walking the walk on, is off-road racing. I know that you are heavily into trophy trucking. You do the Baja 1000 every year. You got to be getting ready to go down there pretty soon, right?
Yep. So I'm leaving here this afternoon, getting home, jumping in the chase truck with the pre-runner behind it, and we're heading down south to Baja. So the Baja 1000 is a week from tomorrow. So. Yeah, it's go time, and so it's fun. We enjoy, I love getting down there, and Baja is always an adventure, and to be able to blast around in a trophy truck is as good as it gets. So kind of living the dream.
That is the top level of the off-roading world. What are you running this year?
So we have a Tisco trophy truck. It's just dialed in, BF Goodrich tires, Raceline wheels, Fox shocks. I mean, it's really a good piece. We race in the Trophy Truck Legends class, so it's kind of the older guy class, but we're right there with all the Trophy Truck guys, and I'll start the race. My partner in the truck, Thomas Victor, who's an ex-manufacturer here at SEMA, will get in and he'll do his half, and then I get to finish too, so I'm kind of the glory hog this time, the way it worked out. So. And the way it works out for pre-running, but figuring out the logistics of a 1,000-mile race and the pitting and everything else is it's work too.
And the course this year is the Loop, and so you're going to take the second half. So you guys are going to end up doing about what, like 400 and change each?
Yeah, roughly, and we've added a veteran, a guy named Jesse Jones, who's been out there as well. So when we start to look at the mileage, and back in the early days of my racing, I was, I want to do I want to do all the miles, or I want to do 400, 500. Now we're starting to get older, a little wiser. Say 300 miles, that's a good stint for me. I'll be happy with 400 miles. So there's 3 of us for the 1,000, and we just think being fresher. Dialed in more time to pre-run, especially as these weeks kind of collapsed with SEMA and then Baja right on top of each other. So
yeah, it's always very close in time, which is kind of cool because you get the kind of warm up of SEMA and then head down to Mexico, do some pre-running, and then boom, you're into the race.
Yeah, and there's guys that have been pre-running now for the last couple weeks, and we've been busy here with SEMA. So that's where having 2 additional drivers and guys that can spend the time down there as well really helps, and we think we'll be pretty competitive and hoping to win the Baja 1000 in our class.
Very cool. And what's great for you is your truck essentially is a showcase of the parts that you guys offer through your retail stores.
Yeah, and that's really unique for Off-Road Warehouse, is that the heritage of ORW is in the race side of things. So we sell to race teams. We sell BF Goodrich race tires. We sell beadlock wheels, FK rod, PCI radio stuff. Everything you need to go race Baja to field a team is available at Off-Road Warehouse, as well as anything you need for your, whether it's a chase truck or just a daily driver. You got a new Bronco, you want to outfit it, personalize it, a little bit bigger tire and wheel setup, suspension. So that's the staple for us, is the truck and SUV crowd, the daily drivers. But like I said, we sell to a lot of race teams, and we have that race product for the guys who are really going to go get dirty.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, guys who are racing in Baja, normally truck drivers, people who drive trucks as their daily as well.
Yeah.
So you're full service.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's the bread and butter. But being authentic and really being out there, testing these products, using these products is critical. And even for chase trucks and other, there's just a ton of effort and logistics that go into any race team. And they'll have some teams will have as many as 50 people out there. So there's that's 10, 15 vehicles on the road that need tires, wheels, maintenance, shocks, bed covers, all that good stuff. So
yeah, it takes a village. Well, dive into that a little bit more. What new products are you featuring? And I'm sure you've done extensive testing on. What new products are you featuring on your trophy truck this upcoming race?
Yeah, we have some of the newest, lightest, strongest wheels through Raceline. So they have a forged beadlock wheel that we are using and utilizing. We are, some of the Fox shock technology, it continues to advance. So we're out there kind of, testing that, dialing it in. It's amazing the little tweaks that can really make a difference to, how the vehicle performs, and just as a driver, how the comfort level of a driver, which after 200-300 miles, 5-6 hours in the truck, that little bit of fine tuning that makes it, more comfortable goes a long way. But you're trying to balance that comfort and that soft plush ride.
Yeah.
Out of having a truck that can, suck up a 5 or 6 foot hole that you happen to hit that you weren't really ready for,
right.
and not, send the truck out of control. So a real balance there. We have some upper control arms, a company called Elevate Suspension that we've been fine-tuning some, forged billet control arms, and so we'll put all those things to the test.
It really comes down to the suspension and as you were talking about the comfort of the ride and also the durability, because you can pre-run as much as you want, but there's always things that happen in real time that you don't anticipate, and you gotta have the right products on your truck to be able to take that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And even when you pre-run, the course, people are continuing to run the course, pre-running as well. And then race day, stuff's way more chewed up. You're in dust. So yeah, there's a hole there. You know that it's there, or there's a tight corner. But when you're pre-running, you see it, you're calling it in advance. But all of a sudden it's, it's just a pure whiteout from the vehicle in front of you that you're trying to catch, trying to get them out of the way. You might have to give them a little bit of a bump or a nudge, but you want to do it in the right spot. So, yeah, it is. You got to be prepared, and your truck's got to be ready to soak that up when the driver, like me, makes a mistake or is pushing too hard, too early, those kind of things.
I bet there's a different mindset when you're driving first versus when you're driving last? I mean, when you're driving first, a little bit of your mind's got to be going, hey, I got to get this vehicle to the next driver, so I got to drive a little bit more conservatively. You're taking the glory, as you said, this year and going to bring it home. So you're driving a little bit more flat out, going to use it all. You don't have to get the truck to any future drivers.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm a glory hog this year, so I'm starting the race.
Oh, you're taking
and
both
finishing
ends.
it. Yeah.
Oh,
and that's
okay.
just the way it worked out. But it is that mindset, and so yeah, we got to be conservative the first half of the race, and keep the wheels on it. You push too hard, you get a flat tire. Now you're down. Guys are changing them within a couple minutes, which is crazy, but still you lose some time. But it's so much easier said than done, because you start catching the truck in front of you. You're in their dust. You just want to get clear air. So you got to find that critical balance of reeling it back a little bit. End of the race, yeah, things have settled out. The 1000's going to take a good 20 hours. The truck's been running. You get back in the truck, and it's not the truck you started with, which is pristine, clean, all the fenders on it, the hood, everything's nice and tidy. The thing's just beat down.
Yeah.
I've gotten in them before where we have no brakes, we have no body left, whatever, lights or this or that. So we'll see what you get, and if we're, the goal is to be in the race and be at that point, be ready to push hard to the finish, and hopefully that can make the difference between, being on the top spot of the podium or not being on the podium at all. And same mindset is push hard, but don't make that mistake that puts you off the road where you can't, you're stuck in a ditch or whatever it may be, and your race, now you just cost your team the race. And that's always in the back of the mind is, you've got a bunch of people out there that have put a lot of time and energy, and they're down there to support, and you don't want to screw it up for them.
And the buck stops with you. Greg Adler, president of Off-Road Warehouse. Great to see you, man. Good luck down in Mexico, and thanks for joining us here on SEMA Live.
Thanks for having me.
All right, brother. We're going to kick it out to JC Fernandez right now, who's got another feature for us from the SEMA floor. JC.
Thank you, Chris. This here is really a game changer when it comes to anyone that works on your car, working your car in a shop or at your house. It is the Tinker app, and I want you to meet, we have Kellen and Alex with the Tinker app. Welcome to SEMA. And Kellen, I'll start with you. Why don't you explain what the Tinker app does?
Sure. So it's a one-to-one app. It allows individuals to connect with experts on the other end in real time. So anywhere that you are at any time on your schedule, very cost affordable. It's free to download the app, and then there's some packages within. We saw this just as a really great opportunity to connect those in need. When you spent countless hours scrolling through YouTube, you don't know where to find the answer. This just gets you what you need right away.
It's a game changer. So Alex, I have a Dodge Challenger, and I'm working on it. I'd run into an issue. That's where you guys would step in, the Tinker app.
Absolutely. Like Kellen said, you could scroll through forums or websites trying to find a video to help you, but this will connect you to an auto mechanic one-on-one live video chat. You just type in your question and then connect with someone right then and there, and right at the point of where you're ready to start wrenching.
And then how does it work? Is it we're paying a flat fee, or how does it work in regards to pricing?
Yeah, so there's several different packages. We actually started out completely free because we wanted to learn from all of our users what was the best experience, how can we really make this an amazing app. Currently right now we have where you can pay for a one-time call at
that's great, yeah.
$4.99, or a package bundle where it's $14.99 for unlimited calls for the month.
Wow.
Yes, and if you find that mechanic that you just feel, hey, we have a great relationship, I want to keep working with this person, you can reconnect with them. The features in the app, it's a really great experience.
It's amazing. Let's dig into this app a little bit deeper, and I'll come back to you guys with some more questions. But I want everyone, come on over here. This is Rome, an amazing drifter. How are you, buddy?
Very, very good, man. Thank you.
And this is your car right here?
Yes. This is straight out of Irwindale from Formula Drift, the final round.
And how'd that race go for you?
It went pretty well. We ended up, I think, top 16, and then got booted out from there. So not bad. Not great, but not bad.
Well, and a couple weeks prior to this, it was kind of a rough go. You ended up kind of wrecking the car, but you got it back on the track and did a nice showing.
Yeah, we ended up drifting like a mountain tollgate pass, and I thought I saw discounted Christmas trees on the side, so I decided to make a left instead of a right and stuffed the car into a tree pretty bad. So the front of the car was bent, the side of the cars were bent, and we had to get it over to our buddies at King's Auto Body to get this thing straightened back out for the event.
And they got it straightened out, and you're still doing what you're doing, and we love it. And you walked away from that wreck with no issues, which is fantastic.
Exactly.
Why don't you give us a little demo of how this Tinker app, how the app actually works? works?
So it's pretty remarkable. One big thing in drifting is we don't have a whole lot of time to fix a car. So if the car goes down while you're at the track or while you're testing or something, you don't have 4 or 5 days to fix it, because by that time the event's over, basically you're done. Like the season could be over. So what's really cool is you can actually click on the app, you can click connect. So earlier we were talking to Samuel, we can literally press reconnect, and it will call the person that you were working with in the past or a brand new person based on whatever, whatever the discipline is, whatever you're looking for. So it's actually reconnecting with them right now. So this is actual true time. And let's say we have a problem, right? So hypothetical, let's say we feel that the car is a little bit slow or a little bit laggy. It's not making the boost we need. So we're going to ask him, join call.
Join the call, pretty simple.
We're going to ask him what we can do to figure out why we're not making the boost we're making. So,
and this is all hypothetical. You're having no issues whatsoever with the boost in your car right now.
No, not right now. Absolutely not.
Fantastic.
But this is a good question to ask someone, because that might be a realistic thing. Like, hey, I just put a car together. For some reason, I'm not making the boost I need. What do I do? I'm in a pinch. Like, I don't have a bunch of time to throw it on a dyno. What can I do right now?
Okay. And there's Samuel. He's there ready to go to answer our questions.
There we go. Yes. Hey, Samuel, can you hear us?
Oh yeah, I hear you. I'm fine.
Awesome. So, so we're at the track. Hypothetical, we're at the track right now, and we have an M50 turbo. So BMW motor with a turbo on it. And earlier today I was making, normal boost, about 22 pounds. And all of a sudden the car started to get slower, slower, and slower. And I can't figure out what's going on. It looks like I'm not making boost, but I don't know where to look. I don't know what to do. Like, what would you recommend? What do you think on this?
Yeah, I would definitely, if you have some type of scan tool, see if you have any type of trouble code stored in your computer. If not, or if you do, the next step I would do after that, I would open the hood and then do a visual and audio check all your vacuum hoses, see if you may have any vacuum leaks. You hear like a hissing sound, or hear where air is escaping somewhere on your clamps, turbo lines, intake manifolds, that type of thing. Start with that. Also see if you got any type of oil leaks from the oil lines to the turbo.
Oh yeah.
Just to get you in a general direction of where you want to be. If all that looks fine, you may end up having a turbo that's going out. It's highly possible.
Yeah, that probably makes sense, because I didn't lose power immediately, so it wasn't like a vacuum line popped off. I felt like I slowly made less power, less power, less power.
Yeah, I would check that side of the system first, the turbo side, the intake, and it's off. And if, then I would go from there, basically. Next step would be checking the engine itself, but with a turbo vehicle, it's always good to check your vacuum lines, your intake, all that type of stuff.
Hey, Samuel, where are you based at right now?
I'm in Georgia, Brunswick, Georgia, on the East Coast.
I love how the mechanics all across the country. All right, Samuel, we're going to let you go and move on to some other stuff, but we love your expertise. Thank you, my friend.
Hey, glad I can help you.
That is so cool. Mechanics across the country jumping on to help you out when you're in a pinch. And then you just end call when we're done?
Oh, yep. Sorry about that. Bye.
And then leave call? I want to hang out and chat with Samuel some more about life.
Well, and it's really cool because it could be about anything that's going on. It doesn't have to be about turbos. It could be on whatever you're working on, and they'll find the discipline that you have. So instead of trying to sit there and look through a bunch of YouTube stuff and try and guess and try and go different directions, you can literally go directly to what you need and the direct problem you're actually working on, and go through the troubleshooting steps and find the problem immediately.
All right, I want to slide down here and I want to talk to New. I want to point out too, like you said, your car just came off the track.
Yeah.
Tires are completely shredded. You hit a wall at one point. It's madness right there.
So these are actually impacts from other tires. So if you look, if the tire marks are going this way, then that means that I made contact with the back of their car here, which this was actually from Adam LZ, which is another driver in the Formula Drift series. If the tire mark goes the other way, then that means that they hit me.
Okay.
So it's kind of cool how much how much damage these things take throughout the year and throughout the event. I mean, this car looked brand new before the event, and now it's all destroyed, and we get to put it back together. It's part of the game.
And Tinker can help you.
Absolutely, Tinker.
New, thank you, Rome. I appreciate it. New, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Awesome. And I know you have downloaded the app and you've used the app. Let's talk to us why you find the app so useful.
Honestly, the app is like a game changer because for me, coming up from different platforms of different cars, sometimes I run into problems and I don't know where to even begin. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it takes a lot of time to figure things out. So with the app, I can now call an expert and I can get in touch with them, one-on-one video call super quick, and they can tell me everything about the issues. Yeah.
And it's everything from changing your oil to getting really deep in your engine.
Yes, from literally anything. And for me, I just started doing just some basics mod, and now I have a lot more confidence to take on bigger projects a lot more to come this year.
I want to chat with Lee, who's also with Tinker. But Lee, I'll meet you down there. No, I want you to just walk down here because you're a car enthusiast. Come around here, and let me shut this door here. I just want to get your thoughts on when you're looking at this Datsun 240Z. What are your thoughts on this car?
Honestly, this car is insane.
Yeah.
The wrap here is awesome. I love to wrap my own cars. So when I first came here, I'm like, wow, this is a really good job right here. And then for the engine, oh my God, it's insane.
Yeah,
there are so much things going on.
It pops. It pops.
Yes, it really is.
New, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And I want to chat with.
Also, I wanted to say one more thing.
Yeah.
And as a woman in the industry, I know a lot of time we are so scared to work on our own cars because we don't know where to begin. And with Tinker, now we can literally talk to the expert. And yeah, there's a lot out there.
There's help out there when it comes to working on your cars.
Yes, and then they can help you with anything from small projects to a lot bigger projects. So
I love it. Awesome. Thank you, New. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then Lee, with Tinker, I think a lot of people want to know, how are you finding your mechanics? How are you vetting to find the right people for the job?
Right, so I'm on the operations side of Tinker, specifically in charge of finding of our experts. Surprisingly, it's been an organic process. They've actually reached out to us, and we have so many applicants that we actually have a really, really solid pool to pick from. Our minimum requirement is just 3 years of experience. We do prefer certifications, master mechanics, ASC certifications, but our vetting process requires you going on an interview, a self-interview, submitting a video, telling us what you know, your value, what you think you could bring to Tinker, and we select from there. So we have a great pool of guys that can help you out, guys and gals that can help you out with anything as simple as your first brake pad job to something complex like doing a complex engine like this.
And it's all vehicles, right? We got a Datsun behind us, we have BMW, we got Mopar. You guys cover everything.
We cover everything. Vehicle-wise, make and model, we got you all covered. We're working on some new enhancements to even improve that further. But for now, any vehicle you have, we're confident in our experts that we can guide you in the right direction.
And I was talking to one of your guys earlier about the app, and he said a lot of guys and gals have been using it just for collaboration ideas. They kind of know what they want to do with it, but they just want to get a second opinion on something. From anything from a color scheme to something they're doing on their engine. It's just nice to get that second opinion from someone.
I see that a lot. Some of us have have a lot of friends that are into vehicles that we can bounce ideas. Some of us don't.
Right, yeah.
So, even myself, sometimes, I just need a second opinion on something. I get stuck on something that for me is difficult, but if to them it just snaps.
Right there. Well, thank you so much. And then also, real quick, New, you have a couple cars at your house. What are you driving? What are your cars?
I have an M3, R32, and S14.
I love it. Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you so much, New. And thank you to Rome and the whole entire Tinker team. This is a game changer.
It is. It really is. We're super excited to be here and to welcome this to the world.
I love it. Everyone download the Tinker app. Chris, I'm going to send it back up to you in the SEMA Live studio.
All right, JC, thanks a lot for that. Great stuff, my man, as always. Back here live in studio, and I'm being joined by the owner of Complete Customs, Sean Freelish. Sean, good to see you, brother.
You too, man.
What's happening?
Another day.
Another day, another dollar. How many SEMAs is this for you?
This is 13 SEMAs as Complete Customs and 15 in total.
Nice. Yep. Have you had a chance to walk around outside of West Hall at all?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Anything catching your eye?
Yeah, there's a lot of cool builds out there for sure.
Yeah,
as there is every year.
No doubt, exactly. Yeah. Sensory overload.
I'm telling you, man, it's definitely overwhelming. You know what I mean? You try to go and check everything out, but I mean, it's just gotten so big and it's tough, you know, and especially when you want to stop and admire some of these vehicles, look at all the details and stuff like that. It'll consume a lot of time real quick, and next thing you know, they're ringing the bell for everybody to leave. You know?
Yeah, right. Well, we're privileged enough to have one of your creations here in the SEMA Live booth with us, and let's get a shot down on the floor of Sean's Tundra.
There we go.
Very, very cool, man. Take us through it.
Yeah, so Toyota's one of our big clients, so every year we work with them directly on some cool builds, as you've seen in their booth over in the Central Hall, but this one specifically is my personal project, so we went all out. The name of it's called Campzilla. You know, kind of references off Tacozilla, which was a big build that we helped with Toyota a few years back. And we just, you know, I'm into mountain biking. I'm just into the outdoors. So, you know, our goal with this one was to be able to create that vision into a vehicle to have everything you would need to set up camp. And I think our team did a great job with that.
And what's the pattern of that topography on the Tundra?
Yeah, so that was something that we were originally going to wrap. You know, a lot of people do that in vinyl. That's actually paint.
Oh, wow.
That's all paint. I was talking to my buddy Marty over at Toyota Motorsports Garage, and we were just going over some ideas on another project, and one of my team members brought up, hey, we could just wrap that in vinyl. And Marty's like, you don't put vinyl on vehicles that go in the booth. And so it got me thinking. And so I got with my paint team, and they were like, we can paint it. So they did. Big undertaking, but they did a fantastic job. Everybody thinks that it's vinyl because it's crisp. Everything's dialed in.
It's kind of becoming a lost art, right? I mean, everyone just kind of relies back on the wraps. They're obviously, good because you can peel them off and you still have the original paint underneath, but it takes extra steps, extra time, extra planning, and extra work to put in the effort to put a paint job on a vehicle.
Yeah, definitely. We'll put some PPF on it to protect it so when we hit the trails and stuff, but there's always that possibility of scratching it up on the trails or whatnot. So I think that's why a lot of people gravitate towards vinyl. But with all the new materials, PPF stuff, Expel, they make a great product, and that's what we'll put on there, and that'll protect it, and we'll be good to go.
Very cool. We're getting a ground level view of it now. Beautiful, man.
Yeah, so where those guys are at right there, that's all. We worked with Park Tools. There's tools all fitted in that compartment right there to, anything you would need to work on mountain bikes. It's all right there at your reach. We got on the back side, there's a bike stand, a bike rack, again, into mountain biking. So it's got, all the paints. There's 6 different Toyota specific colors in it, from the black to the pearl white to the cement to the mud bath to the Everest, which are some new colors they have coming out. And then even some Terra, which is we use as some pinstriping in there. It's very subtle. But yeah, just super stoked, and came out great.
Great looking truck, and plenty of light bars too. You got a light bar on the front rack. You got a light bar on the front bumper. Looks like you got a light bar on the case there.
Yeah. So those ones up top right there on the tint, and then across the windshield. That's a new light that just came out from Rigid. This is the first time that people have been able to see that light. So it's a new product for them. Rigid's a great partner of ours. So yeah, definitely got a ton of Rigid's lights on there. We got the new deck system in the back where it's got a split system, so you don't have to open the whole thing up. You can open one side or the other. Worked with Dometic, so we got the fridge in there. We got all the things that you need. The battery right there to live off grid for a little bit. Got all the decked boxes there to keep all of our gear and food and whatever else that we'll need when we're camping.
Nice bike too. Did I see a winch tucked up under the front bumper?
Yeah. We got a Warren winch tucked up under the ADD bumper. And then we actually widened that front bumper. So if you look at it, right, there's a good shot right there. That front's got about they're called 6-inch bulge on the front fiberglass fenders from Fiberworks. Our goal was to have 39-inch tall tires. So we kind of built the truck from there up. Worked with Camberg on their new long travel suspension. So it's all full long travel Camberg. Fox Racing shocks. You can see right here where we extended the ADD bumper out to fit, right there with the front fender. So a lot of extra fabrication that our team put in right there that, a lot of people won't notice. But again, we just wanted that whole front end to really open everything up to get those 39s to fit in there nice. Off-roading, we got plenty of clearance. So the truck's built well. It's probably overbuilt for what we'll use it for, but that was the goal. I mean, we can obviously take off all the camping stuff and have no problem hitting the trails.
Really cool. What a great showcase of what you guys are capable of there at Complete Custom. Very cool, man. And I love the fact that is paint. You can tell the quality of work that went into that paint job. Yep. Very, very cool. We had Jerry Zayden up here from Camberg yesterday,
okay,
so
awesome.
I know that you guys worked with him on that front suspension.
Yep.
Yeah, well done, man. Yep. So what are you looking forward to seeing that you might not have had a chance to check out yet here at SEMA 24?
And again, there's just so many cool builds out. I follow a lot of other builders online, so I'm looking forward to going and checking out some of those builds that I've been watching these guys work hard at over the this last year essentially. Just like every other builder, we have that last SEMA crunch, so following a lot of guys over the last month or two, so excited to go see some of those projects. And it's just, the industry that we're in is so creative. It's amazing. You know what I mean? There's all types of builds, and what we do at the shop, we do a little bit of everything now. So it's cool to go around, and obviously, we got a lot of off-road vehicles, in the West Hall, but look forward to getting back over in the Central Hall and checking out some stuff over there.
Yeah, and your section of the industry, the off-roading section, is just exploding in the last few years. Where do you see it going from here?
Oh man, it's just going to continue to get. I mean, everybody's getting more and more creative. You know what I mean? The OEMs are getting creative with what they put out, for us consumers to purchase, and then, we got to stay in front of that and stay creative as well to, just keep up with them. Obviously these vehicles are getting way deeper into, the electronics and all the different features and stuff like that. So it's exciting, but, we definitely got to be a little bit more creative and how we customize these vehicles. And I'm always up for a good challenge.
Yeah, for as rugged as off-roading is, people want those creature comforts too.
Oh,
yeah. So that's great. You guys are doing great work, man. Sean Friedrich, thank you for joining us here.
Appreciate
SEMA
it,
Live booth.
Yep.
Good to see you, my man. All right, we're going to kick it out to Alliyah, who is standing by in the Mopar booth. Alliyah.
Thanks so much, Chris. I am here inside the South Hall where it's all things wheels and tires, and I am inside the Mopar display with Chris Piscatelli. He is the Senior Design Manager for Jeep Exterior Design. Tell us about your role. I feel like this is a really cool opportunity for you.
It is. It's huge. As part of the Jeep team, especially with Wrangler and Gladiator, it's one of the most accessorized and customized vehicles in general, and it's huge to be here. Seeing all the innovative stuff that everybody's coming up with, and also as a chance to kind of feature some of the stuff that we've been working on.
Yeah, so we'll delve into all of the concept vehicles in depth in a bit, but what can you tell us in a nutshell about these 4 concept cars that you brought to SEMA?
So what you're looking at here is 4 cars that we brought out for the Easter Jeep Safari earlier in the spring, and we've kind of just taken a cross-section of kind of the Jeep Gladiator and the Wrangler, and we even have a Wagoneer concept that we kind of modified and let our designers kind of run wild, kind of express some really creative thoughts, ideas, colors, and really just kind of played that stuff up to really kind of have fun with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Easter Jeep Safari concepts have become an annual highlight for Jeep. What does this tradition mean to the brand, and how does it inspire new designs each year?
Well, Easter Jeep Safari, for those who don't know, it's down in Moab, Utah. Tens of thousands of Jeep enthusiasts converge on a small town and just spend the week before Easter wheeling and really doing what these vehicles were intended to do. It's kind of our mecca, if you will. It's our home away from home. So it's important for us to go out there because on top of being able to have our designers actually get behind the wheel and wheel our vehicles, we learn so much by interacting with our customer base. It's our most loyal enthusiasts that make it out there. So we get one-on-one time and really get a good understanding of what works, what doesn't work, what we do well, what we could do better, and just, again, feature some stuff that we as designers enjoy.
Yeah, of course. And we are also looking here at the Willys Dispatcher concept. Can you just kind of elaborate for what this model does?
Sure. So for this car, we really kind of leaned into early post-war Americana of the 50s. So from the color to the interior materials, the houndstooth, we really wanted that vibe of kind of the 50s when Jeeps went from kind of our heroes in the military to kind of a civilian vehicle. And so the tall, skinny tires, the steel wheels, really mixing that kind of period correct look with something as futuristic as kind of the hybrid powertrain. So it's kind of that little bit of a mix between the two, and then just kind of really getting all the feels from the era.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It definitely provides best of both worlds. Let's go ahead and move on to the Gladiator High Top. Okay, so tell us a little bit about this vehicle and what inspired your design.
So this was designed by our team at Mopar. Really, it's a mix between just some creative future ideas and some production stuff that they have now for the Gladiator. Lots of cool features on this car. So it's got an air ride suspension, so it actually articulates. It's got 40-inch wheels, 40-inch tires, Dana 60s, B-lock wheels. Really, it's kind of a rolling kind of testament to what Mopar and Jeep kind of think of together, and how these products that we come up with for Easter Jeep Safari each year, some of them are really a test bed and to see how they're received, because they will make it into production. Other stuff doesn't make it into production, but really we're always thinking, we're always trying to create, and we're always trying to get feedback, because certain things will, based on how they do and how they perform, will be considered for production.
Yeah. And so far here at SEMA, what has the feedback been for the Gladiator?
Oh, awesome. It's it's one of the few trucks that you could take the top off, that you could take the doors off. It really is kind of an expression of outdoor freedom and utility with the bed and just the kind of the usefulness of it. And this one in particular is cool because it's got a paint color that's kind of inspired by early J trucks, so a little bit of a nod to our history while definitely looking forward with some of the products.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, everyone seems to really like it. So let's go ahead and take a look at the lowdown concept.
Okay.
So I know this one has a little bit of history, or it's derived from a concept that was 15 years ago?
Correct, yeah. So 15 years ago, we brought a JK two-door Rubicon out to Moab, and the idea, it was one of our first dedicated concepts. And we stuffed a 5.7 Hemi in it at the time, and 40-inch tires, but we did not raise the suspension. So it kept the center of gravity low, but between knocking the front bumpers off, tucking the rear bumpers in, you got this crazy approach and departure angle and a good breakover, but kept the center of gravity low. So 15 years later, we thought, what better way to celebrate that first kind of concept, especially now that we have a 392 available in the Jeep. We figured, you know what, let's do a little bit of a throwback, but kind of push it a little further. So what you're looking at here is a Rubicon. We started with a 392 Rubicon, and we managed to put 42-inch tires with 20-inch beadlock wheels. Basically, it was an exercise in kind of cut, fit, break, repeat until we got it to a point where we were like, okay, this fits, this turns, but it's low, it's sinister. I mean, even to the point of the color. We wanted something. The original concept was kind of a Viper red.
Yeah.
This one we wanted to go a little bit deeper, a little more serious, but really kind of keep those gnarly kind of 60s race car vibes.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, even the roof is red as well.
So we took a bit of a chance on that because it casts everything in a red glow, and we wanted that, again, that kind of just sinister feeling that when you're driving it, everything is red. It's like you're seeing red. Also on the interior, I wiped out the radio, so there's no infotainment except for the motor. And the idea behind that was, again, a little bit of ode to the 60s race car, where the sound of the snarling motor and just all the feels are coming from the engine, and just mashing the throttle and getting that instant response, because this thing is just an absolute monster.
Yeah, no, that's definitely cool. I'm sure people love that. It's really hard to keep something fresh and innovative, but while also honoring its predecessor. So I think you guys did an incredible job.
Well, these cars they're iconic. The Wrangler in general is iconic, and kind of the exercise this year, especially between this one and the Dispatcher, was to kind of bookend the Wrangler brand to say, because we've done concepts that are full rebodies and stuff like that, without going to that extent, how can we start with two pretty similar vehicles, but really take it in two very different directions?
Yeah, definitely. It's a very unique vehicle, and I absolutely love it. Our last vehicle that we have over here is the Vacationeer. Yes, let's go ahead and chat about that a little bit. Lovely color. So what inspired the paint color for this vehicle?
So this was kind of a throwback as well, a little bit of an idea of reimagining the idea of a road trip, right? That's it's affectionately named the Vacationeer concept because it takes that idea of what would a road trip across country look like in the 60s, and then reimagine it on the Grand Wagoneer platform. So even the designers even had some fun with putting a little bit of wood accents, because ever since this vehicle has come out, one of the biggest things was, well, where's the wood? Because the old ones had the full bark side. So our designers had some fun with that. But even the color, again, kind of throwback with the white roof. That idea of that cross-country concept. And then, of course, like I said, reimagined. So you have the rooftop tent, the Red Tail Skyloft, which is just an amazing piece that our designers got with the guys from Red Tail and put that on there. And it's kind of a nice piece on top of this that really matches the kind of seriousness and the luxury of the Grand Wagoneer itself in something like a rooftop tent.
Yeah, no, definitely. I feel like it's a really good blend of heritage with modern functionality. Absolutely love it. Out of all the four vehicles that are showcased here, which one has gotten the most traction?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think the Lowdown is one of those ones, just because it's such a hot rod and because we're at SEMA, right? Everything's big here, right? So it's if anything's to date, I feel like you wouldn't notice it as much. But I do feel between the colors on all four of these, they do draw people in. I've seen a lot of crowds around that one, and honestly, I've seen a lot of crowds around the Grand Wagoneer just because it is you know, it's a little bit different, right? We're all, you know, a Jeep. Our car is always, you know, or our vehicle is always the Wrangler. You know, it's the kind of our hero car, the brand. But then when you take something a little bit less treaded on, you have a cool response. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Chris.
Nice to have you.
Scott Keel.
Hi, Scott with Mopar, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Engineering manager at I'm the engineering manager at Mopar. I'm Scott Keel. Everybody knows me as Keel. So glad to be here today. I mean, looking at all the people that we have here, you working with Chris right now and all his cool designs that we do. You know, just so much positive feedback here. But also too, it's a great way to show our engineering that we're looking at. Also customer feedback and what that engineering brings to us. And then Chris and I work together on that to put it to actual market. So I'm glad to see you guys here. Very positive feedback and glad to be.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a lovely display, and I mean, one of the more larger and more packed displays.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have everything here from the Ram side brand, our Jeep brands are always a hit, to even our classic retro Charger that we have over here. And there's a variety of people that come, and the engineering that we bring for that applies to all of our parts here, whether we're looking at new innovative technology, but also we apply some of that to the Resto series that we have. If you want a nice big 426 Hemi to put in your Resto, no problem. We can help you and we can work with you on that, and then we bring that engineering to it too as well. So
amazing. Well, as I mentioned, lovely display. Congratulations on, you know, the concept cars, and Mopar, we love to see you do incredible things. So thanks guys for your time.
Thank you.
Chris, I'll send it back to you.
Thanks a lot, Alliyah. Yeah, one of the displays I always make sure to catch out in Central Hall. The guys at Mopar always do amazing work, including this guy doing some amazing work. In fact, Cam Miller, you are 2016 Battle of the Builders champion with your 69 Camaro. You're now a Battle of the Builders judge. We were just saying before we came on, though, your work is done. You're good. You can ride off into the sunset now. Tough field this year, though, to get it down to the top 12, huh?
Yeah. I mean, every year it gets harder and harder. This is like my 4th year judging, and it's just, you know, it's amazing. We all say it all the time. Right. It's just it just keeps going up and up and up. So
yeah, the level of quality, the competition. You've got not only the main competition, but all the young guns are pushing the competition big time also.
Yeah, that's really near and dear to my heart is the Young Guns program, and it's amazing what these kids are doing and the passion they have. As we all know, that's our future.
Yeah.
And kudos to the Battle of Builders program to really embrace that and give these guys the attention they deserve.
Yeah, and also what's amazing about the Young Guns category too is some of these guys are working out of shops that are very, very basic.
Yeah.
Right?
We were all there at one time,
Exactly.
you know, and so I really appreciate their efforts. And you know, it wasn't that long ago I was that guy, right? So
yeah, and it must feel good for you to kind of view these young guns as in a place where you used to be, and now they're looking up to you as a mentor figure to them.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think of it like that, for sure, because I'm still young at heart, right? And I just, it's cool to be able to talk to these kids and, you know, answer questions or give them advice, or hey, I've learned stuff from them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty cool what they're doing.
So Battle of the Builders is in its 11th year now, so you won in about the 4th year of the existence of Battle of the Builders, something like that, 2016, so around then. How has being a Battle of the Builders champion changed what you guys do in the shop at HS Customs, who you are as a builder? Do customers, potential customers, recognize that achievement when they come to you to build them a car?
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, that's been quite a while ago. It seems like yesterday.
8 years ago.
Yeah, it seems like yesterday, but man, it's people still recognize it. They're like, hey, you know, we remember when you won, and like the car, you know, it gained a lot of popularity. So they, hey, the white 69, you know, and
yeah.
It's changed for us. It's opened a lot of doors for us. You know, recognition is important, and the Battle of the Builders program has grown so much, and it's been cool to be on both sides of it and be around for a minute, you know, and see the weight the Battle of the Builders program has gotten.
Yeah.
You know, it's a big deal for us builders.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, it really has joined the ranks of the Riddler Award, the Grand National Roadster Show. You know, those just making it to the decorated dozen, we'll call them the top 12. It's akin to making the grade 8 at Autorama. You know?
It is 100%, and it's really flattering. You know, like I said, being a part of it for a while, to see the growth. I mean, there's some of the best builders on the planet that are focused on this program. And that's pretty dang cool.
Yeah.
Like, that's amazing, because there's a lot of history in car shows and a lot of great shows all across the country. And it's pretty cool that the Battle of the Builders is one of the ones, you know.
Did HS Customs bring a build to this year's SEMA?
We did. We have a 32 Roadster pickup in the Mother's booth.
Nice. Oh yeah, you know what? Shane was in here just a little bit ago, and he was telling us about that.
Yes, sir.
Very cool.
Yeah, we love to bring stuff out and represent our sponsors and our partners in this industry. I mean, we'd love to compete maybe again sometime, but it's just good to be here and represent everybody that helps us out.
Yeah.
So.
How far out are you in the shop? Like, you have builds that you're in the middle of, you have builds that you're just starting, I'm sure, and maybe ones that are close to completing. What's your average build time? Couple years?
Yeah, I would say our average for average builds is 2 to 3 years. The big ones, the higher end ones, we've got one we'll be completing in the next year, and it'll be a 5-year build.
Wow.
So.
And when a customer comes to you, you got to take everything into consideration, right? You got to take budget, you got to take the fact that what they want to have done is actually capable of being done, right? Is there any sort of vetting process that you go through with customers, or it's just like, hey, you know what? We're going to try to make your dream become a reality, no matter what it takes.
A little bit of vetting and a little bit of, well, that's pretty crazy. Let's see what we can do. Really, a lot of lessons I've learned, especially on the big builds, is, well, all of it, really. Definitely just have a really, really good plan going into it. Have a lot of the things figured out. When they're full custom, it's always a moving target.
Right.
Always.
Yeah.
But if you have the vision and everything kind of dialed in of what that customer wants, it saves a ton of money for them, right?
Right.
Going back and forth is not good for them.
Yeah.
And that's why I drive that. So I'm like, I promise you, you'll be way happier financially.
You sure?
Yeah, right. And then time frame, it's tough to stop mid-pace and be like, no, we got to change, the profile of the fender, the layout of the dash, or that's because we want to do it once and do it right.
It's that old adage, measure twice, cut once.
Yeah, exactly. So lots of planning. I do all of our designs in-house, so that's a big deal for us, like to have an in-house designer, so I can talk straight to the customer. We can work it all out instead of having, say, a third party involved in design and such. So that helps us a lot for efficiency and cost.
Sure. Can you talk about some of the projects that you have going in the shop right now?
We have a really cool 64 C10 pickup that's almost into paint, so that'll be a really cool one. We'll have that out next year. And then we have 55 Chevy that's about a year away, and that's our biggest build to date.
So is that Chevy, is that one of the ones that you're going to bring to SEMA next year?
Yes. Well, no, it'll be not next year. It'll be the year after.
Oh, gotcha.
So we're finishing. We're shooting for the first part of February of next year. So,
got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so SEMA 26
yeah.
would be a truck for that. Those are coveted slots, what you bring to SEMA, right? How do you decide which builds are going to be the ones that you debut at SEMA?
For us, we're a smaller shop, so sometimes we get the luxury of having them done for SEMA, but sometimes we can't get there, you know. So it's just sometimes all the planets have to align what we get to bring here. But so unfortunately, schedules and things change a lot, so it's a moving target sometimes.
Yeah, like you said, that's a great way to put it. Actually, it's a moving target.
It is.
You might plan on it being ready on a certain date, but it doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah. In 2018, we brought 2, and our goal was to have them done for this deal. And I thought we were all going to die. I mean, some of these builders that are bringing 3, 4, 5.
Right.
One year, the Ringbrothers. I don't know, God, it was Ringbrothers everywhere. I'm like, are you guys? Are you human?
They got 3 new ones this year.
Right?
I mean,
and I'm just like kudos to them.
Yeah, totally.
So
yeah. Have you had a chance to go over to Central Hall and see their Grand National and the CUDA?
I haven't seen the Grand National. I saw the CUDA. CUDA's rad.
Yeah.
I dig it. Those guys, they're
awesome.
And their personalities show in their builds.
They're fantastic. Totally. Yeah.
And
they put a lot of themselves into their builds.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that Grand National, definitely get back over there and check that out.
I'm going.
'Cause I'm a huge Grand National fan, and that car is off the charts.
Yes.
Yeah, they nailed it. What sort of trends are you seeing in your world, in the custom car world?
Well, you know, for sure, all the tools of technology that we've been lucky, and you know, the 3D printing, scanning. That's come on strong, really, the last.
Are you guys using that stuff in the shop?
We are. To me, and it's just a personal thing for me, I love it, and it's a fantastic tool, once again, for the customer, too, because it's a money-saving big deal. But we still like to do a lot of stuff by hand. There's still something to be said. You can tell a car that has had a lot of hands on it.
Yes.
There's a lot of soul to it, right?
Right, it's old school.
I'm a fan of the technology, but to a certain level, if that makes any sense.
It does. No, it does. You know, it's one thing if the entire build is enhanced by technology, but you're right, there has to be that certain amount of hands-on, because you can tell. I mean, people who are in this world, and certainly the customers, because they're footing the bill for this, they can tell, and they know what they want, and it's usually that hands-on metal type of build.
Yeah, I mean, we are still, at the end of the day, craftsmen, and we're artists, man, and it's I appreciate a lot of the cars that you can tell are still, you know, they just have some soul into them, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I love, the trend is definitely the use of technology for sure. And it's crazy, it's mind-blowing,
I know,
what's
it really is
done.
amazing what is able to be accomplished using that technology.
Yeah.
Cam Miller, HS Customs, man, appreciate you joining us here on SEMA
I
Live.
really appreciate
Get some
it.
rest,
This is
enjoy
great.
the show now that your work is over as one of the judges of
Yes,
Battle of the
sir.
Builders.
All right.
Thanks a lot for joining us. Right now, we are going to step away and take a quick commercial break, but stick around. Got a ton more coming at you from SEMA Live 2024.
The government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
Welcome back to SEMA Live, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm Chris Jacobs, and we're going to kick it out to JC Fernandez right now, who's got something special, looks like from Superformance out there. JC, what do you got?
Go. Thank you, Chris. Everyone get ready for an incredible car story. It's Superformance, and we actually have an incredible car reveal coming up here in about 5 to 7 minutes. But I want to introduce Lance. Thank you for joining us, the owner of Superformance. Why don't you give everyone a backstory on the company and the cars that you guys build?
Okay, so Superformance started 30 years ago now in South Africa by a guy by the name of Jim Price. And the factory is still in South Africa. And he had a love of Cobras and everything Shelby had done. And he was absolutely blown away by it, and he had to go. So we then developed almost all the cars that Carroll ever raced back in the 60s, all the famous cars. And we start up, and we're starting off at the end of the tail, but basically the GT40 that Carroll made famous winning Le Mans in 66. Now this is a copy of the GT40 that won Le Mans in 68 and 69. This is really a cool one with a Megazilla in the back. This Ford's Godzilla engine in one of our GT40s. It's just an incredible car. Air conditioning, you can drive it on the street. But we went to great lengths, and the car has a GT40 P series number, so it's not a replica or a kit car. It's a brand new GT40.
It's a recreation is what we're looking at. A recreation,
but it's brand new.
The car that beat Ferrari and Le Mans. This is the car right here. But people watching right now, they can buy this and they can drive this around their neighborhood.
They can buy it and drive it. I've got owners with over 60,000 miles on their GT40s.
Because they're meant to be driven. Let's slide down here because this is American automotive history right here.
This is a really special story. Just a quick one. I'm a total Chevy fan, but I was doing all Ford vehicles, and I so badly wanted to do the Corvette Grand Sport. And I knew I had to get a license. We don't want to do anything that's not the real deal. So we went ahead, and GM, after 8 years, gave me the license. And this is the Corvette Grand Sport. There were only 5 originals, and now we produce them, and it's just an incredible car to drive. We made it that you could drive it. It's got air conditioning, power steering, electric windows, central locking, but it's the Corvette Grand Sport. 7/8 scale body, the real deal.
I think Corvette fans are freaking out over the fact that they're seeing this right now and knowing that they can buy this. It could be in their garage, because this car was built to compete in Le Mans, and then they scrapped the program, right? And the plan was to destroy the ones that were built.
Well, originally it was to do the American circuits, and the first race that came out in Bahamas, it won. It beat the Cobras. But unfortunately, GM pulled the plug on the race program, so they had to stop. And
amazing.
The cars ended up in privateer hands. So now we're moving on to something that's really near and dear to me. After 30 years of building Cobras, Shelby gave us a license to create the Superformance 30th anniversary Shelby edition. And this is a really special car. It actually has a CSX 10,000 series number on it, and it celebrates 30 years of Superformance. And you got to see this. It's even got the Godzilla with the.
Oh my God! I was not expecting that underneath here.
It's unbelievable car. Over 600 horsepower, 550 pound-foot of torque. It's a driving monster.
What's it like when you're driving these cars? What's it like? Tell me about the experience when you're driving these.
We have managed to refine the Cobra to as far as you'd want to refine a Cobra. It comes. It's a signature edition. It comes with Carroll Shelby's signature on the car, and lots of special features, additional features in the interior. You know, we've got power steering, air conditioning, all that stuff available for Cobras now. We even do traction control and ABS on a Cobra.
All the modern features and amenities that you want, but we're still having that Cobra look.
Real Cobra thing.
Incredible.
So that was something else very cool. This owner said to us, he's getting a little older, and he would really like, he's got paddle shifted Porsches and all the rest of this. This has a paddle shifted 8-speed transmission in it. It's a ZF transmission with, again, the Godzilla engine.
Okay.
I mean, Ford has come out with a winner with that Godzilla engine. Just the most amazing engine. And you can have a look how cool it is. We even have the gear lever, so you think it's got a manual transmission, but it's actually you control the automatic and the paddle shifters on the steering wheel on the Superformance model.
I can see right here, you got the paddle shifters back here.
There they are.
So someone is, what I'm getting from you is that you really work with the customers to give them what they want.
We fulfill their dreams. You know, so many of these guys have dreamt for 30, 40, 50 years of owning a Cobra, and we've got that done. So, okay, this one's another one. I mean, I just get excited about everyone.
I love it. I love the energy. Yes.
I mean, we're back again with, this time, the real Megazilla, over 600 horsepower.
Oh my God.
From Ford. This is a crate motor from Ford that you can buy. They give you excellent fuel consumption, if you can believe it, in a Cobra. We can do 10 miles per gallon more than we do with any other engine.
Let's move down here, Lance. So much more to show. Come back around here, go on the other side. Everyone watching, what do you think of these Cobras, Superformance? You guys have changed the game with these replicas.
But Dave, I've got to show you. So eventually in 2004, Shelby licensed us and gave us the authority to build the Shelby Cobras. So those are all Superformance Cobras you'll be looking at. This is an actual Shelby Cobra. It's a Shelby body, CSX 6000 numbered. Nice big FE like they did the traditional Shelbys. Okay. And this is the real deal again. There you go.
Is. Oh, yeah.
With a engine from Shelby Engines, aluminum block 427. And then of course, we move across to what's going to be our reveal.
Yeah, we have a major reveal, and I love the fact that the crowd is gathered before we do the reveal. Yeah. And the crowd that's really cool seeing the people gathering. They want to see your big reveal. Yeah. We have to talk about the coupe here.
So this little car, this is what started the whole Carroll Shelby Cobra episode. This is CSX, based on CSX 2000, the first little Cobra. And we now produce that aluminum with the CSX 2900 series number. Very cool car, and all in aluminum.
So let's unpack what you just said. So Carroll Shelby, his first design was this, but this is a replica of that, obviously. But this was what we're looking at.
Version of that original first Cobra that's now in a museum. It's worth probably $20 million. This is the car. We're doing only 10 of them.
Okay.
And this is CSX 2900, the first one that was done. It looks like all the other 289 Cobras, but it's actually a narrower body. It's inboard disc brakes. It's worm and sector steering. There's just so much stuff that's different on this little car.
Lance, this is an incredible experience to look at these cars out here on the floor, and now to do the reveal. Before we do the reveal, why don't we tell everyone that's watching on SEMA Live what they're about to see?
So what you're about to see is Superformance has done for Shelby the Daytona for many years. The Daytona was the first American car, and only American car to win the World Sports Car Championship. Peter Brock designed the car for Carroll when he worked at Shelby, and he came and designed the new version of the Daytona with us at our factory back in '99.
Okay.
This is now going to celebrate 60 years since that win. And this is now an example of what the car is going to look like, but there's going to be more changes done to the actual 60th anniversary World Championship edition.
Let's do the reveal and we talk some more about it. You guys ready for the reveal? Here we go. Oh, whoa. Hold on. Mic him up. We have the people from SEMA here. They want to get you mic'd up for the official reveal as well. That's how big these reveals are. Yeah. You know, because we have a crowd gathering and we want to catch everything. This is a big moment for you. Are we all ready for the reveal now?
Yeah.
We're good? Everyone's good? Scott, we're good? All right.
Good afternoon. Is everybody having a great time in SEMA today? Yeah. All right, let me hear you a little louder than that. Is everybody having a great time at SEMA today? Yeah! There you go. So let me set the stage for you. 1964, Shelby American has the new Daytona Coupes coming out to beat Ferrari. But unfortunately, Ferrari did his shenanigans and got the very last race canceled. So Peter Brock and Shelby American decided next year Ferrari's ass is mine, and came back with the phenomenal coupe that won the FIA World Championship. So 2025 is the 60th anniversary of that historic achievement, and Lance at the team of Shelby Legendary Cars and Superformance are commemorating that with a very special vehicle. Gentlemen, let's take the cover off this car, and Lance, please tell everybody about this very special vehicle.
So yeah, we're really excited. I mean, the Daytona is our flagship. We love this car. It was built to drive. It's a comfortable car, and it's just got a unique shape and design that Peter was behind. Everybody, the cam tail, it's just the most incredible car.
Let's walk. Yeah, let's start from the back and walk me from the back to the front of the car before we wrap up here, because what an experience right now. Whoa!
So when Peter came with this idea, nobody thought it would work. They did not think this cam tail would work. None of the guys in the shop were confident about it. But when Dan drove the car at Riverside, and when they looked again, he was nearly 200 miles an hour, and he was burning less gas than the other car, they were blown away. And that was the Daytona. So we've made some changes. It's now a comfortable tourer. It's a GT car. It has also air conditioning, power steering, electric windows, central locking. And in the 60th anniversary, will come with a special Peter Brock badges. It will have a letter from Peter Brock to each of the owners that get one of them, that are privileged to get one of them. There's only going to be 10 of them. And there'll be a dash plaque where Peter's signature's on, and Carol with the signature will be on the body too. And we've done some interior changes, and it has special wheels that are going to be coming on that vehicle for the launch.
So this is one, the first one revealed.
This is just
one of 10, the first one.
Yeah, but this is just an example of what it's doing. The actual car is still being finished. It couldn't make it to SEMA. We wish it could have been here, but the body shape and lines are the same as this.
And the lines are stunning. Walk down the front end, because everyone, again, watching here on SEMA Live, tell us more about the lines that we're looking at.
You take a look at this.
Lance, can you project some of the rest of them from here too?
Yeah, we have a massive crowd here. Everyone watching can hear us live, but yeah, the massive crowd needs to hear you a little bit louder. Whoa! Okay, Lance, educate us on what you guys did here.
You have Shelby engines, aluminum block Shelby engine, with an 8-stack injection system in the Shelby Daytona.
How much horsepower are we going to have in this?
So they'll probably vary between 550 and 600 horsepower, depending on the owners. The owner gets to pick the horsepower and how he wants the car completed.
Color-wise, if the owner's watching and they want to get, it's all going to be the same with the blue and white, the classic
they'll
look?
be able to select their own color choices. There were different colors the cars raced. They were mostly blue, but there were versions of the blue they were raced, and anybody can have any one of those, or a special color that somebody loves.
Do you know how special this is, how you are recreating automotive history? How does that feel?
I pinch myself. It doesn't seem real.
Right.
I came from South Africa. You know, we didn't even have a lot of these cars. There was one Cobra in South Africa when I grew up, and I would never believe that, 25 years later, I'm still doing the Shelby Cobras. The cars that won in the 60s, and they in anybody's eyes, those are the best cars. Mm-hmm. You name anything in the Mopar, in the GM, or all from the 60s, everybody loves them. And to produce the Cobra, the GT40, the Grand Sport, the Daytona, it's just such. And we didn't even talk about the FIA, which that was the most successful racing Cobra Shelby ever did, was the FIA Cobra, 289 FIA, and of course we do that too.
And you guys, so you said it's really amazing for you to build these, but now you also give the opportunity for people watching to own these cars. Lance, thank you so much. This was a privilege and a pleasure to be with you.
Thanks.
Chris, is this not unbelievable right here? It's amazing. I'm going to send it back up to you in the SEMA Live studios.
Thanks, JC. Shout out to Peter Brock, the designer of the Shelby Daytona. An absolutely iconic car. Great to see Superformance putting those out with such high performance packages under the hood. Now we go from Shelby, which is one name synonymous with high performance in the industry, to another name associated with speed and performance, and that is Hennessy. And yes, there is a man behind the name Hennessy, and that is founder and CEO of Hennessy Special Vehicles, John Hennessy, who joins me now. John,
thank you, brother. Yeah, good to be here.
Right on, man.
Yeah.
So happy to have you with me live.
Absolutely.
As I just said, the name Hennessy always makes people kind of perk up and take notice, in particular in the auction world. When I'm hosting Mecum auctions and we have a Hennessy vehicle going across the block, we always talk, of course, about the performance. One of your mottos is you make fast cars go faster.
That's correct.
That's awesome.
That's fun.
What's the latest and greatest at Hennessy?
Oh gosh, we just recently signed agreements with General Motors and Stellantis, where they are going to supply us with vehicles directly from the factory, and they'll come to our factory to be modified in the case of like a new RST truck, go from 420 horsepower to 650 horsepower. Then those vehicles end up going to the dealers, so it basically gives us a much broader distribution model. Whereas again, like most, small companies at SEMA, we work on whatever rolls in the door. That's where I was at 34 years ago. And the last 2 years, we've modified about 600 vehicles per year.
Wow.
And the goal for 2025 is to modify 1,000, 1,200 units. So having those OEM relationships and that support gives our customers the base vehicle from which we can modify.
Yeah, it's so great because, the OEMs are stepping up. We've got the D170 now pushing 1,024 horsepower. The ZL1 that's coming out next year, what is it, 1,064, I think was the horsepower number
yes,
there?
Right,
yeah.
That's right,
You guys always go over the top of that.
So basically within our company, we have our crazy custom stuff. We actually created a separate division called Hennessy Special Operations, where like the Demon 170, we have a 1,700 horsepower twin turbo package we do for that. Now that takes a long time and it's very expensive, but again, we found that the bread and butter for our business, where we've really grown a lot, is we take a Raptor from Ford. In the case of a Raptor R, 720 horsepower, we'll bump that to 1,000 horsepower, and we're building about 30 of those a month. So again, if there's a certain car enthusiasts, truck enthusiasts, that they want kind of like immediate, like, so can I go to the dealer, can I buy it, does it come with a warranty, does it pass smog, and can I finance it? So that's a much broader deal, whereas again, we have done and we still do some super crazy custom stuff, but some of that stuff's hard to scale.
Yeah.
Ringbrothers type stuff, I mean,
Right.
you're spending, customer might spend $500,000 to $1 million for that. So for us, we found like people come to us because they want performance, but they also want turnkey. They just don't, again, as enthusiasts, we might want to build our own thing, and that's certainly where I started out. But, like I think of our kid's orthodontist, he just wants a turnkey, fast, cool, wants the brand and a company to stand behind it. So that's really where we've grown, but it's awesome to come here to SEMA and look around and get inspiration and just like see the show packed. I think it's a very, very exciting time to be in the aftermarket.
You make that distinction between what the Ringbrothers are doing, who are, heavily design focused.
Sure, absolutely.
The performance is almost secondary. Well, what you're doing is, it's all about that performance. And therein lies kind of a design of your own. Because once people see that Hennessy logo on the car, they know that that's packing some serious heat.
Years ago, I had the crazy idea of getting into designing and manufacturing our own hypercar, the Venom F5. And now we've just delivered our 25th car to a client, and we have another 25 cars to build for clients over the next few years. That's like a whole separate, that's like Ringbrothers times 100 in terms of, but what's interesting is that we have Tuner School, Hennessy Special Vehicles, which does the manufacture and design of the hypercar, and then Performance, which is our modification business. We're all under the same roof. So our engineers and designers that predominantly work on our F5 program, when we have a new Chevy truck and we want to put carbon fiber pieces on it and things of that nature, it's very, we're very kind of interrelational within our company. So it's neat to have all these resources available to us in-house, ultimately be able to deliver a really cool, fast, fun, balanced vehicle to our bread and butter clients, which again are primarily truck and SUV owners.
Yeah, well, that's a great segue into my next question. I want to hear about the Venom GT. Talk about that.
Sure. So, the Venom GT was a car that was a crazy idea. I was actually here at SEMA 2007. We just had done a road and track shootout, and we beat Bugatti and some other fast cars from 0 to 200 miles an hour with one of our twin turbo Vipers. And I'm talking to my guys, I'm like, well, what can we do to be like faster? And we thought, what could we do to build a much lighter car than a Viper? The Viper back then was 3,400 pounds. What if we could find a car that was 1,000 pounds lighter? We joked about taking a Lotus Elise and pulling out the four-banger out of that thing and putting a twin-turbo Viper engine in it. Well, anyway, fast forward, I was here at SEMA, I had a rendering. Mike Spinelli, he was with Jalopnik at the time, was like, hey, what's new? Pulled this rendering out of my backpack. I'm like, here you go, this is the Venom GT concept and 1,000 horsepower and blah, blah, blah. Well, 2 days later, it's on the internet, and 2 weeks later, I got a guy from Dubai that wanted to order. So that was a car that we built and we used the Lotus chassis, and we built our hypercar around that. But over time, I got tired of people saying, well, it's just a modified Lotus. Well, it's like 90% our own car.
Right.
And a friend of mine who was the chief marketing officer at Apple at the time, a guy named Phil Schiller, I sent him a picture of a rendering to try to change the look to kind of get it away from the Lotus. He's like, John, you won't get credit for having your own car until you design and build your own car. I'm like, man, it felt like I just got kicked in the you-know-what. And I'm like, but Phil was right.
Yeah.
And so that was 2013, which then began the journey of, again, kind of coming back. It seems like all roads lead to SEMA at some point in time, right? So we're back here at SEMA in 2017. Shell Pennzoil had given us some budget to build a design model for the next car we called the Venom F5. We unveiled that over in front of the main hall. We got like 6 more orders, at which point we began the whole engineering process, and we finished our first Venom F5 hypercar at the end of 2020, so during COVID. But this is not a modified load, this is our own tub, this is our own every design, all the engineering, so over 4,000 parts that go into that car. And so again, if you go back to the Venom GT, or you go back to Phil Schiller challenging me to build my own car, I don't know that I ever really had a business plan to say, well, let's go from modifying cars to building our own car.
Yeah.
But now I've got a very talented team of engineers and designers. And I'll tell you what's really interesting is these recent relationships with Stellantis and GM, and hopefully Ford soon, that like being at events like the Quail and Car Week, like Jim Farley comes by, Bill Ford comes by, Mark Royce comes by, and they've noticed us. And I've known these guys for a long time, but I think that, again, this kind of like weird way that we got into manufacturing our own car, it's helped certainly build the brand, but it's helped open other cool doors. So again, when I came here for the first time in 1991, I had no idea that there were all these other people that wanted to personalize, customize, and modify cars. But here now, it's obvious it's a very, very big industry.
That's such a great story about the Jalopnik, and how that's just like instant marketing.
Yeah.
You know, it shows up on the internet. Next thing you know, you have an order for the car.
Yeah.
Fantastic. John Hennessy, thank you so much
brother.
for joining us. Before I let you go, I want to do a quick pick with you. Let's
do it.
Make sure for a right on. Cool. That's part of my day 3 scrapbook. All right, awesome. John Hennessy, thank you so much.
Great show.
Best of luck with you, and congratulations on the partnerships with GM and with Stellantis.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we got much more coming for you at SEMA Live. Let's send the drone up and take a look at what's going on outside the facility. There it is. We got a shot from yesterday. You get to see all that is happening outside. And SEMA just continues to expand. They're doing great work on the convention center itself. You can see that new entryway that they're creating outside of North Hall. And we are in a brand new hall, West Hall, which is in its 2nd year of existence here at the show. And getting a look at the drift pad out there. So many great things to see. Even if you don't have passes to get inside the convention center, there is still plenty of things that you can do. So if you're in Vegas around this time of year, come on down and check it all out, because trust me, this is a must-see. There's a look at the monorail right there, bringing people all around Vegas. Great way to get around. Another great way to get between the halls is the Tesla tunnel, free of charge. Just get in line and jump into a Tesla, and they'll take you to whichever hall that you need to get to. And back inside of West Hall, I am here live in the SEMA Live studio with another guest, Cody Wagoner, president of LaserNut, and Brad Benson, operations manager at LaserNut. It's just Cody, I guess.
Yeah.
Brad is MIA.
Yeah, Brad stayed back.
Cody, good to see you, man.
Nice to meet you.
See how we did that? We go to a drone shot, and no longer do we have John, and now we have Brad in studio with us. How you doing, man? How's SEMA going for you?
It's going great. Yeah, I just got here yesterday. My team got here and built the booth, and just I can only handle a couple of days in Vegas. So I just come in and go home.
Well, these are good days to be here in Vegas.
Yeah.
How much planning goes into it for you guys? I mean, it's got to be like 6 months or so, right?
Yeah, man, Brad, the operations manager of LaserNut, he, absolutely 6 months early. You got to figure out the vehicle you want to put in the booth and how we're going to display the booth and where the booth's going to go. And then you got to work with SEMA on what's going in the booth. I mean, there's a lot of logistics to being prepared to go to SEMA.
And what is the vehicle that you guys have in the booth?
Yeah, so we got a very unique vehicle. It's called Moonshine. It's a competition moon buggy that has 42-inch tires. It's all copper plated. We wanted to make it really cool and have it articulate, so we did some really cool stands where both 2 tires are actually off the ground. Rear steer, portals. It's just a really cool vehicle that can really go anywhere in the rocks.
So would that be a rock crawling vehicle then?
Yeah,
you guys do rock crawling competitions with that?
Absolutely, a rock crawling. Coulter and Sawyer Brassanini, one's 12 and one's, I'm gonna get the age wrong, 15. They actually competed on the East Coast and West Coast in this vehicle and did very well. And they're going to compete in it for 2025.
Way cool. Well, I had in my notes that Brad was supposed to be with us, Brad Benson, but where is he manning the booth right now?
He's down there. I think they said only one person could come, and then, anyways, I wish he was here.
All right, well, tell Brad we missed him up here.
Absolutely.
On the stage.
I hear we might be making a cool table for you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, get rid of this table you got
Excellent.
going on
Well,
here.
this year is kind of a litmus test for us here at SEMA Live. We of course plan on being back here next year, so perhaps we'll have a laser nut table.
Yeah.
That would be very cool.
Yeah.
What are some of the cool things you've seen while you're walking around?
A lot of things. Let's see what cool things I've seen. I haven't.
And have you made it out of West Hall yet?
We haven't. I got here at 3 o'clock yesterday, so I haven't seen really much. I want to really get over to the Overland area. My wife's really big on taking her Sprinter van across the United States, and I'm looking for something that's a little more comfortable. That maybe I'll be able to go with her in my little one. But yeah, we're gonna walk around today and check things out.
Very cool. Make sure you go right over here to these.
Yeah, that's a little out of my price.
Maybe you can work out a deal with them to maybe borrow one or something. Do a little test. But these things are amazing. If you want comfort,
oh yeah,
the
they have it
materials
all.
that those guys are using is just insane.
Absolutely.
Well, have you been hearing anything through the internet, the social media accounts, or anything about anything you want to see in Central Hall? Some of the builders that you might want to check out while you're here.
Really, I'm kind of in the dark. I just come in and I'll go from there.
Yeah, that's a good way to be, just kind of see everything with fresh eyes.
Yeah, I haven't seen what the theme is this year. Do you know what the theme is?
I haven't really been able to get out enough myself because I've been here in the SEMA Live studio, so I'm really just seeing what JC and Alliyah are showing me. But obviously here in West Hall, trucks are bigger and badder than ever, and as you just pointed out, becoming more and more comfortable. Is that kind of a trend that you're seeing in the off-roading market?
I think so. I think it definitely, it has its own hall.
Yeah.
So, it's growing, and there's a lot of fabricated and really cool parts coming out. It seems like the Overland's still a huge thing, which is great. People want to not really, they can't afford a home now, right? So
Right.
they have to get a home that they can
Yeah,
afford and
take on the road
travel
with them.
to America.
Yeah.
So and work from it. So it's kind of cool.
It's cool the way that the comfort is catching up with the ruggedness, because a few years ago when overlanding was really becoming popular, it was more about function. Now the form is really catching up to it. So you look in some of these overlanding displays, it's like, wow, this is really nice.
Yeah.
And really well done and really well thought out.
And with the Starlink now, you can work from anywhere, right? That's just a game changer.
Exactly. All right, well, tell us what's the latest and greatest at LaserNut.
Latest and greatest at LaserNut. I'm actually celebrating my 30-year anniversary today.
Nice,
at
congrats.
being at LaserNut. Started very young. Latest and greatest thing is just making cool parts for the industry. We have over 400 customers, make anywhere from bumpers, skid plates, suspension parts, you name it, we make it.
Very cool.
And mainly, 80% of our business is aftermarket parts for cars and trucks and you name it.
And when you're walking around, you're obviously meeting with existing partners, looking for potential new partners. Are you drawing inspiration from some of the other companies that are displaying here at SEMA?
Yeah, I would say so. It's cool to see what the innovation is and how they're making it. It's interesting to see where they're making it. Some overseas, some here, some in house, some. So it's get inspiration to see what they're making, how they're making, and how to make something more efficient and to where people want to buy it and be cost effective for them.
Gotcha, man. Well, I'm looking forward to pulling up to my new LaserNut table.
Yeah, I'm excited.
SEMA Live.
I'm excited. We like
year.
making cool stuff. And yeah.
Cool, man. Cody Wagoner, President LaserNut. Appreciate
nice
you
you.
joining me here at SEMA Live. Enjoy the show, man.
Okay, thank you.
Get out there and check it out. And congratulations on your 30th anniversary of being at LaserNut, having LaserNut in existence. Well done, my man. All right, let's take a look at what we got coming up for the rest of today, day 3 here at SEMA Live. where are we? We're at about 10:50 right now. So I've got Vaughn Gittin Jr., who's getting ready to sit down with me right now. We will have Bear Grylls, and he's going to tell us about his garage collaboration with Real Truck. We're going to have Mike Good, president of PRI. Oh, I just lost my audio there for a second. The Ringbrothers will be here in studio. Harry Mack will be checking in with us, and he's going to do a freestyle. We're going to announce the top 4 finalists of Battle of the Builders. We'll be in studio with Sublime drummer Bud Gaw, and then finally we're going to round out the day with an interview with John Meyer from Kicker Car Audio. But without further ado, I've got a very cool VIP in the SEMA Live studio with me as my audio keeps checking out. But to see who I'm talking about, let's go to this video.
I got bit by the bug very early. I mean, my dad was a used car salesman. He always had hot rods, and he used to take me to drag strips and street races, and just really, I was born into it. I fell in love with the sport of drifting, just kind of on accident. I mean, just going in parking lots and playing around. And then I saw the sport and then started going to organized events. And drifting is just something that spoke to me. It was like skateboarding with a car to me, and I just fell in love with it.
God, I wish I could do that. And I'm so glad that my next guest can, so he can tell me about it. Vaughn Gittin Jr., good to see you, my man.
Happy to be here.
So was that shot yesterday out in the parking lot?
I think that was last year.
Last year.
Those shots were last year, but we are out there. We're at the Shell Performance area promoting Shell Fuels, Pennzoil Oil, and we've got myself, James Dean, who just won the Formula Drift Championship on our team, and Ben Hobson, and we're out giving rides, putting smiles on faces, having a blast.
I love that, man. Well, how do you get into drifting? How do you learn to do it? Because that's a dangerous skill, and it's something that you guys make look so easy. But I got to know, how do you start off a career as a drifter? What are the first things that you learn?
Yeah, well, I've been doing this over 20 years now, which is crazy to come out of my mouth. Back when I started, it was really go to safe places, industrial parks, parking lots on a, weekend when no one's there. But now there's events popping up all over the country. I mean, any given weekend, there's events going on. So, you just need to kind of, look online for drift events, show up with a, rear-wheel drive car that can spin both rear tires and have some fun, I just tell everybody to really just practice doing like large donuts and then put it into figure eights. And really, once you can do those two things, that's really all the movements, right? There's left turns, there's right turns, and there's transitions to really simplify it. So, at a level of just having fun, sliding cars around, and then obviously you can go all the way to the pro level where now we're running, 3,000 pound, 1,500 horsepower Ford Mustangs that pull the front corners up in the air when you're sideways. So it's gotten crazy. The sport has progressed beyond my wildest dreams, and it's just, extremely accessible and relatable, and, very, very young, diverse audience. And it's just exciting all the way around from a driver or a spectator.
So that moment when you're learning how to drift, that's kind of like when you finally get it with riding a bike, where you feel that balance in the drift, where it's like, oh, yep, now I get it.
That's it. That's exactly it. You're just, flick the car sideways, and, you're just constantly a little bit of steering and throttle and, some left foot brake, using all the tools of the car to keep it there. But that's it. Once you feel it, once you can just hold it there and stay committed, it's a lot of people. It's very unnatural, but extremely natural, if that makes sense. Like, I see a lot of road racers get into drifting or try, and they're so used to being beyond the limit. So when they go over it, it's very awkward for them. But, people that just start out in drifting seem to pick it up very, very rapidly. And it's just one of those sports that is very rewarding from behind the wheel. It ticks all the boxes of, being a builder and working on your car and designing the better mousetrap and showing up and throwing down. So, it's a very global sport, and, we obviously have OEM manufacturer support. We work with Ford for, Ford's been in the sport since forever. Yeah. And a lot of, new OEMs are continuing to be involved, and it's just, that's great.
Talk about RTR.
Yeah, so RTR is my company. I actually launched it here at SEMA in 2009. And we basically focus only on Ford platforms and build parts as well as turnkey vehicles. We have a great strategic partnership with Ford, and I really started the brand because when I got into backtrack, I was an import guy early on, and in 2005 Ford debuted the Mustang GTR concept when they debuted the new S197 Mustang, and I thought it was the first Mustang that ever appealed to me. And when so we went, the team I was with at the time, and I went and bought this car for $5,000 over sticker, built it, debuted it at SEMA in 2004, and I started competing in a Mustang, and I started to get ingrained in the culture. And when I started looking to personalize it, I was really just, nothing spoke to me. And I felt that, when I say me, I kind of represented a generation, because Mustang was not what it once was to the younger generation in 2005 to 2010, etc.
Yep.
And so I was just inspired to, I had a very big passion. I've been in the Mustang community for a few years, and I just kind of had a vision of a new generation of Mustang. And so in 2009 we debuted my vision of a new Mustang, which was basically take a production Mustang, add some body bits, some suspension, wheels, proper fitment, good stance, and I'll launch the brand. And following that, we had some great large marketing projects. The RTRX, we built Ken Block's Unicorn RTR, and to this day, now we're doing Ranger, F-150, Bronco, Mustang. We have we're doing pre-title now, where we have, goes straight from the Ford plant to our factory. We build the car. We have custom paint to sample options now. So anything from, a fully, full design package all the way to 810 horsepower, supercharged, complete suspension, crazy fun machine. So it's a very big passion project of mine that was started on passion and continues to live on it. And it's just amazing how well it's been being received, and the growth that we've seen and will continue to. So super pumped.
I mean, Mustang being around since 1964 and a half, and had gone through a lot of iterations. And I think it was 2005 where it was that throwback design re-release that just kind of put Mustangs back into the cool factor zone.
Yeah.
And I remember here at SEMA when Ken's Unicorn Mustang debuted over in the Ford booth, and it was just like, wow.
Yeah.
That was very groundbreaking.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable build for us, and it was an honor, for Ken to trust us to build that.
Yeah.
And that's, led to a lot of great things, and just people understanding and seeing our approach to build and our engineering prowess. And so we've been doing a lot of great things, and pushing the limits as in drifting, pushing the limits in off-road with my my partnership with Lauren Healy and the Fun Haver Off-Road team. And we've been playing in the electrification space. We built one of Ford's first electric demonstrators, the Mach-E 1400, and it just absolutely changed my life when it comes to my perspective of electric vehicles and the capabilities of them. And so just a big kid playing with cars like most everybody else here.
Yeah, well, I'm a huge fan of yours and Lauren's, and I love the whole fun haver concept, so that's totally cool. And I gotta say, rest in peace Ken Block, man. What a huge loss to the community.
100%.
And glad that you are continuing his legacy, man. Von Gittin Jr., pleasure to have you here in the SEMA Live booth. Appreciate you, my man. Right now we're gonna throw it out to Alliyah, who I believe is standing by with Will Wood.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Appreciate
I am here
you,
inside the Central Hall with Michael Hamrick of Willwood Disc Brakes. Michael, tell us a little bit about your company and what sets it apart from the rest.
What sets it apart is we are originally founded by William Wood, and I was telling you the story about that. That's how we started the name back in, 1977. So being under one owner and getting direction from them, it's really helped us evolve in the last 20 years into more of the street market.
Yeah, absolutely. And what is it about SEMA that ultimately that you think is most beneficial?
We have a lot of customers across our entire base of sales, which is including OEM stuff, which we don't really do a lot of that here, and our racing. But being here at SEMA for our street markets, which is always evolving, it's really important for us to get the product in front of the customer so that we can go into the next year showing them all of our new innovations.
Yeah. And you mentioned 1977. You guys have been around for quite some time. And I think you mentioned earlier that you have been with the company for 23 years. Is that correct?
23 years. Yeah. And there are a lot of people here at Willwood where we've been with the company so long that we've kind of morphed into having a lot of different hats.
Yeah.
And that's really helpful because I work closely with engineering, and engineering works closely with marketing. For us to all work together is super important, especially when we're trying to be innovative and come out with new product.
Right, exactly. And how do you guys balance being innovative while also staying true to your traditional values?
That's a really good question. And it's something that we just got done having a meeting with a new customer about a new product. And before we launch that product, we're always going to make sure that we vet it out and do a lot of testing. So that's a nice thing where we make sure that we do in-house testing and testing with different customers to make sure before it goes to market, it's already going to be what the customer is expecting.
Right. It seems like you have a lot of experience. Over the last decade, how have you seen the demand for high-performance braking evolve?
It has really gone up.
Yeah.
And here's the reason for it. A lot of new modern vehicles have really good braking systems. But a lot of the customers that are here at SEMA, they've got cars that are older. They're trying to do aftermarket components and parts to them to bring them up to those new standards.
Right.
By us working with our customers that are doing that, it's super important for us to bring our level up along with suspension manufacturers, along with tire manufacturers, wheel manufacturers, and even drivetrain manufacturers. They're making these vehicles go way faster. We got to make them stop.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing that I definitely want to check out are some of the things that you have here showcased first at SEMA. I know you have some of your new products over here in this corner.
So right up here, and something that sets us also a little bit apart from a lot of other manufacturers is we're in so many different marketplaces.
Okay.
And here at SEMA, we're able to show everybody the different marketplaces. So, for example, we've now gotten into the early into the mid-90s Porsche market. It's huge.
Yeah.
And I was always somebody at Willwood that kind of naysayed it, saying, why does somebody with an early 911 really want to put an American product on their German car? But it's because so many of those older vehicles, you can't find parts for them anymore.
Right.
So by having something aftermarket, and they already know that the Willwood name stands out, like it's going to work for them, it's something that I really never thought that we'd have a good customer base in, but we're growing that a lot.
Which one of these products has gotten the most attention here at SEMA?
You know, something that's brand new for us, and what's crazy is that SEMA has really, I think they're slowly wrapping their arms around it, but the off-road marketplace is always expanding,
yeah,
and we're moving along with that. But something else that they've been able to put a lot of highlight on in the last few years is the power sports marketplace, so your UTVs. And we know, coming from, well, kind of coming from a place where we deal with a lot of racing,
right,
and knowing that not just the racer, but the racer away from the weekend of racing, he's also going to go out and have playtime in his side-by-side, that they need a better brake.
Well, thank you so much for all the information. Michael Hamrick, once again, from Willwood Braking. Back to you, Chris.
Leah, thank you very much. I'm having a little bit of trouble with my audio right here, but maybe you can read my lips. We're going to kick it out to JC, who is standing by out there on the SEMA floor. JC.
So when I say boxes, that's like you're on screen, because they're going to show you a little bit more, and then we keep you guys. Okay. Just go off JC's views. Gotcha. Okay, go.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone watching. I have been waiting for this moment all week long. I am a huge fan. Aaron Kaufman, how are you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. You know, it's wonderful to be here at the 2024 SEMA, and the line's been great here at MagnaFlow, and the audience, everyone here has been great, and not to mention the diversity and all the buyers and spectators here from all over the world. So, you know, once again, we're here doing SEMA, and we're enjoying it, and we're getting to meet everybody and talk cars, so what else could you want?
Well, I love it because you have a huge line around the booth booth here. And
of wonderful people.
Of wonderful people, and I've been watching you, because everyone has so many questions for you, and you literally spend 5 minutes with everyone.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, we'll spend as much time talking about birdhouses as we do cutting engines in half, you know? It's like, just anything, whatever people want to talk to about, because like, everyone in this room, we do share at least the same passion, right? You don't come here and do this if you're not deeply into it. The people in the companies, and also people that are spectators and buyers. And so it's like, we all share that.
Well, so many questions. Let's start. So what have you been up to since you left Gas Monkey Garage and Fast and Loud?
Well, I'll tell you, so from Fast and Loud, we left there and we did another television program, The Shifting Gears, which I really enjoyed, but it was difficult for me. I wanted to be competitive, but it was difficult to build cars so fast, get in them, and even attempt to be competitive. And ultimately, I realized that I couldn't do all the jobs that I put on myself. And then we moved into another program, and ultimately I got crossed with the network. And so I found an opportunity to live out other aspects of my life. And so I moved to Colorado. I closed down the shop in Dallas. Okay. And so that's where I've been. I've been hiding out in the woods. And one thing is, so all of my life I've built cars, right? Yes. And so,
by the way, amazing cars. You are a magician with what you build.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much. You know, it's like I love them all for completely different reasons, and I really like cutting them up. And so, but I moved up there and I built a building, and it was like building cars where you use a caliper to measure everything. When you go to build a building, boy, it was a little different. So a learning curve there, and I got to do a lot of terraforming and run big equipment and everything. So I had a lot of fun there. But I've been working back in the shop since June, and I'll be full operational in the spring. And so we'll be back to building cars, but it won't be exactly the same. And I don't let the cat out of the bag, but I might. It's like we're working on another entertainment program that's a little different.
Really?
Yeah.
So we might be seeing you back on TV soon.
We don't have a destination, but we've got some stuff going on, and really it's a celebration of custom car culture. And so really just breaking down all the different. So we'll bring in different cars from different out of different cultures, subcultures, and explain what makes them that style, why they were built that way, if they were built in a time period, why.
I know you've probably gotten this question 1,000 times.
We'll do it 1,001.
But I want to know the answer. Is there a standout build from the show?
You know, I haven't walked around enough here.
Well, I mean from Fast and Loud.
Oh, for me?
The ones we saw you build on TV. How did you discover that you have this talent to make masterpieces?
I'll tell you, the interesting to turn on the mill and the lathe, not really technical. It's like they had a TIG machine. I learned how a little bit of that. And then what it was is one day I saw this guy in the shop, and I didn't think he was a particularly sharp individual, and he was TIG welding, and I was like, if he can do it, I can do it, you know. And that's the way everything that I've learned. I saw someone else do it, I was like, I can do that. Don't know yet, but you have to teach yourself and learn. And I'll tell you something. If anyone was a fan of Fast and Loud, I'll tell you one of the things that we did on there is people ask, about the quality and stuff. Most of the things that we were doing, I hadn't done before. Some of it's old hat, right? But the most exciting thing for me in all of the cars we built is taking on challenges that I had never done before. And on the program, we did two worlds first. The first EcoBoost ever swapped, and then the first Hellcat ever swapped. In fact, Chrysler told us it was impossible and we couldn't do it, and they threatened to sue us. Even despite providing the equipment, they did threaten us.
Yeah, there was a unique situation that were you in. What was the fastest build, whether on the show or personal?
You mean speed-wise?
Speed-wise, getting it done.
Yeah, so if you saw on Fast and Loud, if you saw it on one episode, it was built in 2 weeks. If you saw it in 2 episodes, it was built in 4 weeks. And most of the time, and I'll be honest, some of the guys that work with me are here in the building. You can ask them; they'll validate it. It's like if you saw it in 1 episode, it was 2 weeks. If you saw it in 2 episodes, that was 4 weeks. Most of the cars, if they had bugs or gremlins, I'd put one guy on it or myself, and we'd have it cleaned up in the next week. So we'd put another 3 or 4 days on it, and sometimes during the show, we would be building 4 cars at that speed at the same time. So if anyone's curious what a level of passion it takes to build cars at that speed, you turn off everything else in your life, family, any entertainment, anything else you did before, you don't do anymore.
It's hard too. It takes a toll on it. Do you still talk to Richard or any other guys from the show?
So yes and no. Yeah. So some of the guys I'm very tight with, and we've been tight our whole lives. Yeah. And, and some of the guys, I know them, and if I see them, we say what's up. But I haven't talked to Richard since 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like any job. You leave a job, some people you stay in touch with, some people you don't.
Yeah, and here's the other thing is like a lot of the guys that come on the show, man, maybe half or less, like I know, you know what I mean? And some of the guys would come through the door, and you'd get to know them. Yeah. But there was always a lot of people that were close to me around the television show.
I know we did it. We unveiled this CUDA over here, but can I get? And you didn't work on this, but can I get your thoughts on this? When you see this, what do you see? What do you see?
The first thing that drew me in on this car, it was covered the other day, and then I didn't get to see it, so I walked in this morning and I saw it. So one of the things about the wheels, I really like the texture in the wheels. Instead of being such a smooth, flat wheel wheel with just a cap on it. The way they're cut for the windows on it, I thought was a nice feature. But I'll tell you the thing that drew me in first is if y'all want to come over here and look at this, so many cars around here, when they shave the drip rail off a car, it's just gone, and it turns the car into a jelly bean. We lose all the detail and the definition of what it looks like. And so I thought this was a wonderful trick that they did on here. I like how dark they made the car by taking all the chrome and leaving it chrome, but black chroming or dark chroming it. Anyway, there's a lot of subtle things on here, and I like how sharp this car is. I like the design. And the one thing that for me that always is a home run, when I see any vehicle built and there was a completeness of thought, right? From the day they rolled it off the trailer to when their first drive was going to be, they knew exactly what it was going to be. That is the only way to do these, because if they just evolve in the shop, it's never done. They cost too much, and they don't seem to be so cohesive nose to back. And so I love simple thought and absolutely excellent execution.
I love being here with your eye breaking down these cars. On your builds, would you do etchings, or it's all up in here?
So I'm not the artist that so many other guys are. And like Chip is a brilliant artist. It's like, things in my head, they look different, than they look for Chip. But it's like I see the entire thing. It's like how the bezels are going to be, how we're going to wire it, where I'm going to run fuel lines, where I want to do the firewall. Like I see every detail, what we're going to move, sink, stretch, move, all this stuff. Anyways, and then I just have to put the guys on it, and we do it, and I pick out the projects that I want, and that's the way that we've gone through all this. But you have to have a clear vision of what the end point is. It's the only way to be successful, I think.
Well, it's like watching you on the show. You had that vision in your mind.
I'll tell you something else. Once again, for people that watch the show, so whenever we'd start the project, I would build out the cars months in advance, like what they were going to be. We had to get the parts there, right? Yeah. And so I would have, I'm going to build this.
Yeah.
By the end of day one, that list had gotten shorter and then shorter and shorter. So there were a lot, instead of doing something, halfway or not to the quality I wanted, ultimately I would nix something. There were a lot of cars that were going to get their wheel wells moved, get wheelbases altered, things like that. We'd be a day or two in and go, we're going to have to nix that one. This one's going to have to stay this way and stuff like that. So I always started with more work than we could possibly do. And then as we fell into the rhythm, I would, we're not doing that, let's do that. One thing you'll notice, how many of them cars had radios in them?
Not many.
Not many, because they don't make the car go faster, stop harder, or turn.
Is there a certain style of car, a certain brand of car that you like? Are you a Mopar guy when it comes to working on cars? Do you have a preference?
This upsets everyone when they ask me this, right? I don't have one, so I'm a Ford truck guy, right? I build absolutely everything, and after cutting apart every car that I've been around, they're all made of the same stuff. So I don't understand how people get such a brand loyalty. I don't get it, because they're all the same.
It's all metal and...
Not to mention, it's like, I'll cut the roof off one car, put it on another car from a different brand. I don't care. To me, it's just stuff. You know what I mean? And so ultimately, I thought they did a nice job building it the first time, but I think that we can always improve on it. And not to mention, they build cars middle of the road. And so we like to tailor them for our own personal taste, because if they made them cooler, they couldn't sell as many of them. So I understand where they are, and it gives me the opportunity to do whatever I like.
We say Taylor, you're an amazing tailor when it comes to designing cars.
I appreciate it.
When the show first started, Fast and Loud, were you nervous about it? Were you excited about it? What was your first thought process when Richard said, let's go to TV?
I'll tell you a little story most people don't know. I was working at 4-Wheel Parts at the time. Richard walked in. They wanted to do the show. This had been on the table for about a year, and I said, no, Dice, I don't want to do the show. I'm happy here. And he said, don't say no. And I had an extra day off that month I could take. I said, I can give you 2 days, not 3. We shot a sizzle. 2 weeks later, we were shooting the show. And I wouldn't have left 4-Wheel Parts other than my manager at the time backdated my paperwork so I could come back to work.
No kidding. So you guys met right before the show, wasn't it?
No. Oh God, no. Me and Tripp, we'd been gallivanting all over the country and selling cars and T-shirts and just general mayhem for years and years before that. No, there were a lot of car shows we weren't allowed to go back to. That did change after the TV show, and but that was it.
Come on over here and let's talk about SEMA, where we are right now, and so many people from around the world watching live. What's this experience like for you to walk around here, see these cars, and see some old friends?
So I'll tell you. So I've been here for well over 20 years, and my first time that I came here, this is mind-bending. So I asked these people if it's your first time, second time, whatever. On your first time, there's so much to take in. Like you'll be upset that you couldn't remember it all. I didn't see that. Like you'll have walked by this car 20 times and never seen it.
Yes,
right?
It's so weird.
Yeah, and you get lost and everything. Get your steps in though. But I will tell you, it's like what I have come to love about this show is that for so many of my peers in the industry, my heroes, it's like I get to rub elbows with people that I've always wanted to just say hi, I love your work with, right? And then it's just like this is fall car person social, right? And so that's the way I look. There's some business to be done here, clearly, right? But at the same time, though, this is where I get to throw an arm around a lot of people's necks that I only get to see one time a year, and we all share the same disease, and I love them all for it.
You mentioned some people that you look up to. Who are some of those names in the business that maybe when you were a kid you were looking up to?
Well, I'll tell you. So one thing that drastically accelerated my career in this was meeting and working with Chip. He really had a big influence on me, and I'll say it if no one else will. But one of the reasons that I started building cars was after I watched Jesse James build on the Motorcycle Mania 2, the Sturgis Special, and then ride it there. I've been chasing that dream the rest of my life, and to this day here. And so I've always been a big fan of that. And then I met Chip. We had built some cars. We were in Detroit. He came down the trailer. We talked. He said, "Why don't you come on overhauling?" Went on overhauling. We did those. I met a lot of guys there. They expanded my world into desert racing and bigger hot rod building, and then on and on and on. So it's like seeing Jesse on TV do what he does, meeting Chip and learning and Chip. So the gentleman that showed me how to heat shrink a panel, right? Chip Foose.
No kidding. Yeah. Have you seen him yet this year?
We were at dinner last night.
Oh, look at you guys. What a dinner. What an amazing dinner that must have been. The icons in the industry.
It absolutely was. And it's like every time we do anything with MagnaFlow, they have such an amazing roster. I'm just happy to be in the room. And it's like last night, it's like always when you're around Mario, you're in the presence of greatness.
We had the honor of chatting with him yesterday, and what a very special man he is.
Isn't he? He's great.
He's fantastic.
And that's one thing you find. Tell me that's not largely the automotive community, whether they're racers or builders. It's like, outside of used car salesmen, they're all pretty rad people.
Well, and you are a very rad person, because here I am. I'm sure you talked about Fast and Loud and Gas Monkey Garage hundreds of times since the show ended, and here you are answering the questions like you're being asked the first time.
Well, I'll tell you this. It's man, I wouldn't go back for any amount of money. I wouldn't do that. But I wouldn't change anything at all. I loved every second of it. I loved all the no sleeping, all the, just everything about it that sucked. I enjoyed. I wouldn't go back, but I'm happy we did it.
And you still have fans too. The show's still shown throughout the world, and you still have so many fans, new fans.
It absolutely blows my mind. Like, it was on all across the planet, all the industrialized world, and how the response that we get off people. It's like clearly there's a large percentage of us that all love these machines, and we call them cars.
Well, we love you, Aaron. Thank you so much. This was a treat to chat with you. Big fan of yours and your work. It's Aaron Kaufman doing big things. Maybe something big coming this summer?
We'll see. We'd like in 25, You'll know what it is.
It's going to be a big year. Chris, we'll send it back up to you in the SEMA Live studios.
Oh, yeah. Always great to see my buddy Aaron. Good to see you with him, JC. Exciting stuff. I love it. Such a great partnership with MagnaFlow, too. Good stuff out there. And back here live in the SEMA studio, I am joined by Tracy Smith, Executive Vice President at Carroll Shelby International. Great to see you again.
Great to see you.
And great to have you here in the SEMA Live studio. This is what it's all about. This is why it's a family reunion here at SEMA every year. Wonderful to see you again.
The last time I saw you, you were participating in the fifth pedal where we were teaching kids how to drive manual transmissions.
That's right. It was very
cool stuff.
I love that up there at the Shelby Experience. Drew Supa puts on such a great display up there. And really, one of the best Shelby history experiences, because he's got all of the equipment from Carroll's old facility at LAX. He's got his dyno, he's got all of his old cases that he used to send over to Lamar. I'm so happy that he's preserved that piece of history.
Absolutely, and we see that a lot. I mean, we're so blessed to have people that have, saved stuff from Shelby, have continued the legacy, kept archival things. I mean, people show me stuff all the time, and it's amazing to see what people hang on to and how important. Because Carroll was important. So
Carroll is a legend, and
Yeah.
I mean, the name Shelby is one thing in the automotive industry. Everyone associates it with performance, but we need to keep Carroll Shelby, the man, alive. And that's some of the great work that you guys are doing, as well as keeping the manual transmission alive.
Hey, representing.
Totally. Well, what's the latest and greatest stuff that you guys are showcasing here at SEMA this year?
We have about 5 cars in different booths across the showrooms. A lot of stuff. We had a party last night at Shelby American, our industry party that we have every year. So we really are just talking about what we're doing next year. So we have a lot of significant anniversaries. We have the significant, the Shelby GT350, the first performance Mustang. I mean, think about that. That changed everything. It really did. I mean, it changed the face of Mustang. We have the 427 Big Block Cobra and America's own World Championship, victory, the only time ever, the FIA World Championship, and that was Shelby, all in one year. Hello, somebody was busy.
Yeah, right. And let's talk a little bit more about Shelby history. I love the origin of the 350 in GT350. It's like you'd never think. He's trying to come up with what should we call this car. I'll let you explain why.
Yeah, so 350 steps to the car every day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Carol was funny like that. So we, even when we were working with Dodge, he named the car GLH, which was for Goes Like Hell. And then when they did another version, it was Goes Like Hell Some More. So, which is, I mean, that was Carol. He had such a great, sense of humor, but he was also such a real person that, he didn't take himself very seriously. It was all about his passion for performance, his passion for people. And, I think the legacy says it all. And you said, let's talk about the man and keep that going.
Yeah.
I feel very important. I mean, that's a very important part of my job, connecting Shelby with the community today and remembering Carroll Shelby. I mean, significant anniversaries and who he was as a person. I was lucky to work with him for 6 years before he passed, and I traveled everywhere with him. So in different houses and when SEMA actually was the first event after leaving Hot Wheels that I did with Carol.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was cool. I know it was, Comic-Con and then SEMA, and I was just like, oh, who's this guy? I mean, we inducted him to the Hot Wheels Hall of Fame, and then he called me about, 3 or 4 times, like, hey, when are you gonna come work for me? And I'm just like, well, I don't know. I love my Hot Wheels gig, but I can tell you that I'm so happy I did because it really changed my life.
That's a great offer to get from somebody like Carroll Shelby. Hey, when are you going to come
know.
with me? It's like, I can be there.
I know. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Yeah.
I actually had the distinct honor and pleasure of meeting Carroll in person one time at Bel Air Country Club.
Oh, yeah.
Where he used to hold court at that table in the corner.
Smart guy's table.
Yeah, and I walked in after a round of golf, and he's sitting in there, and I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe that this is happening right now. And I was like, Mr. Shelby, how you doing? Good to meet you. It was, I will never forget that moment. It was so cool. And he was so gracious and always loved to share his passion for cars. So his legacy will never die, certainly. Yeah. And we had Gary on the show yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was telling us about all the great things going on over at Shelby American. Have you had a chance to walk around the show at all?
A little bit, yeah. And
what have you seen that stood out to you?
I mean, the trucks. So many trucks, which is great because that's a lot of our business today.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't rattle off numbers, but I would say it's about 70 to 80% of our business if I was going to rattle. But it's so really cool to see all that, and that the fact that Shelby evolves into that too, and that we're able to take different platforms. I think a lot of people always associate Mustang with Shelby.
Right.
Shelby did so many things.
Oh, man.
He's involved in everything. The Viper, tons of stuff with Dodge. The Toyota 2000, and things that you don't know. That Carroll, if he had a passion for something, he pursued it no matter what, at any cost, which got him in trouble sometimes. But he was a maverick. But I think the trucks, seeing all the trucks and what's going on, it's like you said, a reunion. You come out, so you see the vendors that you work with, and you also see new things that might be a great opportunity for the brand.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Gary and I were talking yesterday about the Shelby Series 1.
Oh, yeah.
Which is kind of like that culmination of everything that he had learned over the course of his long career and wanted to do, and was finally able to do it because he was, on his own and able to pursue that. But talk a little bit more about trucks, because we see the name Shelby on so many things, and it's becoming more prevalent in the truck world, and it's really synonymous with that next level of performance. And when you see it on a truck, it's like, okay, wow, now we're getting into the best of both worlds category, because trucks have become so popular, and now with the involvement over the last several years of the Shelby name and performance being put into those trucks.
Yeah, and I think people, especially when you see a truck where it's not a market that people have seen Shelby in before, they think, stripes and scoops, that's all it is. No, not at all. I mean, Shelby's engineering things, they're putting them on these vehicles, they're making them better, which is always what Carroll did. Like what he did with the Mustang, like what he did with everything he touched, He found a way to make it better, and that's what they continue today at Shelby American. I'm so proud, honestly, to be a part of it today and to see what those guys are doing, because they're always innovating.
Yeah, and all of the nomenclature that Carroll created, for example, the phrase super snake, I mean, that's something that he came up with so long ago that it's still today being used. His impression on the industry is just absolutely indelible.
No, absolutely. And again, it continues. And with the anniversaries next year, we look forward to doing a lot more things.
excuse me, I got a little bit of a dry throat here in this desert air.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the fives, I guess, are, it's kind of perfect that the anniversaries are on the fives because it's very round and, and comes along every half decade. And it's always a great time to celebrate the memory and legacy of Carroll Shelby, but it's appropriate that it's on the fives. And so you said an important year coming up.
Yeah, and even though I hold the title of Executive Vice President for International, I also, one of the most important jobs I do is the Enthusiast Club, Team Shelby, which was launched on Carroll's 85th birthday in 2008. And what it is it was Carroll's way of connecting with the community. He loved people. We would, you go to any event and Carroll would stop and talk to everybody. It didn't really matter who you were, and people had to tell him stories. We had to pull him away, and then he'd go, pull me away, and he'd go, don't pull me away. But so Team Shelby is a way to connect everybody with that. And I take it very seriously that we are able to carry on not only Carroll's legacy, but going to Le Mans next year with Ford, supporting their Mustang Challenge series. And the relationships that were important to him are still important to us. And I think that's probably one of the keys to success for the organization is that the relationship, it's a relationship business. People sell people. Carroll could, sell white blackbirds. That was just who he was. And so we try to emulate that today at Shelby and having the Enthusiast Club where, coming together and being able to support, they're volunteering at our events. And that's great, because they are the people that are the most passionate about your brand. And we're really lucky. There's just some energy that carries forward that Carroll brought into the world, and it continues today, not only in the performance side, but also in the spirit side. I know that sounds kind of, maybe a little bizarre, but I mean it in a way
not
that,
at all. I mean, you feel Carroll's presence.
His presence
amongst us at events like this because he had such a huge impact on this industry. And there's so many wonderful stories about Carroll. Just one off the top of my head, the whole Hertz program. You know, the fact that he was able to get Hertz on board to sell these. They never called them rent-a-racers back in the day, but that's what they've become known as. And those cars now, the original ones, and especially the 4-speeds, are so valuable at auction, and people want them so badly. It's just a testament again to his influence on the industry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very, very cool. I love it. Thank you so much for joining us. Tracy
Thank
Smith,
you.
Executive Vice President at Carroll Shelby International. Wonderful to see you again.
You too.
And if you have never been to the Shelby experience up in Northern California, Martinez, California, definitely go and check it out. If you're a Shelby fan, it is your nirvana. So make sure to see that. All right, time to check in with another update on Battle of the Builders. And for that, we throw it back outside to AJ.
Thanks, Chris. We're about halfway done judging the decorated dozen here at SEMA Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. The competition is really heating up. I'm going to talk to one of the guys that already had his ride on the lift, which is Rob Lindsay. So how are you feeling at this point?
AJ, feeling good, but also super nervous at the same time. The competition is stiff. Like, there's some seriously insane good rides out there. It's good builders. Like, it's awesome.
So what did you have up on the lift?
1949 Willys pickup with a stretch on it, stretch to an extra cab because they don't make an extra cab, and it's just a super gnarly off-road truck, tons of horsepower, and you can jump a house with it if you want to. Like, it's basically a luxury pre-runner or luxury trophy truck.
Now, did you feel that you had enough time to explain everything in 10 minutes, or do you wish you had more time?
Yeah, I think there's no way to go over the details of any of these builds here in 10 minutes. So you just do the best you can.
Well, the great thing about this competition is now that the decorated dozen is at this stage of the competition, you guys are the judges. So even though you feel like you don't have enough time to explain an entire build in 10 minutes, you guys have eagle eyes. So when you're listening to the other guys talk, are you watching and looking for other aspects of their builds?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you're focusing on what they're pointing out, but I'm looking at a bunch of other stuff too. The details are what's in it for me, like all the details through the whole build, what's underneath stuff that you can't see. That's what I'm looking for.
So has there been anything that stood out to you for this competition?
Well, the 68 Charger is phenomenal. So, I mean, that's obvious. And so I think that's like probably the #1 car right now in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at all the cars. I took a walk through to look at the decorated dozen, and I have to say this year, I cannot narrow it down. In past years, I said, okay, I kind of guessed, you know, this car, but this year, you guys have really stepped it up. But it's interesting hearing from you who could potentially be a front runner, so you're thinking it's the Charger.
Charger for sure, but how cool is that DB5 with all the James Bond stuff on it? That's amazing. And then one thing to think about is the Young Gun guys. I wasn't building that nice of a car when I was 23 years old. Are you kidding me? Like and so I don't know if maybe we get our information instantaneously nowadays with all the technology we have, but those guys are on fire. Like, it's just amazing to me that those guys can do what they do at such a young age.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It was great seeing your ride up on the lift, and good luck to you. I look forward to seeing who makes the top 4.
Thank you.
At the SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at SEMAgarage.com.
Why is it so important to have data? Well, if you think about product content, like the electricity in your walls, you need it to power pretty much everything. You can't have a website without product data.
The government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
And this is the great thing about live. Anything can happen, including technical difficulties. So moving on, you have been hearing a lot about this Aston Martin DB5 by Bruce Yarnell. This car is getting a lot of talk. I mean, I'm telling you, I think I'm your good luck charm. I need to sit in it again.
Oh, you definitely need to sit in again. We'll power it up. You can play some of the games on it and everything else.
Yeah, so you already had your car up on the lift for judging, and I did see some of these features. I saw smoke. I saw the license plate kind of flip, and there was one more thing that I think I missed. Can you tell us what else?
Did you see the calthrops for the tire puncturing device that spit out from beneath the tail light?
I missed the good.
Why is it so important to have data? Well, if you think about product content, like the electricity in your walls, you need it to power pretty much everything. You can't have a website without product data. You can't have a point of sale system without product data. You can't even create a product catalog without data. Contact us at semadata.org. We're here to help.
The government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
At the SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at semagarage.com.
government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
Do you really? Thanks so much, Chris. Yes, I am here with Bear Grylls inside the Real Truck display, and we are very excited to be here. He actually just had a press conference unveiling these two incredible vehicles. Bear, I know you're all about the great outdoors, and of course there are a lot of brands to collaborate with. Why did you ultimately choose Real Truck?
Well, I think for adventure, you want to partner with the best. You only get it wrong once. You know, this is a big new show for us, big format called Adventure Garage, where we take different vehicles, regular vehicles, and we like hyper-spec them for adventure. Real Truck just have such a great reputation in this field. They've been a dream to work with, sort of real proactive group of people all through the country.
Yeah.
And these are our first ones we're revealing now. The show involves like us taking these vehicles, speccing them up, and then I take them out into the wild, deserts, jungles, mountains, work them hard, abuse them a little bit, use them for adventure, whether it's crossing rivers, getting up and down cliffs, and kind of also use them for interesting, quirky, different purposes. So whereas you might think a tow hitch is for this, we'll actually kind of repurpose it and use it for that. And I think adventure, you're only limited by your imagination. But Real Truck have done a great job. Super fun to work with, just setting out.
Yeah, definitely. And of course you had a lot of vehicles to choose from. Why did you ultimately choose the F-150 and the Tacoma?
I think it's fun taking sort of regular vehicles and then, you know, rather picking really, we will do some really unusual, quirky vehicles as well, but I think it's fun starting off with regular vehicles and trucks that people know, and then showing the sort of things you can do to them. I mean, you look at these, you don't look. I mean, that's not how you think of an F-150, and it shows just the power of really cool, functional, adventure-based accessories, the sort of things you can do from the trims and the racks and the hoods and the steps and the bumpers and the fender stuff and the lighting. So it becomes a kind of an adventure in itself, really. We're going to work with Rutledge Wood, who's going to be like my crew chief back at base to take these vehicles. We'll give him a rough brief of the terrain we're going to, the sort of things we need. But then I'm going to kind of just let him do it.
Yeah.
And I won't really know what he's done until we encounter these for the first time in the wild. So it's going to take a team, but it's going to be fun.
Yeah, we actually interviewed Rutledge yesterday. He's incredible, so you're in great hands. Yeah. As far as these vehicles, how involved were you in the customization process? I know that Real Truck is really about creating that personal customization experience.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, when it comes to adventure, you've got to have a good team. You've also got to empower and trust your team.
Yeah.
And that goes for me in terms of how I work with Real Truck and also with Rutledge. But I had a whole bunch of kind of ideas. I want things that is functional, is adventure-based, is tough, looks cool, super functional, you know, and that was kind of my spec to it. Kind of imagine you're speccing out these vehicles for Batman.
Yeah.
And then use your imagination. You know, I think so much of adventure, I always say improvise, adapt, overcome, take that spirit. And then they came up with some really cool ideas, things I hadn't thought of, so that was exciting to see. But I feel we're only just getting going. There's so much we can do here.
So you mentioned that these vehicles will be featured on the show and like maybe the first episode or so?
Yeah, we'll feature a different vehicle in each episode.
Okay.
And Rutledge will spec them out, you know, with a rough briefing from me, but then, you know, and then we take them on an adventure, different terrains each episode, different vehicles, different specs.
What are the plans with these particular vehicles in the episodes? Or can you share that information with us?
I'm not even sure which ones these are going to go to. I mean, it's probably going to be, I know we're doing some in the Middle East, in the United Arab Emirates,
Very cool.
in desert over there. So these ones might be heading off over there.
Yeah. Amazing. Actually, we're going to take a closer look at the vehicles. Would you mind kind of elaborating? Let's take a look at who chose the interior, first of all.
Well, Real Truck did a lot of that, but even like the foot guard stuff and the trims and the lighting, you know, it was like let's think of some cool things, and let's just turn that dial up a bit. And also let's kind of be willing to make mistakes as well and really innovate on this stuff. And that's a fun kind of spirit to have of like, let's really see how much we can push it.
Right, exactly. I mean, we're very excited to see that. And in the press conference, they actually mentioned that the F-150 is your favorite. Is that true?
Well, I think it looks super cool.
Yeah.
You got to admit. I think a lot of the rack stuff is great. I think the step, the little kind of, I know, all the branding on the steps and everything just is kind of supersized and really rugged. And also, I kind of see how many different things I could do with that. I look at the roll cage and the racks and the hitches, and I'm thinking, hold on, I could do way more with that than that's designed for.
Right.
And I like that part of it.
Right, and you're definitely, like we said, a lot of influence from the great outdoors. What is one item that you cannot live without during an expedition?
I think ultimately, adventure is brought to life by great people. I think trucks and gear is there to serve you.
Yeah.
But if you're with great people, 1 + 1 always equals more than 2.
Yeah.
So adventure is always about people.
Amazing. Have there been any trends in the off-road scene that have caught your eye lately?
I don't know. What do you like? I think some of the suspension developments at the moment is exciting. That's such a key part of it, especially on long trips in and out of difficult jungles, difficult roads, trails. Really good suspension. We've done a whole bunch of the suspension with both these vehicles, and I'm looking forward to testing some of that.
You are a best-selling author, you're a TV host, you are a family man. Where do you find the time to incorporate things like this?
Always try and follow my heart.
Yeah.
And adventure, I think, is a state of mind. Mm-hmm. And I've always loved the kind of the gear side of things, always loved the access that good off-road vehicles gives you to adventure. So actually, and I've never done a TV show where we've used the vehicles like this. I've always been the unsung heroes behind the camera.
Right.
So this is going to be fun.
Yeah, well, we're really excited to see you here at SEMA. Are there any other, aside from the TV show, any other things that you plan on doing in the future in the automotive industry?
Yeah, this Real Truck Partnership is the beginning.
Yeah.
I think people love speccing out their vehicles for adventure. I love speccing out vehicles for adventure. There's so much we can do. I feel like we're building an adventure community and helping people get out there and love the great outdoors. So, yeah, just getting going.
Amazing. Did you ever think that when you were climbing Mount Everest, on one of your first adventures, that you would ultimately be here today?
No, I think that's the adventure of life, isn't it? You take it step by step. Sometimes you can't see too far ahead. Step by step, and work with great people and follow your heart.
Amazing. And then one question that we've been asking everyone is, what was your favorite or first vehicle?
It was a small Fiat convertible.
Oh, wow.
And once I got over 30 miles an hour, the roof would flip open, and I used to have to tie a climbing rope around it and then wrap it around me and tie it. And so I could go over 30 without this thing flying off.
I feel like that's very on brand for you, Bear.
It wasn't a very cool car, and it didn't go very fast, but it was kind of like it was an old friend.
Alrighty, guys. Well, once again, reporting live from the Real Truck booth here at SEMA. I'm here with Bear Grylls. Back to you, Chris. Oh, Jesus.
All right, we are back, and I always say third time's a charm. I am here with Bruce Yarnell and his 1965 Aston Martin DB5, and I know there is a magic 8-ball in there. So if we were to ask the question, will this car move on to the next round, what would it say?
It'd say definitely we are moving on.
So are you having fun in this whole process? What's it been like?
Oh, it's been an awesome experience. So much stuff around, so many beautiful cars. It's just great. And we wouldn't be able to make it here if it wasn't for our crew back at Kevin K Restorations for building this car.
Now, how long did it take you to build this car?
It took us 3.5 years and 15,000 hours to build this car.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears?
Lots of blood, sweat, and tears, and late nights.
More tears than blood?
It's probably 50-50 on that.
So I know I asked you this earlier. What do you think of the young guns? Like, what do you think about these young builders that are under the age of 29? What do you think of their builds and what they've brought to the competition?
I think it's great. We need more younger people getting into this industry and trade to learn how to build these cars and stuff. It's a dying breed.
I would say they are the future of this industry, and I know they're here and they love being up here, rubbing elbows with you guys, and I like to say the veterans of the car industry. Do you have any advice for them?
Just keep going, power through it, get as much information from us old guys that you can, because it's a dying industry.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you so much. Good luck in the competition, and if you need me to sit in it one more time for good luck, let me know.
Definitely.
All right, we are moving on to another build in the top 12, also known as the decorated dozen. Kenny Fitzer in his 1956 Porsche Speedster, who has yet to go onto the lift.
Not yet. I'm ready.
Are you a little nervous? How are you feeling?
No, I mean, we're super competitive. You know, every single car out here has a piece of art. I mean, the details out here are insane. I mean, to be in any competition with any of these guys, I mean, like, it seems like we're all friends. We all know each other. It's like, but it's the competing is just like a thing for us to be like, hey, who's gonna win? But at the end of the day, we're all friends and we all want to see what's better. And then next year, everyone wants to come out with something different. So it's really cool to see that everybody's getting along and just having a good time out here.
Now, during this phase of the competition, you have 10 minutes. You have 5 minutes to talk about your ride on top, and then you guys go under the lift and have 5 minutes to show what's underneath. Do you feel that 10 minutes is enough time?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're looking at the quick details. I mean, you're talking about what you have. I mean, and everybody knows exactly what we're looking at. So just picking out the final details that you have, really, 5 minutes is actually a long time. And then go underneath it, everybody knows to look at their motor, tranny, suspension. It's really about the details at the end of the day. When you're looking at it, you get to really see what you're really about. So
tell us a little bit more about the ride that you brought.
So this Porsche Speedster we built was actually for a gentleman Bill, like we told you, that died, and now we created it and got it done for him. But we machined the whole entire outside of it really, and recreated a whole new brand for a Speedster. We wanted to set something different, but something sporty, but something so elegant that represented the Porsche brand.
Now, how long did this build take?
So before he died about 6 weeks ago, and really we had just started it a little bit before that, and then when he died, I dedicated my time to get it done in a short time frame, and here it is.
Wow, I think he was kind of helping push things along from up above.
Nah, he's definitely looking down, like I said, and this is his dream to have a car at SEMA. No matter what we did, I mean, like I said, it wasn't a full showpiece for me. I just wanted to give him an elegant car, and we made it to the top 12, so I'm very grateful for it to be here, and it's been a pleasure.
I mean, I heard that there was 172 entries. So to make it to the decorated dozen, I mean, what does that feel like?
That's what's great. We were talking about one of my employees, like, hey, we made it to the top 12. I'm like, how cool is that of all these people in SEMA? I mean, there's some outrageous builders here, like young guns, everybody. But to be in the top 12, like you said, it's like everybody saw those cars. Everybody gets to pick. So it's like cool to see that someone picked these cars out for us. It's like, I mean, it's just a feel-good story for everybody, and it's like it's in your resume. You gotta be like, hey, I was in the top 12. I'm like, I don't care to win. It was just cool to be here with everybody.
So we're about halfway done judging the competition. We've got 12. We got to narrow it down to 4. Do you see any front runners?
We definitely have a front runner. I mean, I see the orange truck is insane details. There's a green Charger over there. That's insane. And the 300 I know is going to be insane. But you got some top tickets. I mean, the details are everything. You can restore a car, but when you build something from scratch, it takes a lot of craftsmanship. And it's not just taking something original and just recreating it. It's about building it from nothing to something, and that takes time, and we all know that.
Now, what do you think about what the Young Guns brought this year?
No, we had talked about, I actually have a Young Gun, a friend that's in the Young Guns. Actually, I grew up with my whole life, so I've known him since he was a kid to come here, and I was like, it's so cool to see that. But I want you to, like, at the end of the day, it's like these kids, we need growing kids. We lost all these kids building cars. Like right now, you can't hire anybody to build hot rods or anything, but it's not in the rule. But, you know, for us to guys develop these Young Guns into the program and they get to see what comes out of it, it's crazy because now they feel that energy is like now they're going to keep going every single year and want to build something better and better and better. And then more people can jump on board. So I think it's really cool what you guys are doing.
Yeah, they're definitely the future of this industry. Well, good luck to you. I look forward to seeing this ride up on the lift. And do you have your speech ready and everything?
Yeah, shoot from the hip.
All right, I like it. Kind of like what we're doing now, just live, right? All right, so Battle of the Builders. We are in the decorated dozen top 12. We are halfway through the competition. We're gonna announce the final 4 in a few hours once the judging is done. The judges will tally it up, and then I will announce the top 4 in a few hours. So it's basically anybody's game. I mean, again, I looked at the top 12. I cannot pick. This is crazy because in years past, I've kind of had a guess of who would make it, but this year, it truly is anybody's game. The young guns really, really brought the heat. All these guys, all these builders poured thousands of hours into these builds, and all are very deserving to be up here. And to me, you guys are all winners. I mean, this is such a great competition. My absolute favorite at SEMA, and I don't know, do you guys have a favorite? Have you guys come out to look? If not, come out to the Battle of the Builders stage powered by mothers and come check it out for yourself. Back to you guys.
It's a gorgeous day here in Las Vegas. Beautiful day outside here at SEMA, outside the West Hall. We are in the Overland experience, one of the most talked about areas at SEMA, and we're supposed to start now, right? We're not early? I'm supposed to be talking to Alan from SEMA, but I can't find Alan, so I'm here by myself, hanging out in the Overland experience. Has anyone seen Alan? It's kind of awkward. Okay, I'll do it myself. This is the Overland experience. Alan? Alan? Here's our guest. What are you doing up there, my friend?
Las Vegas. I'm just trying to get some
You get some rest eye. You get some sleep whenever you can.
Yeah, that's
Get some shut eye. Come on down.
What can I do here, man?
Everyone, meet Alan. He's with SEMA and the Overland Experience. Thank you for having us, and thank you for being here on time.
Thanks, JC. This is awesome, isn't it?
This is really cool. Everyone's talking about this outdoor experience. How would you explain to someone that's watching right now that can't make it down here, what is the Overland Experience?
So the Overland Experience is features some of the best Overland vehicles at the SEMA Show. The first year we did it was in 2019, and it's been going strong ever since. And so we have a little bit of everything from higher end builds to the more budget-friendly builds for somebody that might be looking to overlanding, but it's all being able to get out there and explore.
And making that outdoor experience, taking it to the next level. Let's check out some of these builds and some of these vehicles. Why don't we go? Want to go this way?
Yeah,
let's go this way.
over
Okay.
here.
How many vehicles are out here right now?
We have 20 separate vehicles in the space, and they are just just capable. Every vehicle is different and capable in its own right.
All right, come on, let's do some walking and showing some of these vehicles. Yeah, it looks like everyone is capable of doing some amazing things. What's the first elevation off-grid? What are we looking at right here? This thing is a monster.
It is a monster, and if you're looking to spend a little more time off-road than just for a weekend, this thing will, you can live out of it for as long as you want, as long as I guess you can keep yourself well fed.
It started as a Ford F550.
Yes, it did. We can bring in some of the builders and tell you a little bit more about each vehicle. Let me bring in Carl Haar from Liquid Spring. Can you tell us a little bit about this vehicle, Carl?
So this is Carl with Liquid Spring, and Liquid Spring is on all of these builds, right?
Correct. Yes, we brought in about 5 different builders to SEMA. Again, this is the largest unit that we currently play with in the Overland space. It's a Renegade Veracruz, so it's really a motorhome on extreme. Elevation off-grid did some work with us, put the big 41-inch tires on it, big bumpers, winches, lights, so we can go off-grid and go play.
Liquid Spring.
Yes, sir.
Tell me some of the special features that you guys offer.
Liquid Spring is actually a compressible liquid suspension. Eliminate leaf springs, eliminate the coilovers, and we're using compressible fluid, silicone oil. It's a variable spring rate that gives you a nice soft ride, but very stable platform.
And I heard too, if we're going off-roading or camping for the night, it's self-adjusting. So if we're rolling to an area, it's a little uneven. My camper's going to adjust itself?
That's correct. We have a true earth mode. Push a button, and we'll actually level the vehicle, pitch and roll, so you don't roll out of the rack at night.
I was going to say, too, having dinner, your drink is not sliding off the table, your coffee in the morning. Yeah, exactly. Save the wine. Let's so many great builds to see. Let's kind of see what more. Can I peek inside, by the way?
Absolutely.
I know the camera can't come in because of the angle, but I'm going to take a look inside and see how massive. Holy cow. It is huge inside here. How many does it sleep?
5.
5 people?
Comfortably.
You know, I went to UNLV down the street, and that is bigger than my apartment that I had when I went to college.
Nice. It's actually a very nice unit. You have a lot of storage space, and you can really go out. It's got solar system, so you can be off grid for quite some time.
Solar up top?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You bet.
Let's move down here.
You know, you gotta have your campsite set up. So you got some pancakes if the crew's a little hungry. Get a snack on the way by.
That's perfect.
But another one, real quick, if I can. Supertramp. They're another one of our builders out of Colorado. This is what we consider a habitat.
Okay.
So it's a hard shell body where they have, you know, again, the sleeping quarters off grid. Again, extreme. We're talking 41-inch tires, 2-inch lift on this one. Again, another elevation project with Supertramp.
Is Supertramp, I mean, so Supertramp is designing these, or I'm bringing my truck to Supertramp saying, build off what I already have?
Supertramp, you'd actually buy the truck turnkey.
Okay.
Yep, they'd have the chassis all set up for you. Then they'd do all the interior, and you can spec out some of the colors. Is that right? That's correct. There you go, that a gal.
And spec out the colors, so you get the color that you want, the color design, they customize everything.
Inside, and some interior stuff also.
I like how everything is set up as a campground here at SEMA. And we got Alan is already eating. Do you have stuff for us as well? Do you have food for us?
Well, I don't know. I think there's a plate right there.
Are these done?
I think we got plenty of
Can I have one?
for everybody. Absolutely.
Pancake?
Absolutely.
Thank you for breakfast.
Yeah, help yourself.
Thank you. This is part of rolling with eBay Motors, and we have a lot of time out here to talk about a lot of great things, but nothing wrong with taking a lunch break.
Exactly.
Right?
Oh, they're warm too.
Chocolate chip.
Yeah.
Are these your recipe?
That would be the chef master.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Alex.
What's your name?
Alex.
Alex, and you do more than just pancakes, right?
I am the creative director for Elevation Off Grid, so I coordinated a lot of this campsite, all the sponsored products, Blackstone, we've got Lava Box, and yeah, just really setting up everything, making sure everything flows as it should, and making sure everything looks good for our content.
How is it that you put so much detail in this amazing design? You have such skills, and here we are, SEMA Live, broadcasting the world, and we're talking how great your pancakes are.
Well, I mean, pancakes are a staple of any campsite, I feel like, and when I'm a big camping enthusiast, so when I got tasked with, hey, build us a cool campsite, I'm like, what is the coolest thing, and what do I want when we go out camping? So we invite everybody to come here and enjoy it, and yeah, get something good to eat.
Awesome. It was a pleasure meeting you. Thanks for
as well.
Thanks for the grub. There we go. Shake some hands.
Take care.
Let's move around here. What else do we have?
So this one here is actually full of pancakes.
Yeah, I've got pancake in my mouth. That's fine.
So this is actually Elevation Off Grid's pilot build. If you look at it, this is an F550 that's been converted into a pickup. So when you're talking about a camper that's 5,000 pounds to 6,000 pound camper, a typical pickup doesn't carry that very well anymore. So Elevation Off Grid built a 550 into a pickup. They've made a custom bed so it looks like a factory pickup truck that you can carry a 6,000 pound camper in it and drive down the road and be very comfortable. No sway, no body roll, and obviously, you know, the liquid spring suspension to support that.
In here.
You bet.
How is it, Alan, by the way, to see these amazing machines out here?
You know, it really makes me want one. I had a pop-up camper for years, and believe me, it took a lot more work to set up camp.
Right?
Yeah.
I remember as a Boy Scout trying to set up the tent. It took forever. It always fall in itself. And now look what we have here.
Yeah, you know, you just can't beat rolling into camp, pressing a few buttons, and being ready to cook something, right?
I love the fact here at SEMA, people come down here, they can walk inside, really touch everything, feel everything, experience everything.
Absolutely. All the parking lots at SEMA are open to the public. And so, you know, anybody can come down and check out these beautiful rides and see what might suit their needs.
So this area, you don't have to be credentialed to get into this area?
That's correct. And if you do want to see more of the aftermarket components, there's a way to do that at SEMAFest.com and do it online, and you can get in tomorrow.
That's awesome, but if anyone's in Las Vegas right now and you want to come down and check these in person, get some pancakes, walk inside these incredible builds, you can do that. It's all in the West Hall parking lot. I'm going to run inside real fast and just give a play-by-play of what I'm seeing. Huge, huge, huge. It's like a king-size bed, queen-size bed back here. Plenty of space for everyone. Fully functional refrigerator, massive refrigerator, stove, nice seating area, beautiful big bathroom with a big shower back there. This is an elevated off-road camping experience. Absolutely nuts inside there.
I know. What do you think about us grabbing a couple of chairs and just,
hang out, chit chat? We got to chop some wood?
What's going on?
Let's get them. Why don't we sit here so we're all close together? We got the microphone. Alan, how has, we were joking around when we were kids trying to set up stuff. How has this experience, the off-road, the camping experience, the overland experience changed throughout the years?
Well, I don't know. For me, I always just started out throwing a tent in the back of my 4Runner and going exploring in the Sierra Nevadas. It has really evolved into something else and started taking off in the, I want to say in the 2010s. And, since there are other shows and other events all over the country that you can go to. But here at the SEMA Show, it just started organically, where we started seeing more and more overlanding products being displayed inside the convention center. And so we came up with the idea of creating the Overland experience, and here's what we have today.
It's quite the experience, and let's talk about the camping culture, because there's something about it. There's a community that comes with this.
There is, absolutely. It's just a great group of people, and it doesn't matter what your political influences are. When you're out there, everybody's camping. It's in the nature, it's out in the wild. It's time to refresh, and reset. Yeah. Everybody's, life is so busy all the time. It's time to really just step back, relax, and enjoy what life's all about.
It's about putting those devices down, and I feel like when you do this kind of experience, you need more than just a couple days. Absolutely. That first day you're kind of still unwinding. That second day you're getting used to your accommodations, what you're getting set up, and then that third day is when you really start to relax and enjoy yourself.
Absolutely. Yep. There's no.
And I think all of the products and technology is just making it that setup time, less. Yeah. So you can enjoy more of the nature and your surroundings, and not have to worry about getting camp set up for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, just pull up and pop open the cab or something, push a button, you're set up and ready to go. It makes it so much easier. I'm loving the design of this build here. What do we have?
Well, it looks like we have Super Duty, and it has a industrial type cab on the back of it.
Are the builders? Are the builders out here? Some of the builders?
Yeah.
Big differences between all
And you're the guy, the mastermind behind this?
We build the trucks.
Yeah.
We build the trucks, yeah.
So which is this your build, or is this build over here?
So we build the truck portion of it. This is actually a Boeing Customs bed. So we're basically just kind of showing that's a 350, a Ram 5500, F550 pickup, that Super Champ camper is a fixed unit. So we kind of just built all of the truck and showed the versatility in suspension capability of payload capacity, that sort of thing.
How would you explain someone's joining us right now? We're here at SEMA, the Overland experience. What is overlanding? How would you explain that to someone that's joining the show for the first time here?
Overlanding to me is really exploring the either unexplored or just traveling daily, sleeping somewhere one night, new journey the next. That's what it is for me.
There's so much of the country to get out there and explore, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And we're in Colorado, and there's so much at our back door, and it's really kind of an industry that just continues to grow, and it's really cool.
Okay, someone is thinking about, okay, this is going to be the winter or the summer that I go out, I hit the open road. What's your favorite destination?
My favorite destination is Moab, Utah.
Yeah, gorgeous, yeah.
Not a ton of overlanding there, more like, four-wheeling, that sort of thing, but I mean, there's so much BLM that's, just ready to explore where you don't see people. You can really be free. It's really awesome.
Something about that going out and not seeing people, right?
Yeah,
In a good way. I love people. I love being around people, but it's nice to get a break.
Hey, we're here at the SEMA Show after all, and we have over 150,000 people here, so maybe come out and get one of these rigs, and then you go, be solo for a while, right?
Just kind of break away, get your own thoughts, right?
Absolutely, get some peace.
Yeah.
Yep, R&R.
Yep. Let's keep on moving down, and I mean, it really is. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous truck, gorgeous camper.
Yeah. This the Ross Monster here is just what a beast, right? Look at the ground clearance. Of course, you got the liquid spring suspension under it, and it looks like something that could handle the whoops too.
And Luke, you're the guy that worked on this?
Correct.
Something like this is beautiful. I think you got everything. Let's kind of get into the nuts and bolts of it. I'm going camping, I'm heading out for the weekend. How much fresh water is this going to hold?
Yeah, this has 40 gallons of fresh water.
Okay.
Yep.
And then is there solar as well? You got a TV going. What's running everything?
Yeah, so there's lots of solar on the roof, 600 watts on this particular unit. This has 1,000 amp hours of lithium. These are really going to be configured to keep you out and about as long as you want. We've got hydronic diesel heat in the floor, instant hot water, hot air. We've got air conditioning. So really, all the different variables that you are going to need to keep yourself out there. This unit really has that. And the magic of the Baja is it's a hard shell pop top. So this is going to lower down 18 inches from where it sits here at camp. And that really lets this drive a lot more like an F-150 than a traditional truck camper. And then paired with the liquid springs, this is going to feel really well planted and grounded on the road. And you can park this in a normal parking spot, and then you can get as far off-road as you might want.
I was going to say, how does it drive? It's just like driving an F-150?
It drives a lot like a truck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, and so the low profile, it's great for, less wind drag. You don't get blown around as much out there, but you're also, shorter than a typical Sprinter van going down the road. So that really lets you get in and out of some tight spots.
That makes a big difference. Yes, it does.
That's a key thing, lowering that top. So as you're driving it, it's not such a big beast that you're driving down the road. It makes it more manageable.
Yeah, less top heavy.
Yeah.
And then, typically you see that sort of, crossover with canvas.
Mm-hmm.
This is hard shell, so you get all the comfort of, fully insulated hard shell camper with the drivability of a pop top.
I'm going to check out another build over here. Your favorite spot to go camping?
Favorite spot? We love exploring Colorado.
Yeah.
And the San Juans is awesome.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it, Alex. Or Luke. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Luke. So many builders out here, so many great designs.
Yes, absolutely. this is a van conversion. You don't see too many vehicles spec'd out in this way, but what a fantastic, fun build that can go basically take you anywhere, right?
Yeah. Talk about Overland experience. Up top there's where you're camping, where I found you taking your nap. You're very busy. And then is this our shower?
Shower or commode. So it all depends on what's more important to you.
Okay. Let me. I'm going to check out the inside. If it's either a commode or shower, and he's one of the two. You hold that. Hold that.
All right. Okay. Underneath it? Well, I think that it's tied down for now because of the wind.
I got it.
Okay. I don't want to see your boots disappear, though. Oh, look at that.
Okay, yeah, this is the shower head up here.
Yeah.
It works as your hose.
Nice and private.
Very private. You see my feet, which is a good thing.
Yeah, the water storage unit is above and in the sun, so, hopefully it's not going to be too cold.
This is that's a cool setup inside.
Really cool, right?
It's got an area to hold your soap. It's got everything inside there. But it's great. Nice, very functional thing, like either showering, commode, place to go change, a little privacy.
Yeah, you want to go look at something a little different? Let's go look at this trailer here.
All right.
All right.
Come on, everyone. What are we looking at over here? It's a really nice trailer.
So this is a nice Ember trailer. If we could have somebody come out and tell us about a few of the capabilities, that'd be wonderful.
So you guys have everything here, where you're driving the vehicle and also towing the trailer as well. We got Chris over here. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Doing well.
Great. We're live on SEMA Live. Why don't you tell me more about your trailer?
Well, this is the Ember Overland Series 221 MSL. This is an off-road, off-grid trailer. Mm-hmm. This is a product that we've, when we started the company back in 2021, this was our first thing that we did. And the idea here is this trailer can go wherever the truck can go. So it uses a specialty suspension system that was developed.
I can see that down there. Yeah, that's massive. Yeah.
Truly independent suspension, heavy-duty coil spring, dual shock. So something really kind of special here. And we've even got some cool things like the wheel brake that's on there. So basically locks out all the forward and backwards movement. It's got a specialty stabilization system here. So this is all
going back to that. So we sit there, we're camping, we park it. This is going to lock it in place right over here.
This locks out the forward and backwards movement here, and again, something that's a super cool innovation. So Wacky Inventor guy shows up, and our friends from Lippert produced this product for us. And again, on a single axle trailer, which is where we started, really helpful. That's something awesome. And again, you can even lock this out to make it so it's a security device, but really makes it fantastic for making it so you don't have the trailer moving back and forth, side to side. The suspension system, or I'm sorry, the stabilization system is in here. So,
and it looks like it's not solid axle, so it gives you a little more flex.
So the fully independent suspension, right? So again, we talk about the off-road capability. It's fantastic, but actually the on-road is pretty amazing. So on-road, you don't get the same kind of thing from a pothole or from a railroad tracks, and so really comfortable ride. Ride quality is something you just have to experience with it. But again, a real cool specialty suspension developed by our friends at Curtin with Lippert. Super awesome partnership with them.
And so you've been here how many days so far?
We've been here long enough to not hear everything that everyone's saying now, right? Yeah.
So, but you have a solar setup.
So we do 1,200 watts of solar up top as our standard. But our friends at Lippert created a brand new awning, a Solera awning that is doing another 245 watts. So we are running actually the air conditioner in here, fully off grid. We've got a convection air fryer microwave inside there that we can run off grid. It's set up again in a very robust way to be able to stay off grid for as long as the sun comes up the next day. We're in a good spot.
So we're here. It's Thursday on SEMA, and you haven't had to charge anything.
No, I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, the weird part is I have to run the air conditioner for hours to get it to actually tick down to 92 or 93%, right? We have not been out of the 90s yet in terms of percentage of power that's left. We have a Victron system in there, so we use a specialty product called Serbo that shows us everything that's kind of happening. So you can do it in real time, you can see what's happening. We have Battleborn batteries in there, so big lithium iron phosphate batteries.
That's game changing. That's incredible. You're going off the grid. You have to worry about anything.
Battery's actually called a game changer because that's exactly
is it really?
what it does. Yeah.
And I do want to point out too, this is such a neat. You have the screen here, so but also the shuts down as well for full privacy.
Yeah. So this is actually a patent pending piece from the company. I'm going to pop it open here, real quick, right? So basically, it's using E-Track here, right? So E-Track very known in the cargo trailer industry for sure, but this is a fully repositionable bunk system here. So we're showing it in desk mode right now. We have people throw a hammock in here. They'll throw
right here. This will fold up, or you can change it out to something else.
It's all on E-Track here. So basically, the pieces unclip, change it all around. But we're like I said, we're showing it in desk mode, but it can be bunkhouse setup. It could be a dog kennel. Throw your e-bikes in here. Yeah. You got 300-pound tie downs in here. You got the little door on the back. The little door on the back isn't to let little tiny humans in and out. It's to put a 13-foot kayak on board. So all your adventure gear could come in here, right? But if you want to do, like, again, office on the road, absolutely. And again, because we're fully off-grid, throw a Starlink in here, and wherever you can go, with a trailer, wherever you can get a truck and a trailer, that's where your office is.
And I can see the rack back there, so you can adjust everything back there as well.
It's all manual adjustments, but in about 10 minutes we could change it out. Now, one of the cool parts about this trailer is every weekend we could change the use case. So if it's a bunkhouse the one time, great. If it's the office the next weekend, great. Take a buddy to go on a hunting trip, awesome. You really change it out every single time.
Awesome. I'd say little office as possible is the better.
Yeah. I mean, you're working on your journals or something.
Yeah, no. So we had a video that went viral, and everyone asked about office setup. They wanted desks.
Yeah. I can see that too. You want to sit there and read, do some journaling, and then up top here it takes you to where the solar panels are up top.
Solar panels up top. Yeah, 1,200 watts of solar up top. And again, this is another product that Lippert built for us here. This is just a telescoping ladder that fits on the back here.
Holds right down.
But yeah, and it's a fully composite built. So the rooftop structure is actually composite material. Product's called Asdel, made in Virginia. A lot of domestically sourced product on this rig. So yep.
Chris, thank you so much. Appreciate it. So much more to see here. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Good luck today.
Get back to doing what you're doing, buddy.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
So now we're going to go from this beautiful build here to something on the more affordable side for maybe somebody that's just looking to tow an Overland capable trailer, and store it in the garage. Like, why not? So I'm gonna bring you over here, and
this is a great starter kit right here. I'm liking this, and we have one of the guys that works on this company over here.
Yeah, Wayne.
Right here. Wayne, come on over, Wayne.
How you doing?
Hey, Wayne, we're live, SEMA Live, broadcasting the entire world right now, and this is your design back here.
Yeah. So we're with Trail Trailer out of Logan, Utah. All manufactured here in the States. The idea behind the trailer is it's all modular. and at the same time, for being produced here in the U.S., very affordable.
What are some of the features of it? Let's kind of break it down. Walk up here and break it down. What are we looking at?
So here on the trailer, you'll if you can get under it, you'll see that we have the timbered axle system, which allows for articulation with those wheels and tires as you're off-road.
I've noticed Alan likes to rest.
He does.
Yeah, you know.
Busy, you're a busy man, though. It's SEMA. It's a very busy week for you.
It's been a long time here at SEMA. I think this is my ninth day.
You need the rest. You rest up. Tell me more, Wayne. So what else can we do with it?
So in addition to our axles, we've got articulating hitch system, which allows for a really high-performance off-roading experience. The main feature, I guess, of our trailer is that it's all modular. So it starts with a base tray, I guess you could say, and then you can add as you like from there. So we've got the box system with a sliding drawer.
Okay.
We've got the tongue box. We've got multiple options as far as the towers go, molly panels, and then from there it allows the customer to customize that to the sky if they want, with different rooftop tents, awnings, different tools.
How are we getting up? Does it come with the ladder? How are we getting up to our tent, and how many people can that tent sleep?
Yes. So right now we just had the ladder tucked away. Our tent from FSR will hold 2 to 3 people, and then our awning, it's a 270 awning, so covers about half the trailer space, keeps you all shaded.
Yeah, it does. A nice area to break away from the sun, have dinner out here too, and there's our water tank right there.
Correct. So water port, water tank. We also have a system that's built in and pressurized if you choose not to go with water port. We've got full inflation for not only the tires on the trailer, but also on the rig that pulls it from Easy Flate, great company out of Utah. And then our power provided by XBeyond 360.
That's
awesome
great.
company.
That's great. You want to talk about price point? Someone's looking at this and wants to get in on it. Where can we start at?
Yeah, so price point on this trailer, if you were to take it as she sits, you'd be about $15,000. Like I said, that's fully modular,
That's
so
great. That's
you
real good.
can
Yeah, it's real good.
add or take away.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Wayne. Appreciate it. Such a cool
great
setup.
to talk
Thank
to
you.
you.
Awesome.
Take care.
All right, we're just real quick, Alan, before we roll back here. What do we have over here? Because I love this setup with a tent coming out here.
Well, this is it looks like a Tacoma, and Tacomas are very popular in the overlanding world. There are a ton of accessories for them, and this one has just about everything I could possibly see, like speakers, bikes, tent. You have the sunshade, the lighting. You know,
it's like a party here, is what it is.
Right? Wouldn't you like to take that out?
And I love that the tent rolls out here. We got about 3 or 4 minutes left here. This has been such a blast seeing outside with this experience and seeing these builds.
So we're kind of going to come around the front here, and this build here was brought by our official media partner, Mark. If I could grab you for a second.
Yeah, Mark, how are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
We're live, SEMA Live right now. Everyone's watching.
Mark?
Alan, thank you. Appreciate you guys coming in.
So OVR is our official Overland media partner for the Overland experience.
Thanks for having us. Really appreciate that.
OVR a little bit.
So think about places to go in these awesome rigs that you guys just saw, and things to do. That's us.
What a great one-line summary. It's perfect, yeah.
Thank you. It's places to go, show all the gear and things like that, and then really enhance all the influencers, the products that we have here, and inspire, educate, right? That's our goal.
I think you're inspiring a lot of people. If you were to head out this weekend, where would you go?
Right here.
Yeah, Red Rock.
So many places here.
Yeah.
There's so many awesome places.
Which I think people watching that are not familiar with Las Vegas, we're a valley surrounded by gorgeous. We have Red Rock, we have Lake Mead, we have so much. Our camera crew is leaving us, so I got to head out. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
OVR.com?
OVRmag.com.
OVRmag.com. Thank you, Mark.
Awesome. We got everything from the full Overland experience to Razor scooters here at SEMA. SEMA has everything. The Razor scooter builds.
Yes, look how busy the Diamond lot is right now. We're gonna tuck back.
Slide right here.
But if you are interested in seeing all these beautiful Overland builds, come to the West Hall. This is the Diamond lot next to West Hall. and you'll be able to see all these beauties firsthand.
It really is a cool experience out here. The weather's just perfect right here in Las Vegas.
Well,
it's just a perfect day for this.
It's a little cold this
That's true.
morning.
Earlier in the week too, when it was windy and set up, but when you have vehicles like this, you don't have to worry about the wind when you're setting up.
Exactly. You know, well, you saw where I slept last night.
Are you gonna go back to napping where we're at up here? I know you guys. I know part of the deal is SEMA. You guys feed us, and those pancakes were fantastic.
Right? At least I got a little breakfast,
Yeah.
you know, while we did this.
Awesome, awesome. Well, Alan, thank you so much. I mean, SEMA does have everything, by the way. Behind us, there's some wave runners. There is the drifting that we heard. I'm sure everyone heard during our segment. The drifting that was taking place as well. What's your favorite thing outside of this area? Someone's coming down. They're going inside. Where would you tell them they should go?
Oh, they definitely need to go in West Hall. So this is a little snippet of the products that you'll see, but there's an explosion of overlanding gear inside, as well as other truck and off-road accessories. You can find your dream build, you know, in that space.
Have you seen anything that jumps out to you inside? So many incredible builds, but is there something that jumps out to you as they get ready to wrap up?
Oh man! So yesterday we have this Pro Cup Challenge booth, and in that space we have different kits that builders can use to, basically have a platform for other builders to use. And there is a really cool Toyota Land Cruiser, a new one that I want.
Awesome. Well, I want to go check it out. Alan, thank you so much. Appreciate it. It was a lot of fun, and that will wrap it up here for the Overland experience here at SEMA outside the West Hall.
Thank you.
You could have just screwed with me and said 45.
Okay, I am here inside the PRI booth inside SEMA, and I'm here with Mike Good, the president of PRI. Mike, can you please tell me a little bit about the show and how it relates to SEMA?
Sure. So the PRI show is December 12th, 13th, 14th. So PRI is owned by SEMA. We're kind of the racing division of SEMA, if you will. We put on the largest motorsports racing specific show in the world, based out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Couldn't be more excited. Largest trade show in the state of Indiana. Wow. Brings in anywhere from 60 to 70,000 people typically at the show.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really exciting. There's a whole different vibe here. They both serve different purposes. SEMA is just amazing. We're here in Central Hall, and couldn't ask for a better place to be. This is kind of the heartbeat of the show, and we're excited. We're excited.
I'm definitely excited to have you here. How did this branch come about?
So PRI's been around since 1986. Okay. First show was in 1988.
Got it.
So we're coming up on our 40 years here pretty soon, and it's bounced around, and then it's been in Indianapolis for quite a long time. We're not going anywhere. We have our PRI headquarters based in Indianapolis, about 200 yards south of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Right. Indiana is known as the racing capital of the world, so that's how we talk about ourselves. And it was 12 years ago that it was acquired by SEMA, and it's just really been tremendous. It's been a great feed off of one another, so we have kind of shared services throughout the organization, and it's been really exciting to take all the best practices of both organizations and bring them together.
Awesome. And I know that SEMA likes to have a lot of different surprises, and I'm sure that PRI is exactly the same, but are there any secrets that you can share with us as far as what we can look forward to at the show? Sure.
So we have a couple firsts. We are launching the PRI Hall of Fame, which is a really big deal. We've never had that in the history of the organization, and that'll be launched at it's called the Grand Opening Breakfast. It's the opening day of on December 12th, Thursday, December 12th, 7:30 a.m. for those that are going to be at the show. And we have that Hall of Fame being launched, and then we have at that same event Travis Pastrana, who's a big name in all of these in this world, is going to be there gracing us with his presence. We have a 40,000 square foot sim area. That's a really fastly growing part of the racing world, and one of our key focus areas is how do we attract the next generation into this industry that we all love. Right. And so sims is a great way to do that. Go-karting is a great way to do that. We're excited about it. It's going to be awesome. Lots of new things going on at the show.
Very, very cool. Let's talk about the two vehicles that you have here and how they kind of tie into the brand.
Yeah, just your random daily driver here. No, this is a drift car from Amanda Sorensen. It's all over the internet. Definitely research this car. She's been here multiple times. I think she'll be back later today doing some autographs. Cool. And it's just a really cool car. It's got crazy lines to it, and they're actually showing right now the inside side of it. So it's a fun one, and she has really just taken the drift world by storm and is part of the Formula Drift family and has really just been killing it. So we were really honored and excited to have her car in our booth and kind of show it off. You know, we represent, PRI's agnostic when it comes to racing. We represent all forms of racing, from sprint cars, circle track, dirt track, drags, and you know, Formula Drift is obviously one that's really come alive over the past 20 years here in the States. So we were glad to have the car here.
Yeah, that's really cool. How do you ultimately choose what vehicles are going to be showcased here on the show floor?
We just want to show a little bit of diversity in racing, really, and we're going to walk over and I think show the next one. So this is a 2-time award-winning King of the Hammers truck, and yep, gotcha. Okay, here we go. Sorry. So yeah, this thing's won the King of the Hammers twice. It's also done the Great Wall of China climb. It's a pretty top-tier vehicle. I mean, just a vicious vehicle. So yeah, we're excited to have these here. I think we've had dragsters here before, Top Fuel, you name it. We're always trying to just show different variations of the racing industry.
Yeah, that's really cool. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this performance off-road vehicle.
Sure.
Yeah, oh my gosh, look at the interior.
I know, it's unbelievable. And they did some really cool features in here, even with the throwback on the seats and how they designed it. But this thing, it looks a little rugged. This is a state-of-the-art vehicle right here, and this is one of those that you would never forget riding in it if you rode in it. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it seems like PRI is an event that continues to grow exponentially. What are some future plans for the show?
For PRI?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So, we exist for three reasons: connect, protect, and advocate. We want to connect the entire industry of racing manufacturers with the buyers and the end users and the people that are, students of the sport, so to speak. And we're going to continue to evolve the show. We got a lot we're doing on the educational front, really to make sure that, manufacturers are getting best practices on how to grow their businesses within the racing industry. We're doing a lot of work with the sanctioning bodies and the race tracks. That's where the people are.
Yeah.
And so we're going to be having a much larger presence at the race tracks, if you will, and that takes on all forms. There's thousands of race tracks around the United States, from grassroots to all the big super speedways that everyone knows about, and we plan to, in some way, shape, or form, be there to support them.
Awesome. And then as far as being here at SEMA, what has the response been? Do you feel like a lot of people know about PRI, or are you like, what has the response been from the audience?
Oh, yes. PRI has tremendous global brand equity, I would say. And, it's been around so long. It is really the heartbeat of the racing environment, just like SEMA's the heartbeat of automotive aftermarket. Right. And so it's been really well received here. People see the connection to this, and a lot of the people that are in this building are here to really look at amazing vehicles, but they all have an appreciation for the racing side of the industry as well. And so it's been a great partnership all around, for sure.
Yeah, let's actually talk about your history in automotives, because you seem really well versed, a true, car lover. Sure. So how did you get introduced to the automotive industry?
Well, my mom said I came out of the womb with a Matchbox car, but I don't know if that was the case. But my father was with General Motors for 35 years, so I've just always been around it. I've been working in the industry for quite some time. Prior to this, I was running a company that's actually exhibiting in this building. I was the president and CEO of a company called Dynamat, which is right down there. And so I've been around the industry for quite a while, have a deep appreciation for it. It goes back all the way to, I was born in Youngstown, Ohio, northeastern Ohio, and my dad used to drag me to the tracks, whether it was tractor pulls or sprints. And then I moved to Indy as a kid, and Indianapolis 500. So I've just been around all forms of racing and always been a student of it.
Yeah.
I've been on the track a little bit, and just always had fun with it. So I guess I've always been a student of it. I'm always trying to learn more, and so it's been an exciting career.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier that one of the motives of PRI is to ultimately invite the younger generation into exploring the automotive industry. Aside from certain things that you have at the event, how else have you been able to implement that?
So we're working with a variety of different organizations. There's one called WIMNA, that stands for Women in Motorsports of North America. America, and that's ran by Cindy Sisson and Lynn St. James, who's a famous, raced the Indy 500 many, many times. And they've been great stewards of getting women into motorsports, and I've spoken at several of their events. And in that group, a lot of times is younger generation as well. And then there's a variety of different organizations that we're really just trying to really get integrated into, whether it be Purdue Motorsports Engineering, WyoTech, all these different universities that are putting out motorsports engineering programs.
Amazing. And last question here. I mean, aside from, speaking with you and the two cool vehicles you have here on the floor, what else can the fans at SEMA expect from this booth?
I think just come by, interact, ask questions. We're here to really inform and educate. If people are, we want to learn, like, what should we be doing that maybe we're not thinking about? And, the attaboys are always good to hear that people love our show, but what I really want to hear personally is, like, what can we be doing better? What's the future of the show need to look like? And, trade shows have to continually kind of reinvent themselves and put out experiential aspects. And so, just come by and get to know us, and we'd love to learn more about their businesses.
Awesome. Well, it was an absolute pleasure speaking with you. Once again, everyone, Mike Good, reporting live from the PRI display here at SEMA. I'm Alliyah Becerra. Back to you in the studio.
It's SEMA.
That's right. That's how that works.
Yeah, the shot, please go. It's SEMA. Here we go. All right. What behind me is just bonkers, and I got Ian from Big Tire Garage. How's SEMA treating you, buddy?
SEMA's great. I always love coming here every year, and this year we decided to bring some of the heavy hitters of YouTube out here to come and show off what they built.
You have a massive following, by the way. Give me, people that are familiar with all your credentials, we were talking about some of the stuff that you do. What were all the shows that you work on?
So I've gone through multiple television shows, started on Monster Garage, then went to Extreme 4x4 on Spike, Extreme Off-Road on Paramount, then on to Four Wheeler on Motor Trend, and now on Build for Off-Road on Discovery and HBO Max.
I love it. And you have a big fan following. One of your fans came running up right before we started to see you.
Yeah, I can't go. If I want to not be seen, I just don't spike my hair.
The spike hair thing's good. Let's roll around and talk about some of these wild builds and the backstory of this whole thing outside here.
Yeah, so the whole idea here was ourself and Onyx Off-Road, we basically pulled together some of the heavy hitters in the off-road, basically YouTube space. We gave them $20,000, challenged them to build the ultimate sort of overlanding, rock crawling vehicle with whatever twist they wanted to throw on it. So we have 6 competitors here in our space right now. This right here is a Jaguar XJ, if you believe that. It's kind of a Mad Max theme. So they took 3 vehicles, turned it into one. So they took a Dodge 1-ton pickup truck with a 12-valve Cummins. They took the Jag body. They took a Toyota rock crawler, stripped it all down, took $20,000 to buy all those vehicles, and built this. They call it a Mad Max tow truck.
Yes, I see that, yeah.
Yeah, which is exactly what it looks like for sure.
Okay, but everyone had that budget of $20,000 to work with. They could do whatever they want, but it was that $20,000 budget.
Yeah, it was a $20,000 budget. We took out things like safety for like seats, belts, roll cage, and stuff like that. We really wanted to be safe. We let them run whatever tire they wanted, so we didn't have to run on old tires to save money. But aside from that, yeah, it was 20 grand, and they had to build what they could build.
And when they first got the vehicle, they had to do an off-road track?
Yeah, we all met in Sand Hollow, Utah at a place called Hurricane, Utah, which is an OHV area. And what we did is we basically came around and we said, all right, bring your stock vehicle out here. We're going to see how well they do off-road. They did terribly, except for this one right here. So this is Holly Fowler, Mischief Maker TV. She took a Jeep Liberty, and basically she's an Ultra 4 racer, and she took her skills and knowledge as an Ultra 4 racer and builder and basically built this. So this is probably what I would consider the tamest vehicle here because it's very attainable, right?
Yeah,
Jeep Liberty, put some Jeep JK or Jeep JL axles underneath it, left the drivetrain completely alone, all custom suspension, and then basically came out with this vehicle right here, which is great. And it really, really did well on the trail, even with 37-inch tall tires, because before we came here to the SEMA show, I put them in the dirt for a week. We started in Tucson, Arizona, and spent basically a week trail riding, took them to Tucson Dragway, made them go on the drag strip, put them in off, and they were competing to earn extra votes in the competition.
I love it. And each one of these builds is done by someone famous. We're talking big social media influencers, big YouTubers. They've got their own following, right?
Yeah, in the off-road space, this is kind of like the cream of the crop of off-road YouTubers. So as I said, that was Bleep and Jeep, Holly Fowler from Mission Maker right here. This is Rudy's Adventure and Design. This is probably one that turns the most heads aside from the Jag. So that actually showed up to our stock vehicle challenge as a driving Mini Cooper S in two-wheel drive fashion. Did terribly in the sand, didn't go anywhere. He basically pulled the body off, built a full tube chassis. He adopted the theory that $20,000 goes a long way if you spend a lot of time in labor, because we didn't count labor.
Okay.
So he just had to buy a whole bunch of steel and spend a lot of time building this one-of-a-kind Mini Cooper. I would call it a tube buggy rock crawler.
Can we look inside the Mini Cooper here? What's the name of this beast again?
So this is King Cooper is what he calls it, kind of a Player Brothers thing. But yeah, so I mean, it's all tube chassis in here. It's legit, fully built out. Coilover bypass front, coilover bypass rear, trailing arms out back. It's like 22 inches of suspension travel in the back, and just a whole lot of labor put into this, not so much parts.
How long? We'll come around inside here because this is not a food truck that's next to us. This is one of the builds over here, right?
Yeah, this one may have played a little fast and loose with his budget. I think he's a little bit over on this one. But this started as basically a bread van, and just like everyone else, showed up stock competition, rusty out old two-wheel drive bread van. But this is what they built: full custom chassis, 1 tons front and rear, 42-inch red label crawlers. If this is Robbie Layton's, he has Robbie Layton Nation YouTube channel.
I'm gonna look inside. You keep talking.
Yeah, absolutely. So he has Robbie Layton Nation YouTube channel, but he also has a very, very successful body shop. So full custom, and of course, it's got bread inside. It's a bread van. Yes, absolutely.
We have the bread right here, delivering bread here in Las Vegas to all the hotels at the same time.
That's right. So yeah, Robbie, his team obviously went completely over the top as well on this thing. But yeah, come on, take a look inside. This thing is legit. So he also adopted the theory that, labor didn't count towards the budget, so they went all out. Fully custom built seats. All this custom work. Yeah, big 6.2 LS, 6L80 behind that. And then we threw it in the dirt.
They go to dirt and he goes. It's remarkable that all these builds were done within 8. All these builds are done within 8 weeks.
8 months.
8 months. I'll say 8 weeks. My mind is blown. 8 months though to build this. This stuff is wild. All right, let's move on to the next one here.
Yep.
What do we got here, Ian?
So this one is probably the most sort of like tame one aside from the Liberty. So this is a 1960 Willys wagon. This is Fab Rats, huge YouTube channel, huge YouTube following. Started with a 60 Willys wagon, went ahead and put it on a Ford F350 frame, all custom suspension. Once again, simple LS, and this one 5.3 underneath the hood, nothing crazy, but just built to work. This was probably the vehicle that had 0 issues on the trail all week. He basically never got out of the driver's seat, putting 1,300 miles on this thing between Tucson here in Vegas. Drove it to the start of our competition, competed all week in the dirt, and then drove it to Vegas, which is great.
I love the fact that they drive him here to Las Vegas. I envision the people that are coming, driving into SEMA, seeing this on the highway.
Well, these definitely turned a lot of heads, right? Because, I mean, they're not the typical SEMA builds, but at the same time, he even asked me, he's like, should I wash it before? And I was like, absolutely not. Do not wash it. So, yeah, but this is, I have a really, really soft spot in my heart for these the Willys wagons. I have a Willys wagon. I love it. I think it's the most beautiful Jeep that Jeep ever built. They have a really, really good look to them, and I think he nailed it on the look with the patina and all the new, even though it's got new wheels and tires with that classic look on the tire, which is really cool.
Okay, one more here, this Bronco.
Yeah, so this is even a cooler story because this one we actually did a little bit different. So everyone else in this game is a heavy hitter in the YouTube space, right? This, we decided that for fun, we'd invite sort of an entry-level person. So we opened up what's called the wild card slot. And what they did is they had to apply to join all of these heavy hitters in the game on this week-long road trip. And this is Kevin Jones. He has a small YouTube channel called Chasing 518, and he just a bunch of them applied. They sent in video submissions. We reviewed them all. He applied with this one, said he would finish. He was in the process of building this, and he said, if I'm selected, I'll come. So that is a Bronco with a 7.3 Power Stroke diesel swapped into it. Wow. So it's got the actual full-size 1-ton Ford diesel engine, manual transmission, same thing, took out the twin TTB up front, built his own suspension, and same thing, someone else drove that from Southern California to Tucson to the start, drove it all week in the dirt, and then drove it up here to Las Vegas.
Voting on these builds is something that everyone can do. We can vote on these builds, and we'll have an eventual winner. And can we vote online? How does the whole voting process work? Because we're voting on these, right?
Yeah, so what we did is all while they were building, they essentially came in and all of these YouTubers built them on their channels. Yeah. So they were posting videos constantly. On the Onyx off-road website, we had a bunch of spots for people to come in and vote for their favorite builder. And they've been accumulating votes for the 8 months they were building these cars. Then what we did is when we put them out on the challenge, we said, all right, you guys, now what you got to do is you got to earn extra votes. So we put them out and we said, hey, I'm going to make you go on a drag strip with these cars and race. So we put them on the drag strip, they had to race. Fastest car, we did like old school Street Outlaws, Grud Race style stuff. arm drop, chases a race, all the normal rules, right? And so we had them come out and do some racing, and then they earned votes. We had a cooking competition in the middle of nowhere, so all that kind of stuff, which is awesome, awesome. Hey, this is Paul right here, Fab Rats Paul.
Are you the guy behind this?
That's my dream.
Oh, this is what a dream it is. This is incredible. How does it feel to have your dream done and out here on the SEMA floor?
It's pretty surreal, really, to be at SEMA with my own car.
Right?
So, yeah.
And you drove it up here. How was the drive up here?
The drive was awesome. I mean, we put 2,000 miles on it in the last week, and it did flawless.
How was it on gas?
It actually gets like 20 miles a gallon.
Does it really?
It does. It's
Paul also has a cool story about this because he built this on his YouTube channel, but he's not keeping this car. He's got a little twist on this on all the other builders.
That's right. So this car is going to end up being one of my viewers' car. We're going to give this thing away when this is all over. So
how does that work? Because I know people are watching the SEMA live stream and wonder how they can get a piece of the action on this.
So basically, they'll just go on my YouTube channel.
What is that again?
Go into the Fab Rats.
Okay.
And just buy some merch and get entered to win.
That's all. And when's the drawing?
It'll be Christmas time when we give it away.
Oh, imagine coming down Christmas morning and that is under your tree.
Yeah, and the even neater thing about that is I asked Paul this around the trail. He's got this thing fully outfitted because we were in the dirt. He was camping out of it and he was cooking out of it. He's got a big Blackstone grill in the back. And I said, "What are you gonna?" He goes, "They get all the stuff. It's like a turnkey overlanding camping rig. It's gonna be someone's gonna be super happy." And this truck, it's perfect to give away because, like I said before, this thing was flawless all through the dirt. It was great. Did a great job.
So that you're done with this one. What's your next build?
I don't even know yet. I'm just still trying to calm down from this one. I mean, you throw a deadline into the mix, that always gets things cranked up. So
what a great experience, though, huh?
Oh yeah, I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on some of the other builds behind us?
Oh, these guys knocked it out of the park, man. There is some killer competition, and tomorrow we find out how I stacked up.
I love it. Well, good luck to you.
Yep.
I might buy myself some merch and try to win that thing.
It'd be an awesome truck to own, to be honest with you. I think we got another builder down here, too.
Okay.
Let's grab her. Holly!
Where's Holly? Here's Holly over here.
Holly, meet us at your truck. So Holly's got a super cool story.
And Holly is with the Jeep?
Holly's with the Jeep Liberty, yeah.
All right. Holly, incredible build.
Well, thank you so much, little Liberty Bibbity Sheila. What can I say? She's gone from a nothing 2002 Jeep Liberty to quite the crawler.
When you started this, was this your vision? Did you have this in your mind, or you started putting parts together and this is what came out?
No, this was my vision. I did a lot of homework. There's only been 4 built-up Jeep Liberties ever done.
Really?
Yes, believe it or not. It's a great platform. It is a unibody, so that scares people off. It is a little hard to work on them, but throw a solid axle under there and you're ready to go.
My brother drove a Jeep Liberty in high school, and this is so much more different than his. Much respect on what you did here.
Yeah, I bet.
What do you think of the other builds that are here? Aren't these just wild?
They're incredible. It's everyone's personality in a vehicle. It really is. You have, Bleepin' Jeep with their Mad Max, of course. They just do something completely out of the realm. Rudy loves going fast, so he's built like what looks like the perfect desert racer. Robbie, of course. If you want something that, like, you would never think to be built into a rock crawler, of course a bread van. Why wouldn't you do that? Paul's kept very to his personality, what he does, what he loves. And then, of course, the wild card, which only had 6 weeks to build that, an engine swap in that Bronco, and he drove it from California to Arizona, did everything that we did, and is here today. So,
well, let's just do a quick walk around, and maybe there's some nuances that jump out to you that you want to point out to our viewers right now, because this really is spectacular to see.
Well, thanks very much. I wouldn't go that far. But
it is. It really is. I mean, you've been around this, but someone coming here, and this is an area of SEMA where anyone can show up.
Yeah.
And you see people walking, there's people gathering, there's people filming, there's other social media influencers that are filming your build because it's unique.
Well, it's true. I think a lot of people would never think to build up a Jeep Liberty. A lot of people have them,
Hold this for a second. You keep telling me because the clearance is massive.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the clearance is a lot under there. We've raised it quite a lot. We've also stretched it 10 inches. It comes at 104 wheelbase stock, and it's now 114, which is perfect for rock crawling. Just that nice in between. And yeah, solid axle swapped it, re-geared it to 538s. Yeah, absolutely. Kept the inside just kind of normal. This was a budget build.
I want to point out that the radio and cassette player, CD cassette player, is still inside.
Of course, 2002.
It's very 2002-ish.
It is very 2002.
You go back to 2002. Because that's CD and cassette.
It is CD
2002.
and cassette.
You're still holding on to the 80s, 90s era of cassettes, but also stepping forward into the CD era.
Of course, a little forward thinking in there.
Yeah, 2002. Well,
yeah.
Good luck with everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Holly, Ian, come back over here. Do we have any more builders that we can talk to? Because that's a treat.
I think we're out of builders right now. I think the big thing here is for everyone at home watching, just to sort of, if you want to get on there and vote, you can still vote up until tomorrow at noon. That's where we're going to shut it down, so they can vote at onxoffroad.com. They can vote on there. But I think, this is just what we came here to do. We came to show off some of these builders, these awesome off-road rigs. And, also a thing that we do a lot off-road is, dirt bikes.
Yeah.
You ever ridden a dirt bike?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Do you like the dirt bike?
I love the dirt bikes.
You can learn, you can practice riding a bike right over here.
With the Ride With Us?
Yeah.
Let's go to Ride With Us, absolutely.
I've been spying them all week down here, so I thought, while you're here, we'll just go down here and look at some dirt bike stuff, or I guess these are street bikes, not
street bikes, sure.
But you got to learn how to ride a bike, right?
They have everything at SEMA. How long have you been coming to SEMA?
This is my 21st SEMA, so this is like, I've been here for a long, long time. So
how has it changed over the years?
I would say it's just gotten bigger.
Yeah.
Bigger, better, but I will say this is, being my 21st, this is like honestly the spot where this feels like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So the crowd's back, the people are back. It's awesome to see. It's absolutely great. So I'm going to go ahead and just hand you off and let you have fun over here.
Okay, do we have time to talk with the Ride With Us bike people? You're out, Ian?
I am out.
All right, thank you. Good luck tomorrow. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Ian is sending out. Do we have time to chat with the Ride With Us people? Hi. Are you with Ride With Us?
I sure am.
Hi, we're live on SEMA Live right now. The whole world is watching right now. And what is happening at this experience? We have you with Ride With Us? Hi. Hi, JC.
JC, nice to meet you,
Hi.
Cinnamon.
Nice to meet you. What's experience happening behind this?
So this is the Motorcycle Industry Council's Ride With Us.
Okay.
So we take people that have never ridden a bike, and within 20 minutes, we have you going through the first gear, feet on pegs, essentially giving you that first taste of riding for people that have never tried it, that aren't sure if they want to, but we want you to come into our lifestyle and share our world.
How have the riders been today? How have they been going?
They've been going amazing. We've probably put through about 25 people. Everybody leaves with a smile. I like to say we're changing lives 30 minutes at a time, because literally you watch people that have never done this. They're not sure how it's going to be. They're not sure what to experience. They get off and their lives have changed. For a lot of people, they've been told it's too dangerous, it's not safe. But we work with Motorcycle Safety Foundation coaches. You have the proper gear. We have great bikes for people that have never ridden. It's a fantastic experience.
How many, I noticed we have dirt bikes out there, street bikes, mini bikes. How many different bikes are we using out here?
So we have 5 different bikes. They're provided by our manufacturers that are members of the MIC. So right now we have 4 different bikes. So we have a couple Hondas, we have a Kawasaki. In the past we've used Yamaha, Suzuki's.
You use them all out here. Use them all out here. How much time do we have? Do we have a lot of time out here? Or we're live. We're SEMA Live here. I just want to know how much time do we have? We have time for me to get on a bike? Can I get on a bike?
So we can get you geared up quick. We can get you on a bike.
Okay, let's do it.
And we can do it.
All right.
Awesome.
Let's do it. Hold on one second as we're planning out me getting on a bike. Can I get on the bike though? All right. Here we go. Where'd my girl go?
All right, here we are.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm gonna.
Let's stay in the sun. Are you good with this?
Let's get in the sun. Come on out here.
Let's go in the sun.
All right, hold that. All right.
I'm gonna take this.
You got a shirt up first? Got about 4 minutes. Can I get on a bike in 4 minutes?
Sure you can.
I think you can.
Okay, helmet pops on, extra large.
And you've ridden before? It's been a minute?
It's been a minute.
All right. Andrea's one of the best coaches we have.
I love it. So anyone can come out and do this?
Anyone.
This is an area of SEMA that's open to the public.
It is.
So anyone can come out here and then learn how to ride a bike if they're in Las Vegas right now. It's free.
It's free.
All right.
We have all the gear you need.
All right, gloves.
Gloves, glove
Let's
up.
head over to that monkey.
Come on, can you imagine?
All right. I'm going to take over your job today.
Yeah, it's really just hold the microphone up and talk to it. It's real
awesome.
simple. All right.
So let's go on the left side of the bike.
Okay.
Gloves on. Yep, you're reach and squeeze that. So let's get our gloves on.
Gloves
quick.
on, helmets on.
Helmets on. You look great.
Thank you. Perfect.
I'm gonna drop down your visor. Now you look.
Oh, now.
Tom Cruise.
This is good.
Fighter plane style. We love it.
Geared up.
All right,
Okay.
ready to go. So
Yeah.
essentially, this is reach and squeeze like petting a cat. There you go.
I love
This
the
side
instructions.
is-
Why don't
Did
you
she-
bring the
did-
mic down so everyone can hear?
Did you say petting a cat?
Like
About this
petting a
beginner
cat.
getting on the bike for
All
the
right,
first time. How
petting
they're
a cat.
walking us through everything.
Yes. So again, you're going to roll on to go, roll off to slow, reach and squeeze that front brake. It's just like petting a cat, nice and gentle.
Okay.
All right, this side is the clutch. You've driven a manual transmission before, right?
Yeah,
Works the same way, but we want to ease it out nice and slow.
Okay.
Ease it even slower. You don't want to pop the clutch. Ease it out. Beautiful. All right, now let's squeeze that in. Let us turn this on. I'm going to have you squeeze that clutch in, press that button, release it. There you go.
Perfect.
Ease it out. It should be nice in neutral.
Easing out real slow.
There you go. Now let's hear that baby purr a little bit.
That's a good cat.
Nice, yes, that's
All right,
nice.
but you don't need that much, so just hold it there, nice purr. It's like a little kitty.
Put the mic so we all hear it. Yeah, nice.
Sorry, all right, just hold it there. Good. Now what we're gonna do is squeeze this in.
Okay. Whoever's talking.
All right, now you don't need any gas right now.
Okay.
Put your feet down.
Yep.
We're gonna do it nice and slow. This is how we teach folks. Ease it out until you feel it catch a little bit, and then squeeze it back in.
Oh,
Ease it out.
Releasing the clutch here. And
Releasing the clutch nice and slow.
Squeeze it back in.
You feel it? Squeeze it in. Yep.
Okay.
Now you know where it starts to begin sending power to the rear wheel. Do that looking straight ahead. Do that looking at a camera guy. You can do that. Ease it out.
Ease it out. You feel it?
Feel it?
It starts taking
Squeeze
it
it in.
away.
Yep.
Squeeze it in.
Come on out one more time.
Squeeze it out. Release out.
Squeeze it in. There you
Squeeze
go.
it in,
Now we're gonna just walk. So let's walk with the bike. No, ease this out.
Oh, ease it
Let
out.
it pull you forward.
Okay.
And let it pull you forward. Pull you forward. Yep.
Pulling me forward.
You see it's pulling you forward? Good. Now if you want to stop, squeeze, and then squeeze. Oh, that was too hard.
A little hard on
Nice
the brakes.
and gentle, like petting a cat.
Okay.
Let's go to the second line over here.
This is really educational. Very educational.
There you go. Ease out the clutch. Yep. And stop right here. Clutch in, nice and gentle. A little better.
A little better. A little better.
All right, so let's take a few steps.
Okay.
And when you can, before you do it, ease it out. Take a few steps. Slowly ease it out. Maybe a little tiny bit. Just let me see a little tiny bit. Wrist flat. Relax your arm. There you go. That's more than you need. Even less. That's all you need.
Perfect.
And then we'll just ride to the end and we'll stop.
All right, ready?
So I'll go with
Here
you.
we go.
Don't push it. Ease it out.
Ease it out.
Let the bike do the work.
Bike's doing the work. Easing
Ease
it
it
out.
out. More.
Easing
There you
out,
go.
more.
More. 10 knives up. Got it. Ease it out. Ease it out. Ease it out. All the way. All the way. All the way out. Let it go. There you go. Speed up. Speed up. There you go. You got it.
This is good.
Yeah. All right. Squeeze in the clutch. And nice and gentle on the brakes.
Here, Andrea, let me just give this to you.
Nice and gentle on the brakes. And you did it. Look at that.
That's perfect.
In what, less than 4 minutes? You're
Learn how to ride a bike in less than 4 minutes. That's not a bad deal here at SEMA.
We call it an experience. You get the full learning experience in a motorcycle safety foundation class.
What you really did was you broke down the basics of bike riding. For someone who's never got on a bike before, very simple. Using the clutch, using the brakes. You don't want to hit the gas too hard because we're going to come popping out. You don't want to pop the clutch. You don't want to pull that brake too hard because you're going to stop too fast. It was a real educational experience.
Yeah, and most of the people get to ride around a circle a few times, and then that's it. We take them on a nice ride.
That's awesome. How long have you been riding bikes?
Over 20 years.
Over 20 years?
Yeah.
And what kind of bike do you have?
I have multiple. I have a BMW R1200 RS Sport Tourer. I have a KTM 350 XCFW, which is an enduro bike for my off-road riding adventures. I have an adventure bike for street and off-road. Rode across the country on that one.
Now here's the thing, this is on YouTube. I am not gonna go back and watch those comments of me riding a bike. I am not gonna go look at those comments. We're done, we're wrapping it up out here. And we have some special YouTube, some special clips we're gonna send it to. All right, that'll do it for me outside here. SEMA Live, the West Hall outside in the parking lot. If you live in Las Vegas, this is the area that is open and free to the public. You gotta come down and check it out.
I'll catch you, baby.
Go.
I trust it.
Тут решили научиться. Да, давай. Вот такой новый китайский инструмент, который, видите, человек профессионал. Это вам не вот это вот все. Yeah, very good, yeah?
Thickening.
Yeah?
Green means standard, very nice.
Wow.
And black
And you
blue.
see, yeah.
SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at semagarage.com.
Now, the average car person doesn't realise the amount of effort that goes on behind the scenes to protect our sector. And that work is done by SEMA here, rubbing shoulders with members of Congress.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
Why is it so important to have data? Well, if you think about product content, like the electricity in your walls, you need it to power pretty much everything. You can't have a website without product data. You can't have a point-of-sale system without product data. You can't even create a product catalog without data. Contact us at semadata.org. We're here to help.
Welcome back, everybody, to SEMA Live here from West Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center. You are taking a live look inside of West Hall, all the hustle and bustle in the truck section. So great to see SEMA expanding year after year. Again, West Hall has been open. This is the second year at SEMA and bursting at the seams. So if you've never been to SEMA before, we're glad you're here with us on SEMA Live, and make a plan to get out here in person next year. There's so much great stuff to do and to see, including the work of my next guest, founder of Legacy EV, Rob Ward. Rob, thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you, my brother. So tell us, what is Legacy EV? What do you guys do?
Yeah, so when you think of Legacy EV, think of your one-stop shop for all parts and training for an EV build. So anyone in the industry who's looking to build any sort of electric vehicle aftermarket performance system, we're the place to come for the parts. Training, we have curriculums and institutions. We do in-person training at our facility, and yeah, just looking to support any builder in the industry who's trying to do an EV build.
And you do something super cool at SEMA. You did it last year, you're doing it again this year.
Yeah.
You actually drive in ICE into the show, and you convert it during the 4 days of SEMA into an EV.
Yeah. My favorite thing about this and what we do, and yeah, you're right. We drive a car in gas powered, take the gas system out, put an EV system in it and drive it out EV powered. But my favorite thing about it is we're actually using technicians who've been through our training program, who've never worked together. They come in from whatever state that they do their business in. They come to SEMA, they work with each other, they do the install, and then they get to be involved with driving the car out and through the parade.
That's super cool, man. I mean, that is really showing exactly what the customer would potentially be getting if they were to do business with Legacy EV. What kind of vehicle is it this year?
Oh, this year it is a 818 kit car. We are showcasing the Amper EV system. It's a great plug and play system. One thing I'll say about the state of the EV industry is we are seeing more integration done at the manufacturer level, and systems are coming to us with better battery management systems, better battery packs ready for upfitter to do an install. Where if you go back 5 years ago, it was you're building your own wiring harnesses, you're building your own battery pack. So we're really excited to be showcasing the Amper EV system because it's one of those systems that is I'm going to say more plug and play than what we've had in years past.
How much lead time do you need to prepare yourself for that undertaking? Because you're putting it out there on display for everybody who's here at the show. It's like it's like doing a live broadcast. You only get one shot.
Yeah, no, you're right. Last year we spent about 4 months preparing. And so I do refer to it as the baking show of like, okay, this thing's half baked. And there's a bittersweet, like our head of R&D is like, Rob, I don't like that we're doing this because it implies that it can be done in 16 hours. And it's like, it really can't be done in 16 hours. It's harder than that. It takes more time. But I want the industry to know where we're at. Like what is possible? Well, that's what SEMA's about, right? It's like what's new, what can we do? And so my goal at Legacy is to just show the greater automotive industry where the aftermarket is as it pertains to EVs.
Yeah, and it's becoming more and more prevalent, obviously. And you're not only showcasing the products that it takes to do a conversion to EV or an EV build from scratch, but also how the guys who are doing the build learned from your training program.
Yeah. My favorite thing that we do is our in-person training program. Right now we're doing it about once a month at our facility, and I call it summer camp for gearheads. Like, if you're in the automotive industry and you want to understand EV technology, it's brand agnostic, fundamentals, you leave with certification, digital badge and a blockchain. Like, it's a legitimate training, and you're gonna meet people in the industry that, we've trained people from 18 countries. Almost every training we have, there's somebody from another country there. And a lot of big names in the industry who want to keep up with where EV's going come take the training. So some guys show up pretty starstruck, like, wait, he's here? You know what I mean? So it's a blast. And for me, for our whole team, it's like the best week of the month when we have people from all over the world showing up for this training, and we try to show everybody a good time. It's pretty awesome.
You're giving them an opportunity at a new career too, perhaps. I mean, with the training you guys do, the level they do, they can take that knowledge and maybe go work for a shop or perhaps a dealership repair shop.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
We work with dealers who are looking to get EV fundamental training for their technicians. We got so many things we're working on that I don't get to talk about. I really wish I could, but it's exciting to see the demand for EV fundamental training and how we can play a role in that. You know, insurance adjusters, high voltage safety training. It could be, salesmen at a dealership. EV technology is different than ICE technology, and it's not just like a widget that we're adding on top of something existing. It's a totally different system. So the demand for fundamentals is there. We haven't seen that in a long time. So.
What's the wildest conversion that you've seen? Something that maybe someone wouldn't expect would make sense in a normally, traditionally internal combustion engine vehicle?
Gosh, I mean, we've worked on everything from Department of Defense Marine application. Let me give you one that, like, as a car guy, I love a lot of different things, and EV's silent. And we get a lot of flack for that, right? And we had a customer who has safari vehicles in South Africa, and they wanted them to be EV. And I made a big deal out of it. I was like, for the first time, this actually is a benefit that it's silent, right? It's like, wait, a silent safari vehicle.
So you're not going to spook the animals that you're seeing out there in the safari.
Yeah, and then one that really surprised me was we got a phone call from Paramount Studios. They were filming the Yellowstone 1923 prequel with Harrison Ford, and they had all these 1918 to 1922 Fords and Hudsons, and the actors were struggling to get the shots because they couldn't drive them. So we converted 8 of them to electric for that TV show. So if you see any vehicles rolling in that TV show, they have Legacy EV electric powertrains.
And then just digitally they drop in the sound of what those cars would be making.
Yeah, and we hid the batteries and we hid the motors. So you still had the gas motor, in the engine compartment. And it was, they didn't tell us what it was for, and when we sent the pallets, they said to put 1923 on them, and I'm kind of a Yellowstone fan, so I knew exactly where they were going. I was like,
that's pretty cool. It's kind of kismet that you were the one doing the conversions for the show that you really enjoy watching.
Yeah, it was awesome. The other thing it really showcased was their mechanics did the installs, never done EV installs before. And we told them, if you need help, let us know. We have a network of authorized installers, and they ended up needing help. And we were able to take one of our authorized installers in Boise, Idaho, and have them go up and in 4 days get wheels spinning on all vehicles.
Wow.
So just showcasing the training, the authorized installers network, and our ability to provide the parts and the support for pretty much any project.
One of the I guess drawbacks of EV as far as traditional car fanatics desire is the sound of the motor.
Yeah.
Do you guys offer, I know there's exhaust companies that are offering basically sound bars that you install underneath the bumper. Are you guys delving into that at all?
You know, from a manufacturing standpoint, we're not, because we're brand agnostic and we want to be a distributor of manufacturers' components, and so we are looking for what are the best products out there, or what, you know, so we get a lot of people coming to us with their stuff, and they're like, hey, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? And there's a lot of opportunity for sound in EVs. The other thing I would say is the vibration. Everybody says sound. What they actually mean is that
the rumble.
Yeah, that makes your body kind of tense. You know, you replace that with torque in an EV, but you remember like the bass shakers and the stereos, and it's like, I think it's not just about the sound.
Keeps Dynamat in business.
Yeah, it's like if I'm driving and the thing starts to shake, like I have a 1930 Model A, and if you drive that thing over 40 miles an hour, you feel like you're shaking hands with the devil. Like you're, you know, but you drive a really nice Porsche 120 and it doesn't even, so
smooth.
I really think it has more to do with the feel and the vibration of a large horsepower motor than even the sound.
So what's your response to that when people say, hey, yeah, I love EVs, but you know, I need the sound, I need the vibration, I need the feeling? I mean, is it just kind of like, hey, you know, pick a side of the fence and jump on it?
Yeah, okay. Maybe this is like a 3-part answer, but my first was eye roll, like, you're into the...
Another one of these guys.
And then I went to a full EV event, and it was eerie. It felt like we have drag racing, we have autocross, we have the Sonoma Raceway, cars going, and it's just kind of like silent, and I'm like, okay, there is something to it.
You just hear the rubber on the road.
Yeah.
Instead of the engines.
Yeah, and so I think third answer to the question, or part of the question, I would say EVs, it doesn't do everything. You know what I mean? It does what it does well, just like I have a 348 big block with a manual transmission and a 1930 Model A. It does that well. You know what I mean? So getting the sound, getting the vibration, we're trying to check a lot of boxes with the EV system that I don't know if it'll ever check those.
Well, you know, I mean, it's a place to evolve to in a constantly evolving segment of the industry, but you guys are definitely killing it, doing what you need to do. Best of luck with Legacy EV, man.
Thank you very
Appreciate you. Rob Ward, the founder of Legacy EV, joining me here in the SEMA Live studio. We hope you're enjoying what you're seeing, and what you're going to see the rest of today is what I'm about to tell you, starting with the Ringbrothers, who are standing by, something I've been anticipating all day long. Then we're going to have Harry Mack in studio. You're not going to want to miss that. That's going to be very cool. He's going to freestyle for us. We're going to announce the top 4 finalists for Battle of the Builders. The drummer from Sublime, Bud Gaw, will be in studio with us just after 3 o'clock. And then to round out this day 3 here at SEMA, we will have a booth interview with John Myers from Kicker Car Audio, old buddy of mine, great sponsor of Overhauling for many, many years. But my next guests, who are just settling in next to me, I mean, you got to call them the kings of SEMA. I certainly do. They crush it wherever they go. It's so exciting to see what they bring every year. And to see what I'm talking about, check out this video package.
We build our cars to show up here, and it is special for us. You know, this is where you find out if they like what you've done. It's awesome, but we'd sure like to win it.
And we all want it just as bad as the next guy, and we're all deserving as much as the next guy. So hopefully we're lucky.
SEMA's where we bring the best we got.
It's pretty special to be able to win something like that in that kind of environment, you know, at SEMA.
Oh man, so stoked to have these guys in studio with me, Mike and Jim Ring. Guys, first of all, congratulations once again. I tell you, every year you set the bar higher. I don't know how you keep doing it, but you know, I'm a Mopar guy, so of course I love your CUDA, but I am a former 87 Grand National owner, and seeing that car in person here at SEMA just blew me away. The work you guys did is amazing. And you guys have reached a level now where there are touches that are known for your work. You've got signature touches that you put on your cars. And I think I've been checking out your vehicles since the Imposter Mustang. How many years ago? Was that like 10 years ago or so?
It is.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us here,
Espionage was
by the way.
the name of that one, right?
Espionage,
Yeah. Way cool. So let's start with the CUDA, and then we'll get into the Grand National. We'll talk about the Blazer also. But the CUDA is this kind of high performance pink, but it's not the traditional pink color, because you were saying that it wasn't quite right?
Right. If you can get somebody to paint a car pink, we said, let's make it as pink as we could. So we really started mixing and got a color that's like right on the edge of going purple or magenta. So there's a lot of spray outs, and it was unanimous around the shop of that would be the color.
What are you calling that color? Are you calling it infected pink? Just pink?
No, it's pink eye.
Pink eye.
Yeah, well, there's a funny story about that. So obviously the car was pink, and it's got a red eye Hemi in it. And, you know, and I'm walking around looking at them going, God, and we had already built these red eye valve covers for it, and we had all this time and money in them, and I said, we just really need to call this car Pink Eye, and then we can call a thing Infected, you know, and so we ended up doing that. It was kind of funny, but that's really how the name came about, through the whole, instead of Red Eye, Pink Eye, and then,
yeah.
So everybody walked around the shop with one eye open.
Too much Visine in there. Is that something that the customer wanted, that color, or was that the decision that you guys made?
Well,
Mike told him what he wanted.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like, you can only paint a CUDA, a Mopar, a color like that. You couldn't paint a Mustang.
No, it's got to be a CUDA because it's the hypo color. Yeah.
So we had Gary Regal do a couple renderings, one purple, and it was just, I just couldn't stop looking at the pink. Jim, I don't know if it was on in the beginning, but I can't picture the car any other color right now.
Now that it's finished in that color.
Yeah. And I would drive it.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. Give me the keys.
Yeah.
You guys always come up with the best names for your car too. The Camaro that you had in the Keystone booth last year, Strode.
Yeah.
And you got to really be an insider to know what you meant by that. And of course, that is a reference back to Halloween and the killer Michael Myers, whose sister Jamie Lee Curtis, her adopted name is Strode, right?
Correct.
Long way to get there, but we made it there.
Yeah.
So.
And Kevin Hart had the
Michael Myers,
and we said, he could never kill his sister, couldn't catch her. So because they were friends, the guy who built the car for.
That's cool, man. I love the creativity that you guys put in every one of your builds. All right, let's get to, for me, what is just absolutely the best car here at SEMA, which is Invader, the 87 Grand National.
Yeah, that's a fun car. And you know,
I had no idea them cars were that popular. Like literally,
they've skyrocketed in the last like 18 months to 2 years.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I had one for 2 years, made about 20% on it from what I bought it for, and since then it's gone up another 200%.
How many miles were on your car?
It was low. It was less than 50.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and it was a non-T-top car, so it didn't have any of the issues that the T-top cars have. And to this day, I wish I still had it, because that was my dream car in high school. That's why I bought it.
Yep.
But you guys just took it to the next level.
Yeah, and to us, it's like, there's not a lot you need to do without ruining the car. Bumpers obviously are terrible on those cars, and the hood. And with the owner wanting to stick with Kenny V6 in it, that guy's got a lot of name.
Yeah.
We honestly didn't know.
I had no idea who he was.
Oh really?
No.
Oh wow.
And people, like you say, 1,246 horse V6, and they're going, I call BS on that one, right? But
let's
you have Kenny on there. They're like, nobody questions it. Nobody even calls bullshit. It's like, it's real.
And then you guys took it to the next level by doing something I've never seen before, which is to put a Tremec behind it. Yeah. I mean, it's like, I saw that and I was like, I was blown away.
And it's not black. Well, it's kind of black, but it's not black.
It's in the family.
Yeah.
You know, you can get any color you want as long as it's black.
Right.
You know, harken back to the old Henry Ford quote, which was great about the Grand Nationals. But you know what? When you're taking a car to that level, you do what you want. You're keeping it in the spirit of a Grand National, but you're putting the Ringbrothers touch on it.
Yeah, it's. I think we paid homage to the interior even, and colors, even though they're completely different.
You know, with the
Still
Recaro, Steve did a great job. Upholstery Unlimited, the guy, he's a phenomenal guy. He's an older gentleman, but
Oh, he's not that old. Don't tell him.
He's older than me.
And you guys did really cool details with the logo too. And let's
Yeah.
just get back to the CUDA for 1 second. You were pointing out to me that the CUDA logo is actually the little apostrophe that's been enlarged.
Correct.
You know,
correct.
little touches like that are something that you guys are becoming known for. And it's so cool. Like, how does an idea like using that apostrophe as the logo come to you? It's just like you're looking at it one day and you're kind of like, that would be...
Probably
Actually,
Ryan.
it was Ryan that, well, because we wanted the infected name to grow with the I at the end, basically inside the D, that it's like infected. So we wanted the thing, and we're like, what can we put the background on? You know, we didn't want individual letters, so because we're machining it. So Ryan came up and he looked at the CUDA thing, and he's like, what happens if we enlarge that, turn it, and then put the name in there? We have to tell people what it was.
You
but,
had to explain it to me because I was looking at him going, God, that shape looks super familiar, but I had never seen it in that size before.
Right.
Or font.
Yeah. So it was cool.
And then with the Grand National, you put the little
Turbos.
twin turbos inside.
Yeah, they actually are
3D printed.
They are
little
actually.
turbos.
Oh, wow.
They are actually from Precision. We got models and actually shrunk them down, and it is actually the exact printed turbo that's
too
in the
cool.
car. So
How much of the new technology, the CAD and the 3D printing, are becoming part of your builds?
a lot, especially the car we got coming up. It's all technology on their Aston Martin that we're going to be debuting. But yeah, each year we try to push that more and more.
These younger guys are so creative and talented with that stuff. It's mind-boggling. I mean, Mike and I probably couldn't go over and plug it in, but these guys are good, and you know, they're so talented and creative, and they make us look good.
Well, and they probably take a lot of their cues from guys like you too, because if you're starting to use that new technology, it's almost like permission for them to do it, and you guys are known for really thinking outside the box, which also gives the younger generation permission to do that as well.
There's so many talented people in this industry. I mean, you walk through this show, it's just like, good thing we're about washed up.
Yeah, I know. Good thing we're old. Exactly.
And then let's touch on the Blazer also.
Yeah, Blazer's kind of funny. Back to the name, you know, that came from another shop.
Yeah, what does that come from? First of all, tell me the name again. It's
Tuca.
Tuca, yeah.
And I think his daughter come up with the name because it took a lot of money and it took a lot of time.
Oh my God, that's classic. You know, and comparatively speaking, the Blazer is pretty understated.
Correct.
It's more, you know, kind of mellow. Like you look at it from 50 feet and you're just like, oh wow, that's a really nice Blazer. And then when you get up to it, you kind of see all the touches that you guys put on it. But definitely the opposite end of the spectrum certainly from any last year. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, from our last Blazers, but the interior in that with what Gabe's did.
And from Bully too, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like you look at the top, it's chopped because we raised the bed rails and we put a sunroof out of a 16 Blazer in it, and the back hatch is all out of a Jeep, and made an aluminum tailgate that hinges with all Ford Bronco hardware to make that work. So it's got a lot of blend on that topper. So yeah, it's really neat on the inside.
How do you change a Blazer? I mean, we've done so many of them. It's like,
yeah.
Right. Just keep thinking outside the box. Well, man, I got to tell you, that Grand National just blew me away. And I know, Jim, you were telling me earlier that you were a big fan of the Dutch Boys.
I was.
Grand
I think that's a beautiful car.
Amazing car.
And I love the flares on it.
They're great guys too.
Yeah.
You know, this industry is just full of good people, and you can call spade a spade. It's a beautiful Grand National.
And they put a lot of GNX touches on it with the gills and the fender. They kind of mimicked the GNX wheel with what they built. They actually fabricated 2 GNX shrouds, which was cool to go on those twin turbos.
It's cool. Love the wheels on that car.
And the stance is great. So, and if you're here at SEMA, go over to Central Hall because both of those Grand Nationals are within about 10 booths of each
other.
Yep.
The CMAC booth.
Make sure you come and see ours first.
Go see the other one first because you're going to spend a lot more time at the Ringbrothers Grand National if you're like me. You guys are the best, man. Mike Ring, Jim Ring, thank you guys for joining me here.
Hey, and a shout out to Viper. These are
right. These are
chairs,
Viper chair.
Got a little backrest,
This is
great
awesome.
materials, and I will see you guys at the Best on Roadster Shop party tonight. These
Yes,
guys
you
are,
will.
Of course, great.
See you, buddy.
Partners with Roadster Shop.
Thanks, everybody.
Ringbrothers, everybody. All right, time to throw it back out to the SEMA Show floor where Alliyah is standing by at Meguiar's.
Thanks so much, Chris. I am here with Mike Pennington. He is in charge of all things education and training here at Meguiar's. Mike, tell us about Meguiar's. I mean, I know it started as a furniture polish and ultimately has evolved to one of the biggest names in automotive.
It actually has, and it was 1901 if you turn the clock all the way back to the very beginning. A gentleman named Frank Meguiar Jr. actually founded the company and started tinkering with furniture polishes, and next thing you know, cars evolved, horses, carriages, you know, the first Ford production line. Wow. And that material is very similar to furniture. So if it works over here, it's got to work over here. And here we are in 2024, still chugging along.
Wow, that is incredible. Considering how long you guys have been in business, how have you embraced innovation while also staying true to the core values of your brand?
That's actually very easy because it's all about performance. So whether you're new to the category and just got your first vehicle when you turn 16, or you're building a SEMA vehicle for the first time, you want a product that simply works. Yeah. So whether you're washing, compounding, polishing, waxing, whatever that may be, our true north is let's just deliver a product that does what it says it does. I mean, it's that easy. Right. So no matter what you got, you're going to stand back and go, wow, that sure looks really good. Yeah. It's amazing.
Great. And then right here we're showcasing some SEMA, items.
These are all of our new items for this year that are launching. A whole bunch of these for people that might be a curious newbie to a seasoned professional. So we've got all kinds of new items. I mean, there's so many to choose from.
Yeah. And then let's go ahead and take a look at this vehicle that we have right over here. This is the only vehicle on your show floor, correct?
No, we had another. We've got two cars. This was a GTR that the throttle team out of San Diego built and debuted here. And it's such a cool build because it was a throwback to the Too Fast, Too Furious car that Paul Walker drove. Yeah. But it's got that modern flair to it, and they turned it into a drag car. So what they did is, after SEMA, they're going to go down and lay down a quarter-mile pass, tune it, and really do some big numbers. So a modern flair. This car is absolutely amazing. The other cars you can see, our booth is bare. It's a 1959 Chrysler 300 that got chosen to be part of the Battle of the Builders. Oh, wow. So it was a top 3 finalist in the hot rod category. So, you know, the team out of American Legends and Muscle Cars out of Phoenix built that car. So, yes, it's empty in our booth now, but we're kind of rooting them on outside at the Battle of the Builders stage right now.
Oh, wow, incredible. Yeah, I know a lot of people got knocked out yesterday, so that is such an accomplishment to still be in the running.
It is. It's top 3. So, big shout out to the team that built that 1000X Chrysler, they call it.
Wow, incredible. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this wall of shine that you have going on inside your display. So tell us a little bit about this and the interactive experience that it provides for your attendees.
Well, this was, you know, over on our left is a lot of our other products. We make about 300 plus items total, whether, you know, that 13 or 14 new items that we launched at SEMA on Tuesday to some of our existing ones like our Ultimate line, our hybrid ceramic line. We got a lot to choose from. But on this wall, we really wanted to step back and go, how can we have anybody, whether you're a customer or consumers, are going to join us tomorrow on Friday, you know, for the open show for that, but sign our wall. And if you look at it now, I'm not sure how much space is actually left for anybody to sign it, but people are just being part of the brand, showing their love for not just Meguiar's, but the SEMA Show, the hobby, and their enthusiasm for, let's call it this great hobby we have.
Yeah, of course. And how important is it for you to have your product displayed here at SEMA?
It's actually important on multiple levels. Obviously, globally, we launch all the new items at SEMA every year, and they're ready to ship globally. So all these fans of the brand and the hobby have access to it very quickly. Part 2 of that is supporting the overall hobby. Right. I mean, this is such a great, I grew up in this hobby. I've been coming to SEMA for many, many, many years. I wouldn't trade it for the world, but just to see all the, let's call it old friends and make a lot of new friends, that's really what we're here for as a company as well.
Yeah, and you guys, like we mentioned, have been around for quite some time. How do you keep your fan base loyal and engaged?
Just give them what they want and be authentic to them. I mean, it sounds, you know, so simple, right? But everybody, whether, again, you're new to car care, you're building, we talked about the SEMA car earlier, but just, we said, deliver a product that does what it says it does. It's that easy. So if we keep doing that, and have access to us, because we get a lot of questions. What's the best wax? What's the best compound? What's the best product to use? You can reach out to us via phone, email, internet, social, digital, and we just help you pick the right product. Because I said earlier, there's a lot of products to choose from, and we just want to make sure you get the right one to really get the best results you're looking for. Because when that happens, everybody's a winner.
Of course, it could be quite intimidating, at least for me, seeing all these products. What's a good go-to product that you would recommend for a kind of cover-all situation?
Well, you're not alone. I mean, no matter if you're new or an experienced person, it is confusing. So, you know, we have one of our newest items we launched is hybrid ceramic waterless wash and wax. And these days, with a lot of ceramic coatings on cars, whether you had it installed by a pro or you did it yourself, they kind of take a family of like products to maintain it. So we are super excited to offer that hybrid ceramic waterless wash and wax. It keeps a coated car looking its best all the time. So that's one of my personal favorites as well.
Great, that's awesome. And then one big trend we're seeing this year in SEMA, or actually the past couple years, is sustainability. How is Meguiar's going in that direction?
Well, we've always looked into that at many different levels, and we actually recently this year we worked and changed a lot of our bottles over. So not only the products that are the chemicals that are inside, but we're really looking at packaging, things like that, to make sure we're following that same trend to be responsible overall as well. So this year was we used to have glossy bottles. Now we have bottles that fall into that recyclable category. So we're staying on top of that at all times as well, and we're very proud of that.
Yeah, amazing. And it seems like you've been in the automotive industry for quite some time.
I've been fortunate enough to start Meguiar's in 1989, and I've been at every single SEMA since.
Wow.
With the exception of 2020 when it was paused. But I've been at every single one, and I'm just as excited now than I was in 1989.
Yeah, what can you say about this year's SEMA that differs from all the rest of the years?
What's different? SEMA Live for one. Here we are. Which is amazing. But I'm going to spin it just the opposite. What hasn't changed is the energy, the passion, the cars, and the people. So that has not changed, and that's awesome. But I think the ability for SEMA Live to broadcast to everybody that can't be here for various reasons, it's cool. So we love that.
Yeah, Meguiar's definitely seems all about innovation. What do you expect from the brands in the next couple years?
Continue to do the same. Listen to our consumers, deliver products they want, follow trends of paint, wraps, PPF, matte, satin. Make sure we deliver those products that consumers keep knocking on our doors going, what do you got? I got a new vehicle. I'm restoring a vehicle. I bought a used vehicle. I want to make it mine. Just really helping themselves show pride in that ride, I guess you could say. And that's we're going to continue to do that for another 123 years.
And how important is it for you guys to have a community relationship with the aftermarket?
It's everything. Again, it's about personalization and showing off your ride, and part of that is anything from wheels, tires, suspension, interior, exterior paint. We can rattle them off. That's what this industry is about. But making sure it looks its best at all times. But the other side of that is, how about that daily driver that you have that maybe your SEMA ride comes out on the weekends, but you got your daily. We've also got products for you that are quick, easy, and you can also keep that daily. So just making sure you have access to the product and your needs are covered. I mean, it's really that easy. It's really that easy.
And last question here. What was your first vehicle, and did you polish it with Meguiar's?
Wow.
Honest answer.
Can I go that far back?
We have some time, so feel free to elaborate.
We need the tick-tock. 1979 Honda Civic.
Okay.
Spring, suspension, exhaust. I did all the fun stuff.
Amazing.
And as a matter of fact, I did use Meguiar's cleaner wax in the red bottle, and we still make that product.
Nice.
It launched in 1973. I worked in an auto parts store, and that is what they said was the best. And here I am today. It's kind of a full circle moment. So that's a great question. I love it.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Once again, everyone, Mike Pennington with Meguiar's. For now, I'll send it back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot, Alliyah. Appreciate that great stuff as always. And another very special guest in the SEMA Live studio. You're going to enjoy this one. I've been looking forward to it all day long. Freestyle rapper really doesn't do him justice because the guy is so talented beyond that. Harry Mack, great to have you with me, man.
Oh, thanks for being here with me, man. Thanks for having me on.
Doing my research about you, I just became an instant fan. First of all, I got to tell you, you have instant recall like no one that I have ever seen. You can have 10 people give you this totally off the wall word, right, and you are able to say it back to them 5 minutes later. Like is that a skill that you work on? Like, what's your memorization technique?
It's a great question. It's definitely, first of all, thank you. It's definitely something that I work hard on. It's kind of more of a recent development for me. Practicing the memory specifically. I used to have people throw words at me. They would kind of just lob them to me while I was doing the freestyle. So that way I only had to keep track of one at a time. But it dawned on me that it would be awesome if I could just collect, you know, a whole handful of words right at the beginning and hold them in my mind and kind of have the creative freedom to navigate through them in the way that I want to. And so I started really working on sort of these memory devices, and there's sort of different tricks that you can pick up. I'll just share something simple with you. If I'm out there in front of a crowd of people, I usually try to take the words from left to right. And I kind of associate each word with the person that gave it to me. It's almost like I see that word floating over their head, you know? And so when I'm doing the freestyle, I kind of flow back through the people in that order. And as long as they don't scramble and rearrange the order, usually I can get through it. So, yeah.
Well, you must never forget a name, something I struggle with.
Names are hard. Names are hard.
Are they really? Are they hard for you?
Names are hard for me, yeah, because it's harder to associate them with a symbol. Like if you give me the word coffee, I can picture a coffee mug right over your head. But if somebody says their name is Andrea, that's a little more abstract, you know, so it's harder to associate that with a symbol maybe.
I try to, when I'm really trying to memorize someone's name, I associate it with someone who is either a friend of mine or a celebrity who has that same name, and that helps a lot. That's probably
a smart way to do it.
An easy technique.
That's a great way to do it.
Also, when you're doing your freestyle,
Yes.
and they've got the words Chiron on the screen so that the viewer knows what they are, I can sense when you're doing your freestyle, because it's not like you're trying to force the words in there.
Right.
I see you warming up to the word by starting to rap in a sequence that word is going to fit into.
Yes.
And that's really an amazing technique and talent.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, that's called setup punchline, you know, so if I'm going to rhyme with the word hand, I don't start with the word hand. I start saying words that rhyme with hand so that I can kind of slide into home and end with the word hand.
Yeah.
So throw a rhyme up and it's never gonna land. Every time I rap, I'm representing my brand. I drop all the knowledge so the people understand. I keep the microphone locked firm in my hand. So we end with the target word. So
Yeah, and being able to do that in cadence every time too.
Yes.
Because, you know, when you try to force a rhyme in there and it doesn't fall on the beat, the cadence is off, and then it kind of blows the whole thing up.
100%, 100%. Yeah, rhythm is such an important part of what I do. And I think historically, you know, freestyling is sometimes seen as like just sort of a side, you know, hobby or a training practice thing that people do. But the real thing is when they write their rhymes, right? For a lot of artists. So that's really the real expression happens in the studio when they have a bit more time to craft things. And so when I'm doing a freestyle, I always want it to feel like maybe it is something that could have been written, you know, in the sense that I don't want it to be sloppy in any way. I want everything to fit in the cadence, like you say. I want it to have rhythmic integrity and have a high level of musicality and feel, you know, hopefully similar to something that you might hear on a record.
Well, and all things that you have a very deep knowledge of with your experience as a jazz drummer.
Yes.
Two questions. One, are you hearing the beat in your head as if you're playing your own drumming soundtrack? I know you have a speaker that you work with, but in your head you're probably hearing that. And second, are you always in the same time signature when you're doing your freestyles?
Great questions. Yeah. So I definitely feel like a freestyle is a jazz drum solo with words. So I'm a jazz drummer, like you mentioned. So, you know, as a jazz drummer, rhythmic improvisation is the whole job. So to be able to, you know, hear these rhythms and improvise these rhythms, yeah, I'm totally thinking about a drum set when I'm doing that, right? And so if I can just attach syllables to those rhythms instead of gripping on my mic, doing what I feel, I'm keeping it real right off at the top of the dome, I'm locked in the zone, so it's the same skill, rhythmic improvisation. It's just rather than doing it behind a drum set, I'm tying language to it and doing it in the form of a freestyle. So that's how that sort of works. In terms of the time signature, usually, I'll be honest with you, like 99% of the time, if not more, yeah, I'm in 4/4 time, which is just very standard.
The most basic, right? Yeah.
Exactly, and for most like so-called Western music, you know, pop, rock, R&B, funk, hip hop, whatever it is, it's usually going to be in 4/4 time. Occasionally, you'll get something in 3/4 time. even less than that. You might get a 5.4 or 7.4, but that's pretty rare outside of jazz and more experimental forms of music. But I have experimented in the past a little bit with mixing it up and trying to get comfortable in some of those more odd time signatures. So maybe that's a journey for the future, man.
Cool. All right. Well, let's see some of your skills happening in real time. I'll throw 4 automotive words at you.
Okay.
And we'll see what you come up with. So
I love it.
Obviously, let's do SEMA.
SEMA, absolutely.
Let's do turbocharged.
Turbocharged. Beautiful.
Let's go gas cap.
Gas cap. Yeah, I know what that is.
And let's go. Can you do a phrase or just a word?
Sure. Yeah. Hit me.
Let's go 4-wheel drive.
Beautiful.
Since we're in the truck section.
I love it. 4-wheel drive because we're here with the big trucks. All right, let me make sure I got them. Don't remind me unless I ask because I got to have them locked up here like we discussed. So we're going to go with SEMA, which is this beautiful event we're here at today. We're going to do turbocharged. We're going to do gas cap. And last but not least, we're going to do 4-wheel drive.
Yes, indeed.
Let's get it, man. You ready?
Let's do it. Come
on.
on.
I'll do something a cappella.
Now, can I videotape this?
Of course, man. Go for it.
Videotape that. It's showing my age right there.
Hey, yo, every time I rhyme, I be spitting the cleaner. You know I had the freestyle right here at SEMA. Every time he's rapping, he be spitting so great. I'm throwback with the bars. This is videotape. We put it back on the VHS. When the rapper hears Harry Mack, I know he's straight stressed. He knows he can't match it. The greatest like Cassius. Every time I rhyme, man, y'all know they about to bask in the shine that I'm bringing. I'm here to impress. Hey, yo, these rappers seem a bit stressed. Yeah, when they all up in my presence, it's clear. H-Mac in the essence, I be facing my fears. Y'all know I got bars in alignment like the stars. Yo, I'm out here at SEMA. I'm surrounded by the cars. I got my enemies flinching. Steadily, I'm inching forward while I keep revving my engine. Pedal to the metal, yo, my words go hard. Cause when I'm rhyming off the mental, dog, I'm turbocharged. They couldn't match my speed. I got it indeed. Yo, I hoard microphones. They'll be calling it greed. I bring them my way. Mac in the far left lane on the highway. Every time I spit, I'm about to do it in a flyway. Y'all know I'm skirting on them in the foreign. Cause over instrumentals, I be scorching. Give you more than a portion. I'ma earn a fortune on the grind. Mac getting busy with the rhyme. Turbocharged lyrics, turbocharged rhymes, turbocharged metaphors in all of my lines. Yeah, I push it to the metal, something like a V12. Every time I rhyme, I'ma be myself. Good for your health. Hey, yo, rappers is who I'm mad at. Hey, yo, they gas, man. Somebody check the gas cap. I'm about to break it down while keeping my cool. Hey, yo, these rappers all be gassed with that unleaded fuel. But every time I rhyme, I'm in the league they can't see me in. Cause it's never regular unleaded. I am premium, next level with it. And y'all know that I spit like a boss. The gas cap, yo, we twisted it off. I'm revealing it when I be doing my thing. Y'all know that I'm up in the room. Speaker system's about to boom. Y'all can smell the fumes soon as we come in. Yeah, H-Mac, I get it poppin'. Real mic rockin'. The flow's not stopping. Do it a cappella accompanied by the snaps. I get busy with freestyle raps, and that's a fact. I'ma break it down for y'all. We here to get live. Stepping in correct and Mac, you could not survive. Matter of fact, I wonder why these rappers would try. Stepping up to me, knowing that they not fly. And they can feel the energy the moment I arrive. Told y'all these other MCs to contrive. Old school like De La Soul and Tribe. You could say my freestyles got 4-wheel drive.
Oh, yeah. I am in the passenger seat while the driver is spewing greatness. That was genius, my man.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Oh, so good. Major props. That's
Appreciate
amazing,
it.
man.
Thank you so much.
I don't know how you do it, but I'm glad you do.
Oh, years of practice, man. Years of practice. And I appreciate you. Thanks for having me on the platform and giving me this opportunity to do what I love, man.
Too cool. Harry Mack, I also want to promote the SEMA banquet that is happening tonight. Are you a part of that? Are you part
I
of
am,
the
yes.
banquet?
Yep, I'll be performing at the SEMA banquet, so looking forward to seeing people there.
I'll be there too, man. Cannot wait, dude. That was so epic. Amazing. Harry Mack, once again.
Thanks, y'all.
Time for us to step away for a quick break. We'll be back with more SEMA Live on the other side. Stick around.
At the SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D
The government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
Welcome back, everybody, to SEMA Live. You know, we haven't talked enough about what a groundbreaking event this is. You're getting a look there. That's directly below where I am sitting, and that is the team who is making all of this happen for you on the SEMA Facebook page and the SEMA YouTube channel. It definitely takes a talented team. Bud Brutzman, our producer, is in the right side of the screen right there. He just flashed the peace sign at you. This is all his creation. He is the one who put all of this together, and it is my honor and privilege to be bringing you all of this great content for the last 2.5 days, and we have a day and a half left to go. This is quite the undertaking, and you can see how much effort that it takes to bring this to you live. And we are flying by the seat of our pants. We don't have a delay, we don't have anything backed up in case something goes wrong. We are relying on our technology, and we are relying on our moxie, and so far it's working out, and hopefully I did not just jinx ourselves, but I'm gonna knock on my head there for good luck. But really my pleasure to have this new experience at the SEMA Show. I've been coming here for a long, long time. My first year was 20 years ago in 2004, and it has just become more and more fun every year, and this is definitely a new chapter for me at the SEMA Show, and so happy that you guys are all joining us and experiencing it right along with me. And there I am, back on camera number 1 here in the SEMA Live studio. We hope that you have enjoyed the content that we've shared with you so well. I want to give a shout out to JC Fernandez, Alliyah Becerra, and Adrienne Janic, AJ, who is covering Battle of the Builders. They've been working so hard, putting in the steps, making my job up here in the SEMA Live studio that much easier by being all around the SEMA facility, bringing us the great content that you have been seeing since we started Tuesday morning at 8:45 a.m. Pacific time. And I'd like to say, if the doors are open, we are live, because we start with a little preview and then we go until they shut the doors down at 5 p.m. If you've never been to SEMA before, we hope this has given you a taste of what the experience is like. We hope that you do come live and in person one day, but if you can't be here, thank you for joining us on the Facebook page and the YouTube channel of SEMA. You're getting a look inside of West Hall right there. The Camaro and the Pro Stock car at the bottom of your screen are in our booth, as well as that sported out Tundra. Can't say enough about all the builders who've helped us out, who've created this environment here at SEMA Live for us. You see the Laser Nut booth right across. Tons of our great guests are right here in West Hall, and we appreciate you guys coming over to West Hall if you're here live at SEMA. All right, well, let's get some more great content from JC Fernandez in the field. See who he is standing by out there with. Oh yeah, JC, what do you got, buddy?
All right, thank you, Chris, and I hope everyone's enjoying our SEMA Live coverage as much as I'm enjoying doing this, because it's been a blast these past couple of days. And we're here at Hunter, who they're kind of the expert when it comes to making equipment for automotive repair. And I've got David here. How has SEMA been for you so far?
Man, SEMA's been a blast. We love coming to SEMA because we can showcase some of the tools and equipment we make to help make you more productive in your shops. We're right behind our Ultimate 8S right now, showing you how fast we can set placements of targets and be the exact pinpoint accuracy that we need. You'll notice we won a PIN award because of the innovation of this tool and how fast we can actively place these targets and make them productive for our customers.
So, sorry to interrupt, but just break it down. So, what's the award you won, in case I was not familiar with it? I see it up there. It looks like you guys won an Oscar. What is that award?
It's something like an Oscar. It's a innovation award for bringing products that really change the market, really innovate, and make the market better for the industry. What we're trying to do is make it so our industry can produce better product for their customer, document every step, make sure they don't lose a step in the process.
Do you have a demonstration here? It looks like we have something behind us. What are we going to see here?
Yeah, definitely. What we're going to see here is going to be target placement and how we can use our gimbals on our cameras to pinpoint placement of different sensors or different targets.
Is that so? Do we need someone to actually do that demo for us? Is that something you can do?
Can you activate a demo, maybe a rear corner for me real quick? Or what do you got? Perfect. We're going to do a front side here. You'll see the green line up here in the red dot. That's going to tell us our free space. Go ahead and let's go to the next one here. That's the free space we need for this vehicle. And then when we look at the target, it's rising up to the exact height of the car. We know that because we're referencing the car and the targets on the car. We pull a live plane so we can be super accurate with this placement.
Now, is this something that dealerships are using, or is this something that someone's watching at home who's got a really over-the-top garage can get?
Oh, yeah. We can sell it to anybody. It was first released to Honda and only dealerships, where we released it to the world. We want everybody to have this top technology that Hunter can produce for them.
Okay, one more time. So break down what this is doing. Why am I using this piece of equipment?
Well, we're using this piece of equipment because we're using our 4 sensors, our rock solid Hawkeye lead alignment machine to find the live plane of the car, and off of that we can make slight adjustments or exact adjustments to match the contour of the ground, so we place those targets at the exact location they need to be for the most safety. We got to think of what these safety systems are doing for us. They're making the car stop for us. They're making it go for us. We're relying on them for safety, and if we don't calibrate them correctly at the right distance, at the right spacing, it will not act the same. And we want to make sure it's safe for our customers.
And it all comes down to safety is what it comes down to.
It is, safety. And if we skip steps or we try to shortcut stuff, we're going to lose that safety. This is going to allow you to do all those steps, document the steps, and it's going to not let you go unless you have those steps done correctly.
Where are we right now? Well, I should tell you where we are at SEMA. It's so cool because people walk in here, they enter the hall, and you're one of the first booths that they see, and you grab everyone's attention, which is really cool. What's something else you can show us? Because you have so much here at the booth.
Yeah, let's walk around and we'll talk about the Revolution tire changer and the innovation we have there.
How has this week been so far for you? A lot of people, a lot of customers, a lot of clients.
A lot of clients, a lot of people. We love showcasing this equipment so we can really show them the productivity of it. So we're going to use the Revolution tire changer for you real quick. A couple things about this tire changer is not only is it automatic, but it can go autonomous. So you see we got a built-in wheel lift here.
I want to slow this down too, by the way, because we have about 20 minutes here. We have a lot of time to really explain everything and let everyone digest what they're seeing.
So what we're doing here, we have a Revolution tire changer that is not only automatic, but it goes autonomous. What we're trying to do for the shop here is going to free up time so they can get more stuff done, and more stuff done with multiple pieces of equipment with one technician.
Okay.
So if we use the Revolution tire changer to its ability, after we do one tire, the second tire can go autonomous or by itself. It knows the next logical step, so the step it needs to do to complete the task. After the wheel lift comes up, it needs to clamp. We just confirm we want to clamp it. Then we can
hold on, all the pedals are down here. It's all foot pedal operated?
Yeah, if we look at the foot pedal here, we got a go button. That's kind of like a mouse button on our computer.
Yeah, right, yeah. So yeah, you see the buttons and everything down here, so it's easy to operate.
There.
Okay,
Yeah,
these are hands-free. These are hands-free to work on everything as well. All right, so right down here, hand pedals, and the actual tire up here. And we're live here too. At the same time as you're watching us, we're also talking to the crew that we're working and explaining that we have extra time to really showcase these items. All right, David.
All right, man. We're going to let you do this one instead of me. So
okay, all right.
It's already clamped the wheel.
Okay.
We need to tell it where the valve stem is. So if you could step on that rotation pedal, and we're going to go ahead and take this all the way around. It's pretty close to where it needs to be, but let's line it up right in these rollers. So bring that stem right about here.
Stem
all right.
Right there, right?
Back it up just a hair. Pick up with your foot, and we're going to
pick it up
just a couple inches. Yep.
Oh, okay. It's easy. Foot pedal, so easy to use.
Oh, yeah. Nice and easy to use. Okay, that's good there. Now we're going to hit the go pedal. We're going to confirm it's the same as last. So the go pedal down on the bottom.
Hit that?
Yep, push that down. And then we're going to let up and push it down and hold it for just a minute. And then go ahead and touch the screen right up there, and you'll see the activate button.
Right here?
Yep.
Am I still holding that down?
Yep, hold that down and hit activate. Now step off the pedal, and you're going to change this tire for us real quick. So we can talk a little bit about what's going on and how easy it is. We use that upper bead roller to help support the upper side of the bead so we don't put any stress on the spokes. And we're breaking that lower bead. You'll see that lower roller coming up slowly just to make sure it's broken. Once it does that, it drops out of the way. You'll notice the upper roller pulls out and down to create a gap for the mount head. Meanwhile, tracking that sensor the whole time so we don't damage the sensor. It's going to insert the hook when the stem's away from that hook so it can't damage that hook. It's going to roll around and it's going to push up on the lower bead as it pulls up on the hook, and it's going to pull that first bead off for us.
The tire right at there?
Oh, yeah, and it's going to trap the tire between the hook and the upper roller, and it's going to pull that other side in the drop center. This is pretty amazing that we can do this automation to really help you guys in the field.
I know the people that are in the business, they see this like, wow, this is amazing technology. How far has the technology come in the past 5, 10, 15, 20 years?
Well, the big thing is it's come a long way, because if we think about the manual work that we used to have with tire changers and what we had to do, we had to break the bead on the side. We had to use levers or bars really to push the tire back and forth to get it on and off the wheel. It took not only a skilled person, but somebody that was willing to do the work. We're taking all that out, and we're taking the skill level down. So if we have an entry tech that we need to start in this industry, we can get him on this machine and train him up in a couple minutes to be super productive. You look at this, it's a 20-inch Camaro wheel. It's not an easy tire and wheel, and you just did it without even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, exactly. I just took that tire off with ease. With ease. It was done. Now, can we put the tire back on? We do that here with the same process?
So if you would step on the other side of the pedal, not the go pedal, yes, sir. And just go ahead and bring that all the way down. Just push it and hold it down until the wheel comes down to the ground. Once it's down to the ground, I want you to pick the tire up and just set it up on the drop center. So pick it up and set that first bead right up in here. Yep. Just kind of slide it just like that. Yep. Right. Step over to this side. You're going to hold one hand on the tire and touch the go pedal and just hold it up, and it's going to tilt it all the way up for you. Just hold it and support it and go up. It's going to be nice and easy for you. And just support this side. Now go all the way up until it stops. All right. Now you're going to let off the pedal real quick. Just hold the tire, push the pedal back down, and hold it down. You don't need to brace yourself. Pick up one more time and down on the pedal. All right. Once that comes down into touching the wheel, we're just going to create traction here. So just push down like that, and it's going to go on by itself. You're done.
Nothing else? That's it?
Yep. Now grab these two arms and just pull them around if you would. You can let off. You can let off the pedal.
Okay. Pull these?
Yep. Just pull those all the way around, both of them. There you go. With them all the way around, go ahead and push that pedal down and hold it down for me. Just stay on it. Now let up and push it down one more time. There you go. Now that roller's going to push it down to make sure it stays underneath the mount hook. It's going to auto advance the stem around and then put the bead presses down after that stem. And it's going to push that low profile tire right on that wheel for you. Just like that. Now if we grab the air hose over to the side. Yeah, you can let go of the pedal now and grab the air hose here. Go ahead and hook that to the stem if you would. Yep, push in, push down, perfect. That will work, and then go ahead and hit the start button up in the right lower corner, the green button. Yep.
You already have the tire pressure locked in?
The tire pressure is already set, so you can go ahead and hit start. If you did need to move that tire pressure, you could. Yeah. We really got to think. If we can use our mind power and get that thing to pop up, it's going to be great. And it did.
I mean, I'm literally just pressing a couple buttons. Not even using my hands, pressing my feet.
Exactly.
How quick is that? We know, too, with the accuracy that this is being put on, the proper pressure. I mean, safety at its best.
Oh, exactly. We're pulling that down. It's locked in with hydraulic pressure. It's going to be safe. There's no metal-to-metal contact, and we're not getting our hands into any of those pinch points.
Yeah.
That's where the safety comes in. We're not bending over, spinning with our weight, where our lower back might be damaged. It's just the best way to change a tire, the most effective way and the safest way.
You talk about, too, your hands being free. The only time my hand was there just to kind of guide the tire for a second. No chance of getting my hand caught in there. You know, something like that happens, I get hurt, and you have a guy or gal out of your shop for a little bit.
Exactly. We want to retain those employees, make sure we get all the work we can, and that they're as healthy as possible so they can come the next day, and produce all the work they need.
That was really. So do you have other? You have other things to show us? But that was really neat. I don't know if we saw this, Mark. The whole setup, the screen, and everything. So get back here. So
Go ahead.
We have the tire pressure. That's pre-programmed. How does that work? We program it that we're doing a certain kind of tire.
Yeah, we would set the pressure here with this arrow and set it to our placard pressure, whatever we need.
Okay.
Yep, that's exactly what that is. And then once we go through, the machine guides us through the steps. It knows the logical path to complete the task, and it's just going to walk us through step by step to make sure we can get that done.
Oh my gosh, this is so neat. This is really neat. Playing with these toys here at SEMA.
Yeah, these toys, if you're in the automotive industry, man, it's super fun. You know, we think about all these fun tires and wheels and how we want to customize our cars. These are the equipment that we use to mount those tires and wheels so we can get them on our vehicle.
I think it's so neat, too, because people that have been watching since day one or been at SEMA, there was a lot of big reveals, a lot of big celebrities. We spoke to Mario Andretti yesterday, Joey Logano,
awesome.
Really cool experiences. But this is what it comes down to. This is the equipment that's fixing our cars and getting them back on the road.
Yeah, this show, you know, it's really for the people in the industry.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about the industry people, they got to find a way to service all these custom cars, you know, service the race cars, the custom cars, the factory cars, and a way to do it efficiently so we can get the best products for our customer.
And it is real. It's all about the industry. It is a true trade association. And just a little quick fun story is, you know, you're a car lover. You want to get inside here somehow, and it's not easy to get a badge. And when I was in college, I worked at a rental car place, and SEMA would come to town, and you get someone that returns their rental car a day or so early, and they would leave their badge inside the car. That was gold. Like, I got my badge. I am now Frank from so-and-so, and I would walk in and walk this floor because it's a neat experience.
It's amazing. The first time I came, it just blows your mind. You know, you plan on spending 3 or 4 days because it's so big, but it's so big you can't last that long. You almost have to pick your poison and find out what you want to see and go to that. But I tell you, everything from supercars to lifted trucks, this is a show. It's beautiful.
All right, let's continue. So what do we got?
So we're going to talk about our balancer here. I'll go ahead and let you balance this one. But we have an integrated wheel lift on this balancer. So if you just pick up on the toe, it'll go up. And that's about good enough. Yeah, maybe we can go down just a little bit. So we're going to put that center on that shaft. And you don't have to look that intense, but yeah, we're just going to drop it down just a hair. There we go. Now let it down. We just set it down. That's kind of cool right there. Another thing pretty cool on our balancer, it's like our tire changer. So we can actually hook our air up, and you see it sets to placard pressure here. So not only will it inflate, but we can deflate to whatever pressure we want. Once we do that, we'll get it down to 32 pounds of pressure. Then I'm going to have you clamp it, and we'll do a road force balance. So something about road force is we're test driving this tire before we put it on the car. A lot of people in the industry, you know, they might throw a motor in a car and they usually drive it around the block. Sometimes they don't do that with tires and wheels.
Yeah.
This is a way we can make sure that the tires and wheels are going to ride smooth for the car.
So this is getting, in essence, getting a road test before it gets put on the car.
Exactly. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and unhook that. If you would, I'll show you real quick. If you want to step right here, I'll show you real quick. We're going to support the wheel, and we're going to get it up on that collet. So we're going to put it on the collet. We're going to take the quick clamp, stick it on here, and double tap this pedal here.
Double tap now?
Yep.
Double tap, tap, tap.
And then, bam, it's locked in.
Okay.
Now all you got to do is drop the hood. Let's see if you can do that real fast.
Yeah, I got that.
Let's go.
It goes on its own?
Yeah, it's going to take all the measurements on its own. So a couple things going on there. It's spinning up first, and it's going to tell us what weights we need, and then it's going to bring the roller down. It's going to bring the roller down and measure road force of the tire so we can check spring rate to make sure it's the best ride in assembly. We also measure the rim run out so we can match those two to make the best assembly possible.
What is the dollar amounts we're seeing? The $22.50, $7.42?
That's kind of a fun story. If we think about road force, if we fix a road force problem, that means that customer doesn't have to come back to us for a second repair.
Yeah.
In turn, saving us money in our employment or our service.
So that's how much we're saving right there?
Yep. So if we think about the comebacks, if we don't have to service that car more than one time, guess what? We save some money because we don't have to service it more than one time. And then over here, you see a smart weight savings. A traditional balancer would actually use more weight than this balancer, but because of the technology we have and how we can balance it, we can actually use less weight and get a better balance. So we're going to go ahead and let you put some weight on this thing. Let me see if I can find you an 1.5 ounces real quick. Let's see. We got 1.25 ounces. This is going to work. 1.5 ounces. Let me see if I can get some tape for you to stick.
Perfect.
Go ahead and you'll look down inside of that wheel and you'll see a flashing.
Oh, right here. Yeah. Do you see that? Can you see that mark right there?
Exactly where you're going to put it.
Is that when putting the weights right down there? There you go. Give that to you.
Yep. Put it there and kind of push the tape around it, and you should get it to sit. In the field, you're usually not going to use that tape, but we use it for shows just so we can pull it off easily. All right, now we're going to drop the hood and check our work. And if you did your job, we should say okay up there, saying, hey, not only is it in road force.
My mom's watching. My parents are watching. They want to make they're proud of their son. They're proud of their son.
Not only proud, but they might get you a new career here.
Right? Yeah, exactly. But that's really, it was fascinating how the laser pinpointed to the exact spot where it had to go.
Yeah, that's another invention or innovation that Hunter's done. We used to give you a red line, but it was up to interpretation where on that red line you put it.
Okay.
So instead of giving you that option, we're going to give you a pinpoint location.
Right there.
Right there.
Do you have more to show us?
Oh, yeah, we can definitely show you more.
This is a lot of fun. Very interactive. And safety and just saving time too for people.
That's the big thing, saving time, being efficient. And then what we'll showcase here real quick is going to be our HD aligner. We have our HD rack. A couple cool things there. It's the only HD rack that is built for alignment purposes. You'll notice it has slip plates in the back, so it has a big truck on there, but it's got slip plates, so we can do alignments on cars also.
Okay.
So if we had this Mach-E, we could throw it on this rack and do an alignment on it. So it's the only HD rack that we can do all that kind of stuff. Also, we went to a camera system last year. This was very forward thinking that we could go to a camera system on a truck where there's no electronics on the wheel, and it's going to give us more efficiency. It's faster, and then if it falls, there's no damage to it. It's super awesome. If you're used to our Hawkeye Elite and the productivity we can get on it, that aligner, we moved it to the HD world, which is going to blow the world apart, that we can pull numbers super fast, and not only that, but be more durable and better for our customers.
How long have you guys been a company?
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
I tell you, since, oh shoot, I got to go back in the 40s, 75, 80 years. Yeah. It's pretty amazing. Lee Hunter actually got into the Automotive Hall of Fame for a quick current battery charger first. He was the one that invented a battery charger that would charge a battery in hours instead of days.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, quick current. Yeah, and it's pretty cool. Then he jumped into the balancing industry and he started building on-car balancers that would balance the tire and wheel as one assembly on the car. So if you had a drum that was out of balance, it would balance it too. Not only that, but it's kind of cool. If you go to Hunter, you'll see a Corvette on display, and Corvettes were built in St. Louis, Missouri, right where Hunter is, back in the 50s, and they had a Hunter balancer on the production line.
Did they really? Oh.
It was super cool. There's some photos of it.
Part of automotive history, you guys.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, they've been around for a long time, always innovating, trying to help out the industry to propel them to the future, make sure they're future-proof.
Okay, what do you got for us next?
Yeah, if you want to, right around here, you'll also see our rolling cart. This goes to that aligner, so we can take it back to the back of our truck and see all of our specs. And we can see all our information. We think about this vehicle, it's so long, and our camera and our console is up there, but this is going to replicate that so we can do all of our adjustments or see all of our adjustments back here at the truck. It's just a really cool option we give for those truck drivers and service that they're working on these big vehicles so they can see all that information they need to make the adjustments.
Now, the equipment I see back here with those larger tires is everything we did up front there, just with bigger wheels?
Yeah, bigger wheels. We're talking over-the-road truck tires, even implement tires. If we look over there real quick.
Yeah, let's go. We have a couple minutes.
Pan over here.
Coming around.
And sorry, the crowds are pretty crazy.
But I love the crowds, just because people watching at home can't get down here. This was about, you have your team back here doing deals, and then you have the crowd that's coming in the booth to check everything out, and then you have people just kind of, shooting social media, spectators checking everything out.
Yeah, we always got cameras going around. But this tire changer, you see the size of tire it works on, and the cool thing about these HD tire changers is we do all the work with the tire standing up. Instead of laying that tire down, we got to think about the tire weight, the wheel and tire weight. When we pull that off a vehicle, if we have to lay it down and stand it back up, that's not good for anybody. This machine allows us to service it standing up the whole time. So we unbolt it from the truck, we roll it to the machine, it stays vertical. We push the tire on and off, it stays vertical. Get it on the tire changer, or the balancer, it stays vertical, and then we go back on the truck. So we're really thinking on, lower backs. I did tires for a lot of years, and I tell you, my lower back, my shoulders, they all ache, and it's because we didn't have tools like this.
Yeah, you're saving time, but also saving someone's body as well.
Yeah, exactly. Tony, can you change this tire for us real quick?
Gentlemen here, Tony, put you on the spot. Tony, should we come around here?
See, Tony, up this tire real quick for you.
Let's come right here, Dave.
Yeah. We'll come right around here. So you see this tire? It's no joke. It's actually a wide-base tire. There'd be a back of these semi trucks.
Right here, so we can get a shot of everything.
Yeah. Come right around.
Okay, there we go. Now
you'll notice the lower roller. Go ahead, bud. It pushes against the bead to break that bead, and then he can put some lube on that tire. Then he's going to flip up a back. Oh, there he goes with a little lube. Then he'll use a back roller to flip up on the back side. And then he's going to push that tire right off of that wheel. So he's going to lube that side, and it's going to just rotate, and look at this tire come off. This is amazing. No bars needed. He's just rotating and going to push that tire.
He's not even breaking a sweat.
No, not even a little bit. Yeah. Not even a little bit of a sweat. And to think that we can do this work in this environment with this kind of tire and wheel assembly and work that easy. Tony knows what he's doing, but he's not sweating. He's wearing long sleeve shirt and slacks.
But think about it too. Once you get in the shop and use it a couple times, you'll get it down as fast as Tony here. But this is not a light tire.
No, this is a big tire. It weighs a lot. The wheel weighs a lot. And we think about this whole tire and wheel assembly. It's several hundred pounds. Man, if we're huffing that tire around, we're definitely going to feel it in the afternoon.
And then back here is the same thing we're seeing over there, but with a larger scale, off-roading tires?
Yes, not only off-roading tires, but the same semi-truck tires. Some of our custom trucks might have a really low offset or some of these really big tires. And the cool thing about this balancer, it can do all those tires. It has a hood that's big enough and a capacity that's big enough that we can do that.
David, thank you so much. we just went 20 minutes talking about tires and balancing, and I think we can go another 20 minutes more if we need to.
Oh, yeah. We can ramp it up for you, man. I got more equipment to look at. Yeah, check it out, man. Brake lathes, tire machines, balancers, we have it all. Mobile trucks, thank you so much for your time.
I'll tell you what, you have a new fan of Hunter right here, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, man, come back anytime you need to change some tires, all right?
We'll do. All right, Chris, I'm going to send it back up to you in the studio.
JC getting a crash course in something that you don't see too often, changing those tires and wheels. Hey, you might have a new career, JC. Make sure you pay attention in class. There will be a quiz. Right back here in the SEMA Live booth with an old friend of mine. We go way back to the days of overhauling. They gave us so many amazing transmissions that we would put into our builds, and I am talking about Bowler transmissions, and I'm here with the founder and CEO of Bowler, Mark Bowler himself. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you, Chris. Good to be here.
We talk a few times on the phone during the year, but seeing each other in person is something that I always count on here at SEMA.
It's the one time a year we get the reunion, I guess.
Exactly. It's a family reunion, peeking his head up again. And we were chatting a little bit earlier, and you were saying that you guys don't have a booth here because you're not really going after the masses of new customers. You're concentrating specifically on the builders who are using your application in their unique builds.
Yeah. So our core business has always been focused on the car builders, and so rather than trying to chase the mass enthusiasts, which were there for them, we didn't see the value. We're a smaller niche company. We can give the attention, detail, and quality of parts, and it's always been my attraction to the builders. So since they're here, we come here to support them. So while I'm here, I kind of wear a different hat, and I volunteer my time for the Hot Rod Industry Alliance of SEMA, kind of help bring together a couple of awards to give back to the builders and just embrace that opportunity.
Well, giving an award away at SEMA is a great opportunity to check out all of the top builds. Do you find it difficult sometimes to make that final decision who is the award winner?
Absolutely. And the one thing, whenever we develop these awards, I made it easier for myself. I have to narrow it down to the top 10, but the winners of the previous year are the final judges for this year.
Nice.
So that way it puts all the pressure on them, not me.
Creative delegation.
That's right, there you go. Yeah.
So talk about some of the great builds that you have seen here at SEMA this year.
Yeah, I mean, obviously so many, but you look at, always excited to see what Mike and Jim, Ringbrothers come. Actually, out of the ones they brought, it's really cool to see the Grand National, to see the G-bodies coming around. That is the next phase of hot rodding. The one that stood out to me the most is actually their K5 Blazer. The attention to detail, the interior in that car is unbelievable, or that truck. Just love to see what they bring. Then you see Dutch Boys bring another Grand National. They absolutely raised the bar. I mean, that car, you look at it, the fit, finish, never would have thought we'd see a Grand National that most people would think, hey, let's restore this. They took it to the Pro Touring next level all the way around, so it was great to see it.
Yeah, you mentioned the G-bodies. We featured a young gun, I guess. A young builder had done a Monte Carlo SS that won an award here at SEMA yesterday. So I liken it to the maturation of the industry as a whole. Those G-bodies were the dream cars of guys in my high school generation in the late 80s. And so now that we're in our advanced mid-years, right, those cars are something that we can finally have, and which is why they're becoming more and more popular in the collector car industry. And certainly, Dutch Brothers and the Ringbrothers took that car in particular to the next level.
Right.
Anything else standing out at you?
I'm trying to think. There's so many good cars. One that kind of, I think a lot of people might have passed over is BBT. They brought a Duster. You normally don't see a Duster done to that level, and you really pay attention to the details, the craftsmanship, the metalwork. It's just over the top. But it's so subtle. If you don't know what you're looking for, you may walk past it. So I like a lot of times whenever you look at a car and you really got to study it to notice the workmanship put into it. So I really appreciate that car.
Yeah, it's nice to see those Mopar models getting the attention in the custom world, because you're right. I mean, in the Mopar world, we're used to seeing the Cudas and the Chargers, and now you're seeing the Dusters and the Valiants and kind
Satellites.
Or the later B-bodies, the 72s and beyond are becoming popular to customize. Talk a little bit about the project you recently did with Chip Foose in creating a 69 Camaro for a very deserving person, Gary Sinise.
Yeah, Gary, Chip called me on the project and kind of told me what they were doing for the foundation for Gary, and it's like, oh, that's a no-brainer. To kind of not only to give back to Gary and what he does, but also really to even thank Chip for what he's done for us for so many years. He believed in us early on, gave us an opportunity, so that was great. To see the car come, I haven't got to check it out yet. I'm excited that it's here, so we're going to go check out the car. But to be part of it, be trusted by that means a lot to me, and we was happy to support it.
And obviously Gary wants to cruise the car, so he made the choice to have an automatic transmission.
Yeah. He'd, I don't know what the car was originally, but we thought, a 6-speed would be really cool in that car. And Chip's like, no, he's get in, just cruise with the kids and keep it simple. So we went 4L80E automatic and set him up where it would be just dialed in and get in and cruise.
That's great. Yeah, I know that car started life as a super sport. I'm not sure what the setup was in there as far as powertrain goes, but what it has now is certainly desirable and exactly
it should be
what
a
Gary
fun car to drive.
wants. Yeah, for sure.
Should enjoy that.
Well, I mentioned at the top that we go way back together. How many SEMAs is this for you?
Well, my first year coming to SEMA was 1998. Yeah, I've been here, I think, every year since, and obviously progressed our business. Believe it or not, in 98, even though we had a car here, we wasn't really even promoting our company yet, because really my father was still involved, and he didn't really support the performance side. So I had to do that moonlighting after hours. But it's probably 04, 05 that you and I met and got involved, and that kind of rocket shipped our whole company. So that was a cool piece to be part of.
Oh, that's great. It was obviously meant to be a very symbiotic relationship between the show and your company, and I'm so happy for your success. And what's great about you in particular as a person and your company as an entity is you have an open door policy. I mean, you are the face of the company, you are the founder of the company, and that's so great that people can take confidence in your product because you are standing right there behind it.
Yep, we're gonna back it up. You know, I'm one that's still very hands-on, very involved in the company. Got an amazing group of people and team back at the shop that has the same core values. They understand. I mean, we say welcome to the family whenever you become a customer, and we truly mean that. You know, and everybody here that's become our customer, just as you, I consider you a family, and it's great to be able to see and interact with everybody and the people that trust us. It's a great experience.
Awesome, man. Mark Bowler, right back at you, dude.
Thanks for the
I appreciate
opportunity.
you joining us here on SEMA Live. And we're going to have tons more coming at you. It is about 2:25 in the afternoon here on Thursday. So let's take a look. What are we going? Out on the floor? Going to see what's going on out there? Yep, another live shot of West Hall. And once again, West Hall, this is only the second year of existence for West Hall, and it's great to see it so bustling with activity, filled up. We have a focus on car care products and off-roading and trucks over here in West Hall. So a great place for us to be here on the live stage. And again, more coming at you from Battle of the Builders with AJ. We're going to be going back out in the field with Alliyah and JC, and a ton more great guests here on the SEMA Live stage. And I've got one with me right now, and you may not know her name, but you're gonna want to know what she does, because it is very, very important for us as far as what's happening in our industry the last few years, where it's going the next few years from now. So please help me welcome into the live studio Karen Bailey Chapman, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs. Pleasure to see you.
Glad to be here.
Thank you so much. You know, I do not take with a single grain of salt what you do, because it's so important. And we've been running promos here on SEMA Live of the visit to Washington that happened earlier this year to lobby essentially the government in support of our industry and preserving what we all love, what brings us together here at SEMA.
Yeah, we hosted our Washington, D.C. rally earlier this year, brought in a record number of our businesses to come join us and help tell our stories. And, you know, a lot of people feel very intimidated by government officials and, oh, gosh, shucks, I'm just a little guy somewhere in America. And the fact is that telling your story, telling our story from that perspective is so incredibly impactful. Us lobbyists can, you know, help open the doors, set the stage, but at the end of the day, it's all about how your business and what you do impacts America and your community and the nation as a whole. So it's a great event, and hope to have you out there our next go around.
I'm ready, willing, and able. You know, get in touch with me, because I was a little bit jealous when I saw the people there in Washington. I was like, I want to be there. I want to throw my hat in the ring for the cause. So obviously, election year. It's over now, thankfully, exactly. So we can get on the other side of all the divisiveness and rhetoric and everything that was happening. Don't care who you voted for, don't care who you support. We can all agree that we're happy that we're now on the other side of the election. What was the atmosphere leading up to a couple days ago? Has it changed, if so, in the last couple days since the election? And where do you see it going now that who has been elected has been elected?
Sure. So, I mean, look, one of the things that's always constant in Washington is change, and that's what we sort of manage. Who we have to work with in Congress changes every 2 years, and who the president is could be every 4 years. And so a lot of our job is sort of managing through that change and understanding how our paths what we have to cut with the deck that America deals us all the time. And so, I think there was a lot of anxiety, a lot of anxiousness is anxiety, but leading up, for us it's sort of like, okay, let's just get it done. Let's know who we're going to work with. But I know from an industry perspective, a lot of people were really concerned because of sort of what we've been dealing with in Washington for the past several years. But in the same token, we're also sitting there waiting or ready to take whatever path we have to. So we're always sort of thinking ahead. So whatever we have to deal with, we're ready for. I think for the elections this year, in the outcomes, the way I've been describing it since the election is saying, I think it's given the industry the ability to breathe a little bit. I think we've felt a really heaviness on us, just with a lot of the EPA actions, a lot of California's actions. That's really been really tough on the industry. And so I think right now we have some breathing room. But the hard work still will ensue. I think the President-elect Trump has said that he's going to get rid of the EV mandates, the federal EV mandates, sort of day one. We'll give him a little grace period.
He must have a long 24
he's got a lot.
hours.
He's making a lot of stuff to get done. But we'll give him a little breathing room. But I think that's something that's really important, so we can get government back to being technology neutral when it comes to the vehicles we all choose to drive and use and suit our needs. So I think that's a little bit of relief. Also how the EPA is going to be formed over the next 4 years and how we deal with emissions policy. And then, we've got some new issues. They're not really new issues, but they're going to come to the forefront. Things like advanced driver safety systems and the mandates that we're anticipating that are going to be negotiated in Congress and then ultimately implemented by the federal government. So we're always kind of like, okay, good, that's done. But now what do we have to get ready for the next thing? Mm-hmm. And so driver safety is going to be sort of the next big issue for our industry, and protecting our right to modify and making sure that our industry isn't left behind or harmed by any of the legislation or regulation that we anticipate will be coming out over the next couple of years.
Yeah, it was shocking almost when it first came out and it was presented to us. You're going to have to do this by this time and you're not going to be allowed to do this. It was like, whoa. And there was a counter reaction to that was maybe, overreaching. And I think things are now being pulled back a little bit. We're seeing that it possibly might get extended. In particular, I think all the OEMs kind of overreacted by making, certain declarations and plans for the future. Mm-hmm. Do you see all of those kind of balancing out and tapering off a little bit? Because I know certainly ICE doesn't seem like it's going anywhere for the foreseeable future.
Well, the reality is that we need to look at all technology options. And the fact is we need to leave all technology options on the table, not only from an emissions standpoint, but also, again, from a consumer standpoint. And, SEMA in our office have, over the past 2 years, been doing a lot in terms of voter education, consumer education about these mandates, because people weren't really kind of understanding, or maybe, look, Americans have other things to do in their life than follow what's going on in Washington. Right.
We're very close to
it. You guys actually have lives. Yeah. And so the fact is that, people didn't realize what this meant. And when, especially the states that attach themselves to California's emission standards, and when Stellantis out there and said, hey, we're not going to be sending ICE engines to those states any longer of the vehicles where we have an alternate, either a hybrid or an EV option. And consumers were like, whoa, what do you mean? And so, so just a lot of education in that space. And so I think, we'll start to see some of that walk back, or at least hopefully. But we're still going to see activity out of California. We're still going to see activity out of the states. But I think, if there's one message, because this issue is so front and center in the presidential election, that I think, hopefully it opens the eyes on both sides of the aisle to say, hey, this is not what Americans want. They don't see this as a priority. Americans don't like when their choice is taken away from them, right? And so, and especially if you tell Americans to do one thing, they tend to do the opposite and double down on it,
We're very disobedient.
We are. It's like, oh, you told us to do this. Oh, okay, now let's test our waters. So I think, it's very counterintuitive to Americans to be told what to do by the government, and especially when it comes to our cars.
Yeah, that's why we left way back when, right?
Right, exactly,
exactly.
And that's why so many people come here for that opportunity and that choice and everything. So.
Well, we so appreciate SEMA stepping up to the plate and going to bat for everybody here in the industry. The SEMA convention obviously is a celebration of what SEMA is, but you really represent the power that SEMA has and what you can do to all of our benefits. Karen Bailey Chapman, Senior Vice President, Government Affairs. By the way, love the hat.
You love the hat?
It's a picture of a Jeep and it says, come and take it.
Come and take it. I am an off-roader in my little bit of spare time that I have. And this is actually a hat that we did for the show for our SEMA Action Network, SEMASAN.com. So if you want to keep up with what's going on and you want to have your voice heard, join up at SEMASAN.com and join us in the fight, because honestly, we can't do it with all the millions of voices within our industry, and it just, we're creating an army that really can't be pushed around.
Strong,
yeah,
strong indeed. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining us and talking about that very important issue. Okay, time to step away with a quick break, but stick around. Tons more coming from Vegas on the other side.
At the SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at SEMAgarage.com.
Why is it so important to have data? Well, if you think about product content, like the electricity in your walls, you need it to power pretty much everything. You can't have a website without product data. You can't have a point of sale system without product data. You can't even create a product catalog without data. Contact us at semadata.org. We're here to help.
Welcome back, everybody, to SEMA Live. Hey, look at me. I got a chance to come down from my perch, and I'm on the floor of West Hall here, and I am standing with Greg Wall, the owner of this incredible 1969 custom Camaro that we're about to take a look at. But first of all, I understand you have a bone to pick with us. Overhaul, you're blaming Overhaul on having to create this car so quickly?
Yeah, we were Orange County hot rodded here.
Okay, cool. We'll throw them under the bus. But, man, they did a beautiful job. I'm seeing an LS swap. I'm seeing some HRE brakes all the way around. Take us through it.
Oh, gosh. This car was my grandma's car. It was original. What you see now is the original body. Everything else is brand new. So it was a standard stock car. Now it's not.
So under the hood, what am I seeing? A LS3?
Yeah, so we have an LS3 package, 525 horsepower, made it up to the 6L80 transmission. So it's one of the GM Performance Connect and Cruise systems. We got the body on a Roadster Shop chassis. Wheelwood brakes fitted on it. Obviously the HRE wheels, TMI interior, Dapper lighting in the front, Anvil carbon fiber for exterior.
Really cool that it was your grandmother's car originally. Did she buy it new in 1969?
She did not, but she did buy it from another little old lady.
In Pasadena?
Actually in the Northwest, but yeah, basically another little old lady. So the car's been very well taken care of.
These HREs are super cool too. What is the setup? It looks like maybe 19s and 20s?
18s and 19s. Yes. Yes.
And it's the same wheel, actually, that the Ringbrothers are using on their CUDA that they debuted here at SEMA. So obviously a newer HRA wheel and very, very popular, and they're super cool looking 5-spokes.
Yes, brand new. Actually, Sean Smith did the design on these, and so they were kind of debuted on this car. So the CUDA from Ringbrothers can thank Sean and thank this car for putting them out there.
I love it. That's great to have Sean Smith's touches on this car, too. And it looks like, are these, yep, they're hydraulic hinges on the hood. Very, very cool.
Yeah, Eddie Motorsports on a lot of the goodies there. What else we got here? I did mention the Dapper Lighting. Classic Industries did a lot of the final miscellaneous parts that we needed.
And let's talk also about the multitude of carbon fiber. I can see that the front fascia, the spoiler down below the lights are carbon fiber. The front bumper is carbon fiber. The shroud underneath the hood that is holding core support is carbon fiber. The side view mirrors, carbon fiber. I mean, wow.
And rear view mirror as well.
Door handles and rear view mirror. Again, look at this gorgeous interior, and of course, you got to know it's TMI who did the interior here. Very, very beautiful. And a bunch of carbon fiber touches in the interior also.
Correct. Yeah, these seats are so comfortable. It's really amazing. TMI guys are just awesome. They were so good to work with, and they put out a beautiful product for us.
Conti rubber all the way around. The rear bumper also carbon fiber. I love the way you smoked the side lights too.
Those are the Anvil Phantom lenses, and they just look so good with everything else.
Flush glass. Oh, it's got a little bit of stripping there, yeah.
So original side glass. One Piece Products did the rear and windshield for us.
Sequential LED taillights.
Eddie Motorsports.
Very cool, very cool. I love the touch on the deck lid spoiler too. With you can see the hardware bumps right there.
Another Anvil product that we got, and then what else you're seeing out of the back is a Borla exhaust.
And they left it super clean. You can't see any of the bolts on the bumper.
Correct. So really, the only modifications to this car that we did to the body was mini tubs, Detroit Speed mini tubs. And then the only other modification was just a little bit of a modification to the transmission tunnel to get that trans in there.
Really, really well done. Talk about the gauge cluster.
Dakota Digital, they are dynamite.
Yeah, I host Mecum Auctions, of course, and we see a ton of Dakotas coming through, and they always look great, any application. They have such a variety of choices, too, at Dakota.
They sure do. I kind of went with the HDX gauges. Almost went with RDX for a little bit of the original look, but really fitting with the theme of this car, that's just that extra modern touch.
How often are you getting to drive it?
Well, I live in Spokane. Car's been down here, so I've put about 250 miles on it.
Man, congratulations, Greg Wall, and shout out to your grandmother. It's so cool that you have her Camaro. Man, as soon as I walked up and saw this car in our booth, put a big smile on my face. Congratulations.
Thanks. Awesome to be here.
Right on, man. We're going to kick it out to Alliyah, who's standing by somewhere out in the SEMA sphere. Alliyah?
Thank you so much, Chris. I am here with Chris Harris, the founder of the African American Auto Association. Chris, tell me about the origins of your association and ultimately why it's here today at SEMA.
I was ascending throughout the automotive industry, started out with a small grassroots organization in Miami and wound up being the general manager of a motorsports park, and I just saw the true lack of diversity in the automotive industry, and I wanted to do something about it. So I created the organization, and then I created an education curriculum that I have in school districts around the country that show kids about the opportunities in our industry.
Yeah, and I actually did a little research on you. I saw that you have quite an extensive career history from prison guard to pro athlete. So what was it that made you want to delve more into automotives?
I've always been into cars, and when my football career ended, I got in law enforcement, decided I didn't want to do it anymore, and then I just moved the family down to Florida and just decided to jump head first.
And I'm sure you guys have made quite a long way since you started the organization. How has the response been from your audience and just people here at SEMA?
It's been amazing. I think the people who look like us, that they feel like they have a voice, they feel like they have a safe space and they belong. And then the people that understand the importance of diversity feel like they have a safe space to talk about it. And then a lot of people don't necessarily understand what it is. They get the opportunity to now learn and have the conversation in a safe space.
What are some unique challenges African Americans face in the industry, and how is the AAA tackling them?
So there's just a lack of inclusion in the decision making and the opportunities for African Americans in this industry. So what we do, we provide awareness to these communities of the opportunities within the industry, and then we build bridges to companies through our partnerships, things of that nature, to get people involved, because we really want to change the narrative and make sure that everything that's being designed, whether it's automotive, whether it's transportation, plane, trains, or automobiles, that these kids from these communities have a say in that process in the future.
And speaking of kids, you kind of told me a little bit about these two vehicles that are very special to you. Let's start with the Supra right over here. Can you just elaborate on why this vehicle is very special to you?
Well, it's my personal vehicle, and then this Supra was designed through Taste the Tech, African American Automotive Association, and Fox Teca, we're all sister companies. We had 17 kids from design school in Detroit from the inner city. They designed these vehicles, and we had them sit with designers from Stellantis and Nike and had them just imagine what a car would look like if they designed it. So exactly what you see here on the wraps are what the kids did, and we just did the side of the cars as the blank spot. We actually have people here at SEMA draw on top of it to kind of incorporate into the kids' designs.
That's awesome. And do any of these kids actually get the opportunity to see their vehicles displayed here at SEMA?
Unfortunately, those kids didn't make it here. We had another set of kids with Tryon supercars. They came here and got a chance to take a tour of SEMA. We gave them a tour of SEMA and got the chance to see everything going on here. But these kids will see this car at the Detroit Auto Show live and in living color.
Oh, amazing. And when is that?
That is January 10th through the 20th in Detroit, Michigan.
Okay, so that's coming up. Great, awesome. So let's go ahead and take a look at this other vehicle that you mentioned was pretty special.
Yes. So this car is from 5 O'Clock Garage. These guys are based out of Detroit, Rochester Hills, Michigan, which is about 10 minutes, 15 minutes outside Detroit. This is actually a 2018 Dodge Demon that they swapped the new inline 6 Dodge Hurricane motor into it, twin turbo inline 6 motor. And they actually wrapped these two cars here live at SEMA, and they were involved in the design process as well, helping the kids learn little intricacies and designs of these car wraps.
Very, very incredible. Was that perhaps Tuesday or was that Wednesday?
Yep, so this car was wrapped on Tuesday and half of Wednesday, and this car was wrapped half of Wednesday and finished maybe about an hour ago.
Oh, wow, incredible. Okay, so let's talk about the other vehicles that you have here on the show floor. You spoke as to why these two are here, but how did you choose the other vehicles that are featured here on the show floor?
So I wanted to give people opportunities within our industry to display some amazing works that they have. So this vehicle right here in front of us, it's the Nemesis by Tryon Supercars, and that's actually owned by a brother who used to work for Tesla and Elon Musk, and he designed, Elon Musk told him like, hey, if I were you, I wouldn't work for me. So what he did, he just designed his own car, and that's what you see back here. This car right here is designed, this Porsche, it's a fully electric Porsche. It's called Moby Dick. It's designed by Bisimoto. Bisimoto is an amazing automotive designer out of, also he's based out of California, another brother, and like I said, this is fully electric. And then he has this Porsche over here, 935 Porsche. It's twin turbo, and it's a tribute to one of his sponsors, which is Action Clutch. So he built that car specifically for them.
Amazing. Wow, these are both incredible, very unique vehicles. Let's take a look at this activation that you have going on right here. Is this like some kind of video game or?
Absolutely. So we have our education curriculum, the African American Automotive Association. We have a 9-week education curriculum that we put in inner city schools. So this is a new collaboration with Williams F1 Racing in their esports program. So we have now combined the esports component in with our education curriculum. So it gives the kids the opportunity to compete esports world and win prizes. They'll win prizes to take a tour of their facility, all expenses paid in the UK. They'll win prizes, all expenses paid to the F1 races here in the United States. And again, it's just another opportunity to build awareness, an opportunity for these kids from communities that don't have the opportunities.
It seems like you have quite a bit on your plate with all these different ventures and things that you're taking on. Are you part of a big team?
Yes, initially for the last 4 years I was pretty much doing everything on my own, and then maybe 3 months ago, which was the birth of Foxteca, I found a great team, and Kelly Crawford is a co-founder, and also Joey Mullock, and together us three have been kind of putting this all together and consolidating our efforts and really going into all these communities and showing the kids that they belong, there's opportunities here, and we're just getting it done for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And how are you exactly going about that? Are you just showing them like awareness? Are you like, how are you going about that?
So a perfect example is what we did with the car wraps. We also have scholarships that we give to these kids. We have partnerships with racing organizations where we do trips to, like, you know, an IMSA event or IndyCar event that we'll take these kids to. We'll also do tours of facilities like General Motors and things of that nature.
And you guys sure have a lot ahead of you, but what have been like some of the biggest milestones so far?
Just continuing to get these kids, you know, SEMA is huge, right? Being able to get these kids to have the vehicles at SEMA. Kids have gotten job opportunities and internships. A lot of the kids are in the industry that we teach, and they realize even though if it's not driving or wrenching, they're able to be design, social media marketing. So getting new kids into the industry is what has been the most proud thing.
Is this your first year here at SEMA?
No, this is my third year. I've attended SEMA 10 years, but this is our third year exhibiting, and this is our second year in this space.
Amazing. And how did the collaboration between you and SEMA come about?
For years behind the scenes, I've been talking to SEMA almost for 6 years about diversity and becoming more diverse in their initiatives and having the discussions. It started out with Nathan, who's no longer with the organization, and then wound up working with Tom. And this is kind of, Tom has given me kind of the leeway to do what I want to do, sometimes for better or for worse. I know he gets tired of me sometimes, but I'm very passionate about diversity. And I'm also a member of SEMA's DEI Steering Committee, which was formed last year during the show, and us collectively, I think it's about 10 or 12 members, we're working together to try and find some new initiatives to bring diversity to SEMA on an official capacity.
Amazing. I know you're probably here manning your booth the entire time, but have you gotten the opportunity to take a look at anything out here?
Jesus, that's why I love SEMA. There's so many cars. In particular, there's one that was like a 70 Chevelle in Pro Charger's booth with the girl. Oh my goodness. Yeah. All right, I'm going to try and get that out the back door when the show's over.
And last question here. We've been asking all of our attendees and vendors, what was your first car and what is your favorite memory in that vehicle?
I had the crappiest four-door 1993 Honda Civic. It was blue, and then I spray painted yellow. It was slow, it was loud, but it was mine. And just the memories of freedom in that car and being able to do whatever I wanted to do.
I love that. I actually had a Honda Civic as my first vehicle as well, and it was a 1993, I believe. Yeah. Did you say 3? Oh, I thought you said 2. Okay. Well, yeah, once again, everyone, Chris Harris from the African American Auto Association here at SEMA. Thank you so much for your time, Chris.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Alliyah. Appreciate that great stuff out there. So great to see what Chris is doing. And back here live in the studio, one of my oldest and best friends in the industry. I have literally watched his career from start to finish, and it is on a meteoric rise like you would not believe. You probably know who I'm talking about, the one and only Dave Kindig. My man.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Great to see you,
I'm kind of hurt you said your oldest friend. I'm like, God, you can tell I'm that old.
You know, we're in the same zone.
Okay,
so
we're good.
I
we're
can
good.
get away with it.
We're totally good.
Exactly.
We're totally good. Thanks for having me.
I always love to tell the story of years and years ago. I mean, this has got to be going back maybe 8 or 10 years ago. We used to do a show called Velocity Live when we were both airing on Velocity. And I was up on the stage hosting the show, and you were in the front row. I think your show had been shot but not aired yet.
Correct.
And I had seen some of the stuff that you were doing, and I told you, I said, dude, next year you're going to be up here on the stage with us. And that came true, and you've gone to the top, man. I mean,
thank you.
You know, I'm so happy for you, man. And I'm so proud of you. Like, I feel
thank you very
a
much.
sense of pride because, you know, I knew you when.
Well, and I knew you when.
You did.
You know, I'll tell you what, this industry is, there's no shortness of great talent, wonderful, warm people. Obviously I've known you for at least 11 years at this point.
Yeah.
And, you know, I've known Chip back when he worked for Boyd. I mean, there's just so many people in this industry that I've always admired. I always thought, wow, wouldn't that be cool if I could be just like that guy, or, you know, have that success that other people have had. And we just kept working and working and working. And actually, it's funny is that we threw it at the wall and it stuck, and people don't think that it sucks, you know.
Yeah.
So it's actually worked out. It's kind of cool.
You got such a great facility in Salt Lake City too, just outside there. I've had the honor of being at your facility many, many times, and you've got it so streamlined there too. From walking in, you've got your retail set up, your office is upstairs, very cool, and then you go in the back and it's like, you know, entering the
It's
candy
the machine.
land. Yeah.
Yes.
And
yes.
all your guys just seem so knowledgeable and so happy to be working on it. They know they're working on these essential pieces of art that you're putting out. I mean, testament to the skills that you guys have. You just won the Riddler Award.
Yeah. It's just a little something we threw together
Just
over a 4.5 year period.
A little award they give away in the Michigan area.
Yeah, in the Michigan area, as we would
As you
say.
put it,
yeah.
right.
You know, I've actually been very fortunate over the years. You know, I've been in business now 25 years, and to have had so many great people, whether they're still with me now or they've come and gone, and some of them have opened their own shops and done very well for themselves, and most all of them are still really great friends. I would rather have a lot of friends in this industry than people that you're always worried if they're going to go to the show and take the trophy. You know, at the end of the day, it's always up to the judges. So at that point, it's just nice to be able to hang out with somebody, have a drink with them, and just talk about the same things we always have in common. We all have the same struggles. You know, finding the right clients, getting the right parts, taking care of our guys, and hopefully keeping them, because that seems to be a big struggle for everybody right now, is just getting enough people to work.
Yeah.
And but we've been very fortunate to be able to have the quality of people that have been there, and they care so much about the car. They have the same passion that I have, and that I think that resonates to the clients, which allow us to get really creative with the cars.
You know, the Riddler Award, if it's not the most coveted award in the industry, is certainly one of the top, let's say, 3. In my book, it's probably the most coveted award. When you're there at
Since I'm sitting on that trophy for this year, I also think it's the most important one.
Most likely being the current winner, the defending champion.
Defending champion.
When
yeah,
you're there at
thank you.
Autorama, and first of all, the first step obviously is to make the grade 8.
Yes.
You make the grade 8, now you're starting to think, okay, you know,
who could get me?
We got,
Who
got
could,
a shot at
who
this.
could beat it?
And it's like, just making the grade 8 alone, any one of those cars,
You've already
obviously
won,
is
as
well
the way that
deserving.
they explain it. The judges there explain it. Butch and the gang, they're basically explaining that if you've got the grade 8, you have already won.
Right.
Somebody's going to walk away with the Riddler, but you already have won. And there's some great competition, and some don't make it into the 8. And out of the 8, we just happened to luck out this year. We really put a lot of effort and time into this car over a 4.5 year period. We had a great client, Dave and Tracy Maxwell out of Pittsburgh. They let us basically build whatever we wanted to go and win that trophy. And it was such a great honor for him to ask me to do it in the first place. I'd always wanted to do it. Yeah. And at that point, it was about 20 years in business when I finally got the opportunity. Somebody asked me, hey, I want you to build me a car to compete at Autorama for the grade 8 and see if we can get a Riddler. And I was like, cool. He says, do you have any ideas of a car? And I said, well, you don't have one? He goes, no, I want you to build whatever you think would win. So that was at one Autorama. About 2 weeks later, I ended up in Pittsburgh at the Autorama, and I met up again with Dave Maxwell. And we started talking. I sat down with some renderings I'd put together, and I showed him a rendering of basically what might be confused as a CF1 Roadster, but with the top on it. Yep. And he says, well, this is really cool, Dave, but do you think a fiberglass car can win? I said, I'm not going to build it out of fiberglass. We're going to build it all out of aluminum. And at that point, his eyes went big, and he's like, all right. And we started into it. And again, much like everything that kind of snowballs in my shop, you know, we were sitting there talking about, I'm doing renderings of what the chassis might look like with a lot of sweeps and very, very beautifully and elegantly boxed in and flowing and not looking like a standard chassis. And Will and I had talked about, he says, what motor do you want to put in this, Will says, and I said, I want to do a V12, because the original car would have had a straight 6 for 1953. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what's better than a straight 6? 2 in a line, right? A V6, a V12. So we started doing that stuff, and the more we talked about the chassis and what it was going to look like, and of course competing for so long in ISCA, when the car is built so serious, they're not looking for what's right. They're trying to find anything they can wrong. And a lot of times dust on top of a chassis between the body, the fitment, the gap, you know, there's so many things that they can find. Will says, why don't we just build this into a unibody? And I said, I like where you're going with that. So we didn't have a chassis. If you look at 12 Air, there is only 4 components on that car painted red. The body, the 2 doors, and the hood. That's it.
Wow.
It is just, it's so unique, and the engineering on the car is just unbelievable. If you've had a chance to look at the car, Hot Rod Magazine last month was a 16-page feature of it, and we have 8 episodes coming out on Motor Trend when season 11 premieres.
Awesome, dude. And what's great too, you mentioned the CF1. It's so unique, and possibly the only one where you can essentially get maybe a replica, if that's a misnomer, let me know, but it's a car that's very much like the car that won the Riddler, that's still coming out of the Riddler award-winning shop, that is an in-house design.
Driver quality, which means in our book, a driver quality is show quality, but with materials like powder coated chassis. We use specific powder coating out Kevin over there in Southern California. The triple plate chrome from Ogden Chrome, the stainless exhaust, the brake lines, fuel lines, everything's done. The bottom of the car is painted with the German rocker chutes and then the base coat, clear coat. They are truly a car that is meant to be driven. So get in it, drive it, take it to the show, win it. And just a little bit of news for anybody that didn't maybe know. Body style number 3 is a fastback. Much like the Riddler car, 12.
Nice, nice. You heard it here first on SEMA Live. I love it, man.
And got one, get one.
Bro, and by the way, big guys can fit in the CF1 too. I sat in one at the Kissimmee auction, and a very, very comfortable ride. Now, if only I could afford one. Dave Kintek.
You can. They're very reasonable in comparison.
It, man. Keep crushing it.
Thanks, Chris.
My friend, it's great to see you as always. All right, we're going to kick it out to AJ with an update from Battle of the Builders. AJ, how you doing out there?
Thanks, Chris. We are now at the phase of the competition of SEMA, Battle of the Builders, presented by Mother's Polish, where I'm about to announce the Final 4, also known as the class champions. And it's about to happen right now, live on the stage. We have hundreds of people watching and waiting and in anticipation. I'm so excited I can't even speak. So I'm about to do it right now live. So let's get this show on the road. All right, everybody, we are now at the final phase. Well, not the final phase. We're almost at the final phase where we're about to announce the Final 4, also known as the class champions. So these are the winners in each class, which are going to go on to the finals tomorrow, which I will announce the winner at 12 noon. But first, we're about to announce the class champions. So are you guys ready? All right, one more time. Are you guys ready? All right, we're going to get this show on the road. I have RJ DeVera that's going to hand me the first envelope.
Young Guns.
And then the first category, which is the Young Guns, my absolute favorite category, the winner of the Young Guns category is Connor McIlvain with his 1969 Datsun 2000. Congratulations.
Sport Compact.
And in the next division, in the Sport Compact division, the winner is Bruce Yarnell and his Aston Martin DB5.
Four-wheel drive and off-road.
All right, we got 2 down, 2 to go. And in the what's the category? I should know these categories.
Four-wheel drive and off-road.
The four-wheel drive and off-road. The winner is Rob Lindsay and his 1949 Willys pickup.
Hot Rod and Hot Rod trucks.
And last but definitely not least, the Hot Rod and Hot Rod Truck division. The winner is Noah Alexander and his 1968 Dodge Charger. We have a great group of builders here. To me, they are all winners. Making the decorated dozen is an honor in itself. But now you have the class champions. Congratulations. All right, there you have it. We've got the class champions from each class. Each of these builders have put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and thousands of hours combined to bring their rides here to SEMA Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. The competition isn't over yet. Tomorrow, we're going to be back on this stage where I announce the winner of the entire competition at 12 noon. So it's heating up. I don't know. I still haven't picked a winner. To me, they're all winners. I love all the 12 cars that have been here today, and it's going to be great. So come back tomorrow. I'm going to be talking with each of these guys, which are the class champions in their division, and it's going to be great. So one more time, we have from the Young Guns, Connor McIlvain in his 1969 Datsun 2000 Roadster. From the Sport Compact and Import Performance, we have Bruce Yarnell in his 1965 Aston Martin DB5. From the Off-Road, we have Rob Lindsay in his 1949 Willys pickup. And from the Hot Rod and Hot Rod truck, we have Noah Alexander in his 1968 Dodge Charger. It's been such a great competition. I cannot wait to see who takes the trophy. So stick around. Come back tomorrow at 12 noon where I announce the winner. Back to you, Chris.
Oh, AJ, that's such great stuff, and I'm so happy to see that 68 Charger make it in there. What a beautiful build. I was drooling on that thing in Central Hall a couple days ago. All right, we're back here in studio with another special guest. What goes better with cars than music? And that's our next guest, Sublime drummer Bud Gaw. Bud, how you doing, man?
Chris, doing great. Thanks for having me.
It's great to meet you, and it's great to have you here in studio with me. I've been in California since '89 when I came out there for college, and of course one of my favorite bands as soon as I familiarized myself with you guys was Sublime. I mean, you guys were able to like tap in to such a culture and a lifestyle of, you know, talent, of course, yes, but good feelings and a party, really. You put the musical flavor on a good time, on a vibe.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, we did. It was we were just playing the music that we loved. You know, it's just the music that we grew up listening to and hearing around. You know, driving around Long Beach. Long Beach is such a diverse cultural town that you could be driving from one side of town to the other and hear 4 or 5 different styles of music. You know, playing out of people's houses or cars. You know.
And one of my favorite songs, I'm a huge Deadhead, so you guys covering Scarlet Begonias it really spoke to me musically. What was that like? Because, you know, you saying you're just kind of playing the music that you loved. You guys were always able to retain that kind of grassroots feel, like you were like the most talented garage band that ever hit, you know?
Yeah, we just combined the different styles, and nobody else was doing that back then. You know, it was really hard to get gigs like in Hollywood and stuff, so we just played parties, and I think that's where we got the kind of party vibe. You know, we sang about what we experienced, you know, what our friends experienced, what was really going on around us at the time, so it was, you know, relevant in ways to people that they could, you know, identify with. And so, you know, like everybody kind of took it on as their music, you know, and it really became a fascinating phenomenon in that way.
A real kind of reggae influence vibe, of course, on a lot of your songs. What were some of your musical inspirations when you guys were forming the band and writing your songs?
So me, I grew up like listening to classic rock, psychedelic rock and stuff like that, you know. I didn't even know about reggae music until Brad really introduced me to it. I mean, I thought that Eric Clapton wrote "I Shot the Sheriff," you know, until you know. Yeah. But all kidding aside, yeah, Brad went to the Caribbean with his dad, and he just like, you know, it grabbed a hold of him, and he brought that and shared that with me and Eric, and it really like boosted our musical experience too, because like instead of just shopping for, you know, punk rock records and classic rock records, now we got the reggae stores to go check out, you know, and it was just like, oh wow, there's all these different types of music, you know, it wasn't just what you're hearing on the regular radio right now, you know. So it really just opened up our eyes to music in general.
Were you guys playing together before Brad went to the Caribbean, or did you guys meet after he had gone there?
Yeah, so we had met after he had gotten there. Eric and I had played music, you know, growing up. We were neighborhood friends that grew up right behind one another, and his dad taught me how to play drums and read music, and he taught Eric as well. So that's kind of our secret, you know, that we lock in so tight, because we can, you know, we're trained by the same master, so
right.
You know, we know each other's style.
And Brad, getting that influence from the Caribbean and putting it into his music, did it ever feel like he was consciously making some of your songs have that kind of reggae vibe, or was that something that just came naturally to him because that type of music spoke to him, that island vibe?
Kind of both, you know. It happened both ways. There were songs that were specifically, you know, had reggae sound to it, but then there was other ones that were more kind of rock, but still had the reggae kind of you know, vibe to it on the backside. So,
yeah,
so it really happened both ways. Yeah.
So to me, Sublime, and as a fan of the music, I always felt you guys kind of combined so many genres. You had the rock, of course, and the reggae that we just talked about, but then there was this real kind of hardcore political aspect to it, and I'm talking especially about the song where you guys used the actual broadcasts of the riots that were happening down in Long Beach, and being able to turn that into music was so interesting to me, because while I'm enjoying the song, I'm also kind of just feeling the angst that you guys were feeling of what was happening right in your neighborhood. Like, you weren't just like singing about this, you were experiencing what was going on.
Oh yeah, no, it was, you know, growing up in Long Beach was a lot of fun, but, you know, we tend to get into a lot of trouble too, so, you know, there was always the interaction with the police, and so you kind of, you know, feel the you know, looking down at me as a punk rocker, you know, it was like I was already, you know, convicted before the cops even, you know, pulled me over, you know, and so I could understand how that goes along racial lines as well, you know. It's like, and so that whole you know, stigma of the police, you know, being you know, overbearing, you know, and then finally it pops, you know, you had this you know, bad group of people that were doing very bad things to people, and it was this oppression that nobody could stand anymore, and it popped. You know, and then you had the reverse side of it with Reginald Denny and all that, and then it was just mayhem, you know. And so yeah, it was one of the most interesting political times of our you know, youth growing up. So, you know, it really meant a lot to us.
Yeah, it was great that you guys had that outlet to be able to express yourselves musically, process what was going on. Obviously, Brad's passing was such a huge shock. You know, such a so sad for fans, and I can't even imagine what it was like for you getting that news. And what kind of pivot was that for you personally, professionally? You guys were able to go on, but obviously he was the heart and soul of the band.
Oh yeah, you know, I mean, we always like looked at our band as a family. You know, it was a marriage between, you know, the three of us, and, you know, emotionally as well as artistically. And so yeah, I mean, it was just like we're on this magic carpet ride. We're just getting ready to. We had just signed our major album deal, and, you know, we're getting ready to go tour over in Europe, and we're on this magic carpet ride. And then all of a sudden, somebody yanks the carpet out from underneath us, and it was a free fall from 10,000 feet. You know, it was incredible. But, you know, the show must go on, and Eric and I grabbed a group of friends, you know, neighborhood friends that were always there in the mix. Marshall Goodman, you know, he was on 40 Ounce of Freedom and collaborated with us all the way through. He played drums while I was gone for a time. And, you know, Opie Ortiz, the guy that drew The Sun, our album cover, and a lot of our art for our albums, featured on Robin the Hood, you know, he was a front man. We did the Long Beach Dub All-Stars. We grabbed a bunch of friends from the neighborhood, Jack Manis, Tim Wu, you know, Ike, Isaiah Owens. And, you know, it was just all the love that we found, you know, with Brad, you know, in our hearts and in our minds. And here we are coming back to it again with The Sun 28 years later, you know.
Amazing.
It's an amazing feeling.
Yeah, totally. Well, I mean, his legacy will live on through your music, man. I mean, you guys really just absolutely set a mark in the industry. And I mean, here we are, like you said, all these years later, and every time a Sublime song comes on the radio, I'm turning it up and singing along, man.
Yeah, it's great. We owe that to the fans, you know. I mean, honestly, they've all carried us through these times, you know, loving our music, and coming to the shows. So it's a testament to them as well. So.
Awesome, brother. Well, let's talk SEMA. Not your first time here, but your first time in a while. You said about 7 years ago was your last time here?
Yeah, about 7 years ago. I came here with Little Daddy Roth, who's a family friend, and he's an uncle to my kids, and we call him Uncle Dennis.
Very cool.
Yeah.
What's your flavor? What are you into?
Oh, I love rock crawling, but I was raised on a drag strip, so old school muscle cars. I have a 66 Impala, 62 Chevy 2 convertible, and so yeah, I like the customs. The rat rods are cool. I can appreciate it all, from an artistic eye. There's some details in everything, from the Riddler Award winners, where it's just super finite, degrees of engineering to the rusty dusties out there, And I love just like walking through the nostalgia of it all, it's awesome. Love lowriders, But yeah, really into rock crawling.
Artistic stuff, and rock crawling is so cool because it's such a precise skill to be able to do that. It's so cool to watch. It's cool to be in the cars with the guys who are doing their thing. Excuse me. That's all right.
Yeah, like that guy right down there.
Exactly. Yep. That's we were talking about that car earlier. That's the travel on that rock car. Talking about the one in the laser nut booth. Were you in Long Beach around the time where the drag strip was open down there?
Lions drag strip. Mm-hmm. I was raised on that drag strip. My dad had a 66 Chevelle, and he used to race down there. He was in a car club. He graduated from Lakewood High School, 1966, a year before I was born, and it was cool. We used to go cruise Bellflower Boulevard, and I just love that smell. It's like when the nitro cars fire up. It's almost like the yellow cloud and the asphyxiation just sucks all the oxygen right out of your lungs. Or being like right on the starting line, full alcohol,
the energy,
fuel, fuel. Just an amazing feeling.
Yeah, it's
the raw
like
horsepower. It's such a rush.
Yeah, totally, man. So, what's your favorite car to take out? If you're going for a cruise on a Sunday, what do you got in the garage that you're pulling out?
Oh, the 62 convertible if it's sunny. Yeah.
Nice. And pretty stock? Have you done anything to it?
Oh no, I ran frame rails all the way through it because it's unibody. They always flex. You see them when they're bent, or twisted from putting too much horsepower. And so I made some struts for it, and it's IFS in the front, shortened Ford Curry, 9-inch in the rear, and so it's mini tub, small block. So.
Did you do the wheels?
Oh yeah.
What do you got rolling?
Some old school Convo Pros. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well,
that's a good look.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Have you had a chance to walk around? Have you been to Central Hall?
Yeah. I've been kind of skipping through here and there, checking out some friends, seeing old friends, and making some new ones too. So.
Any of the particular builds standing out to you?
Oh, I like that 49 wheelie suit. Good choice. Yeah. Pickup is dope.
Nice. And of course, the West Hall is featuring all of the truck stuff, which obviously you're into, but you're being a fan of rock crawling. Do you do rock crawling yourself?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
nice.
Yeah. We go out. We're all over the Northern Sierras, Fordyce Creek Trail and the Rubicon, Hackett Canyon.
Way cool.
I break a lot on Hackett.
Are you still living in California?
No, I live up in Reno.
Oh,
Tahoe
fantastic.
area.
Okay. Well, tons of great off-roading out there.
Oh yeah.
Amazing. Have you done Vore, Vegas Off-Road Experience?
No, I haven't.
Those guys are pretty cool too. They got some great vehicles, and they take you way out in the desert, and there's some whoops out there that you can take on, and then they have a track that's got some great jumps too.
Right on.
So you might want to check that out too.
Definitely.
Well, cool, man. So tomorrow, of course, is the reason you're here, SEMA Fest. You guys are going to be getting your jam on. You looking forward to that?
Oh yeah. It's going to be a great show. It's going to be a great show. We've been playing shows here for almost a whole year now, and it's just getting better and better. Like I said, it's just amazing jamming with Jake. Watching my nephew grow up and watching him rock with his band. He's been on tour, I don't know, 200 days or something like that this year. He's kicking butt out there, and then just he's just like filling right in for us now too, and it's just an amazing feeling.
That's awesome. Awesome, man. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that, Brad. Thanks for joining me here in the SEMA Live studio.
Right on, Chris.
Appreciate you, man. Keep on rocking.
Yeah.
All right. Plenty more to come here, SEMA Live. We got just under 2 hours left to go on the show floor today. And what are we doing here? Are we kicking it around somewhere? Are we going to commercial? Oh, we're going to kick it out to JC, who is standing by. JC.
Thank you, Chris. What a day it has been. We're here now at Race Winning Brands, and Race Winning Brands, you got a car that's here, and you want to take it up here, you're going to go to Race Winning Brands. And this is Kevin. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to meet you. Thanks for coming out.
Thanks for being here. How has SEMA been so far?
SEMA's been great so far. Talking to a ton of people back to back. It's been really busy. Feels busier and bigger than last year.
How would you describe your brand to someone who's seeing this for the first time on SEMA Live?
So we have legendary brands, iconic performance. If you're into anything performance, racing, serious performance, we have all the internals and everything to control it.
I feel like we're blocking something very special. Why don't you slide over here and show what's behind us, because this is a great example of your brands being put to use.
Yes, this is a great example. So this is a 68 Chevelle. It has an LS swap. This is an LSX motor that's been put into it. And LS, man, is the most popular platform to build, to swap, anything in between. So from Dart machinery, we have Dart blocks, LS blocks from Dart. We have rotating assemblies, Dart cranks, connecting rods from Boost Line, Manly Performance. We have forged pistons for these engines, JE pistons, Wiseco pistons. You can see the custom Corsa Performance intake in there. This car has a Corsa exhaust, and it's all controlled with a Haltech Rebel LS engine management system. So this is a perfect example of something that our customers and our enthusiasts like to build.
You said a lot there. I think the best way to sum it up is it is spectacular.
Exactly.
Who owns this Chevelle?
So this Chevelle is actually our VP of HR. It's his personal car, and he had it built. He's a big car guy. He goes through these. He has quite an awesome collection. So we got it here from Ohio.
I got to get into HR. My gosh. My HR person, my gosh, I don't know what they're driving. That's incredible. Let's talk about some of the products and some of the brands. Why don't you slide over here and talk about what we're looking at.
So here we have our Wiseco pistons. Wiseco has been in business since 1941. It's our longest standing piston company. Forged pistons all made 100% in the USA, but right now we're showing off our Red Series. So if you're looking at forged pistons and you're thinking good, better, best, Red Series is going to be our better. It's going to be a great performance piston, moderate to heavy duty stuff at still a decent price, but it'll take a lot of abuse and a lot of power you could throw at it.
I think it just shows too how many great brands that you guys work with. Wiseco, they've been in business for 80 years, made right here in the US. Iconic brand and iconic products that they're offering. And that's part about SEMA too. It's about the reveals and the builds, but it's also about the products. People coming down here, learning about new products, making new partnerships, and that's what you guys are doing here on the show floor. Want to walk across here and show us some more products?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, come on around here as we cross over this amazing Chevelle. And I saw this earlier. A couple things we're going to talk about here. I'll let you start.
Yep. So JE Pistons, another one of our iconic piston brands, forged pistons. So you'll notice probably first off all these gold coatings on here. So this is from our Ultra Series line. This has our proprietary aligned grain froe technology, which we forge all of our pistons in the USA. So we say bar to box, right? We make everything engineered in the USA, completely bar to box. So all of our Ultra Series pistons have this thermal barrier crown coating. So our Ultra Series pistons are going to be for your really high horsepower stuff. But we have something for everybody with all our piston lines.
What's the difference between a forged and casted piston?
So that's going to be essentially how the piston is formed. So a cast piston, you're taking molten aluminum essentially and pouring it into a mold. The problem with that is that it creates a very sporadic grain structure of the aluminum. So the molecules of the alloy are kind of random. When you take a forged piston, you're essentially taking a billet puck of aluminum. You slice it off into a puck, you put it into a gigantic forging press over a mold, and that literally just smashes it with pure heat and pure force.
Okay.
And that helps the grain of the alloy stay formed, and it gives it a lot more tensile strength to have a stronger part.
Got it. And then the gold plated.
So that is a thermal barrier crown coating. It's included on all of the Ultra Series pistons, but you can add it to pretty much any custom piston you want to get. And essentially, it's for heat reflection, thermal protection. So especially when you get into boosted stuff, power adders, nitrous, superchargers, things like that, you end up generating a lot more heat, and you don't want that heat to get through, soak your piston, affect your piston, or even affect the small end of your rod. So what that does is it reflects the heat back into the combustion chamber, where it can help atomize fuel, and it goes out of the exhaust where it's supposed to go.
I love it. It's brilliant. Now over here, you guys won a really cool award. SEMA, they give it a lot of awards at SEMA. I mean, you guys here, race-winning brands right there, really cool, iconic stuff. Tell me about the award that you guys won. Congratulations. And what won that award?
Yeah, so this is, we were very, very appreciative, very stoked to win this year. So we were in the performance racing category, best new product here. And what this piston specifically is showcasing is our new gas ports. So a gas port is a feature on a piston that is a small hole, a small channel, that the overall idea is to improve your ring seal.
I think we have the other right back here, right?
Yep, we have another example there.
Okay.
So you can see the small holes on the top there, but the idea is to keep ring seal, because you can have a great engine and a great piston, but if your rings aren't sealing, you're not making any power. So the idea is to take those combustion gases, force them behind the top ring, and keep that ring sealed up against that cylinder wall without getting any flutter, without getting any blow by, as they call it. So the idea behind these is that it combines the 75% of the increased pressure of a vertical gas port without the chance of these getting clogged. So this moves it out and combines it with a lateral gas port, and it gives you kind of the best of both worlds. You still get great ring seal, and you're not worried about it clogging. So honestly, this is something came about from circle track racing as a great benefit for circle track, but it would be beneficial for anything you're doing: drag racing, drag and drive, just a street car, whatever you're doing.
Applies to everyone.
Yep.
I want to show the interior of the Chevelle because it's it's another one of your brands and products, but the dash just pops. Tell us more about the dash.
Yeah, so that is Haltech's new UC10 10-inch dash, and that is going to show you anything you want to show you. That is plugged in, that's on a sensor. All of that is getting fed by the Rebel LS ECU, which is our LS swap-specific engine management system. So you grab that ECU, you pair it with a dash, you pair it with a CAN keypad, you can turn your fuel pumps on and off, your lights, your stereo, your windshield wipers, whatever you want. With that combination, it makes swapping an LS, getting it tuned up. You don't even have to build your own tune. It'll ask you some questions on the LS motor you're running, install a base tune for you, and you can start your car.
And done, just like that?
Yep.
Okay. There's so much to see here at your booth, including another really amazing vehicle we're all going to see in a minute. But let's let you continue with the tour as we walk through.
Okay. So over there in the center, we have our Dart 2JZ. So that is the Iron Eagle 2JZ engine block. That is actually a short block that we have built. So this was launched, this hasn't been launched this year. It's been in the market for a little while, but we really pride ourselves that this is the world's first aftermarket 2JZ iron block. So all the 2JZ fans for drag racing, anything like that, we're really proud. You know, their option was either to find a OEM block that's either seen a lot of hours on it,
wear and tear on it, huh?
or they get a fully billet block that costs $15,000–$16,000. So now we have a very strong. We went through and improved the design, improved the areas where drag racers are going to need that improvement, and so our Iron Eagle 2JZ block's available, and we even have it. This is a great example. Dart even does short block assemblies for this stuff. So you can order an Iron Eagle 2JZ engine block. You can throw on the Dart billet crank. Dart offers these 2JZ cranks. You can choose your boost line connecting rods or another brand of connecting rod. Throw your diamond pistons, and Dart will actually build your short block for you, and that'll show up in a crate to your house for you to finish up and get going.
Incredible. Someone's watching. How do they get in touch with your products? Where are we going?
So you can go to racewinningbrands.com if you want to see all of our products. That'll give you a rundown on each of the brands specifically and what they do, and that'll give you links to every single one of our individual brands.
And then you have experts there too. If someone's watching, they think they see something they need, that you can guide them through and answer questions.
Absolutely. We have all of our brands have their individual facilities, their individual technical support teams, their individual sales teams. So any technical questions they have, any support they need, they can reach out to the teams at our individual brands.
All right, let's keep on going because they have a really cool car to show us behind over here.
Yep.
Really what is everyone about to see here? This is really, really neat.
So this is Mad Mike's Mad Mac McLaren, and he just finished building this. Anybody that watches Mad Mike on YouTube is definitely going to recognize this car. But this car is wild. It's purpose-built by him for drifting. It has a rotary engine in it. He rotary swapped a 20B into it. It has a gigantic turbo on it. It runs on premix E85, and it has Haltech engine management controlling all the electronics in the car. So it's kind of a McLaren, but hardly a McLaren now.
You talked about, well, let's walk around the car, and so everyone can see more across the camera. Everyone can see more of this build. It draws a crowd.
Absolutely, yeah. People have been coming around and taking pictures of it all day long. Even Mike himself was here the first couple of days talking to people, and it draws a massive crowd. I mean, this thing, he built this thing in 100 days only, to get it to Goodwood, and he debuted it at Goodwood, which is a crazy difficult event to drive. So hats off to him for building this thing, the most unique drift car I've ever seen, and debuting it and driving it at Goodwood.
It's pretty wild how fast some of these guys and gals get their builds done, huh?
Absolutely, it's very impressive.
You were talking about Haltech, which is behind us here. That technology is in the car. Tell us more about the brand back here.
Yep, so Haltech is our engine management company. So like with this car is a great example. He had a very unique engine situation. He has a rotor swap, so he needed an ECU, a PDM to control all of his electronics, turn them on and off, and a dash to be able to see everything. So Haltech has this ecosystem of electronics to be able to control that. What this car has is an IC7 dash. It's got a Nexus R5 ECU, which is what we actually call a VCU, vehicle control unit. So that has not only an engine control unit, but it also has a built-in PDM, power distribution. So you have one box that controls your engine, but also will control all your electronics. And like I said, fans, switches, lights, anything like that, all into one. So he ripped all the McLaren electronics out of this car. It's not running on any of those. It's running solely on a Haltech engine management ecosystem.
Let's go back to the car because it's really just a gorgeous setup. How many SEMAs have you been to?
This is my 6th SEMA.
And have you had a chance to walk around the halls?
I've had a chance to walk around about half of the halls so far.
Has anything jumped out to you?
Honestly, a lot of the builds at the tread pass. Yeah, a lot of those guys, it's really unique stuff. Stuff that you can see that you would never even be able to dream up yourself. But that those guys had a vision and they completed that vision, and it's just really awesome to be able to admire. You know, the guy has a V12 in one of his cars, and everything is so unique, and it's great to see the passion in those builds. If you're just watching our live stream for the first time, we were out there on day number 1. We did a breakdown of every single build out there, so you can go back to our day 1 live stream and go back and watch the tread pass. Amazing cars, and something really cool they do out there. I think there's 26, 30 cars. They turn 11 of them into pins. And you go outside there's this massive line of people, and you're wondering, who is this celebrity? Who are they waiting to meet? They're waiting in line to get pins. I wondered the same thing. I walked by, I saw the huge line. I thought there was going to be an autograph signing or something, but yeah, they're just getting pins, which is pretty cool too. It's neat, yeah, to have your car turn into a pin. So what's next for race-winning brands? What can we expect in 2025? What's next for you guys? Man, you're just going to see us keep chasing down the innovation and keep chasing, pushing the boundaries of what we can do with all of our different brands. Our brands are legendary and iconic in their own spaces, and we want to keep pushing. We want to keep pushing the performance that our brands can administer, whether that's classic internal combustion to something crazy and modern like this. Out of the two here, do you have a favorite? Oh man, I know I'm really putting on your spot. I put you on the spot here. Different categories for me. Completely different categories. I mean, if we're talking a classic, yeah, of course, the '68 Chevelle. But if we're talking just something that comes out of somebody's head and he can actually drive it now, this car's tough to beat. Yeah, really. Did you trailer it in, trailer it out? How do you get it in and out? Drove it. You drove it in? Did you really? Backed it right in here. And are you guys going to be part of SEMA Fest on Friday? You're going to drive it out for everyone to see? Yeah, he's going to have this thing taken out, and you'll hear it coming. It's loud. You will. It's loud. Kevin, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Race Winning Brands, racewinningbrands.com? Racewinningbrands.com. That has all of our brands and websites. Awesome. I'm sure you have a lot of people checking you guys out now. I think we're going to send it up to you, Chris, up there in the studio. Let's send it back to Chris up there in the SEMA Live studio.
Yeah, buddy. Thanks, JC. Really cool. You're getting to do a lot of cool stuff down there on the SEMA floor, and I'm doing a lot of cool stuff up here in the SEMA Live studio, including talking to my next two guests. They are part of the BASF Techs for Tomorrow initiative. Please welcome Mindy Cogdill and Dustin Detweiler. Welcome, you guys.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Unbelievably, because you guys seem like vets in the industry. First time at SEMA for each of you.
Oh yeah. First time.
Impressions?
It's probably the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm not gonna lie to you. Honestly speechless. Yeah.
What was it like rolling up on Tuesday? Did you get here right as the doors open at 9 a.m.?
Oh yeah, just about. I think we all kind of met up at about 12, and then I think we had some lunch, and then we came here. I think we got here about 2 o'clock, started looking at everything.
What hall did you go into first?
I believe it was South Upper Hall that we visited in first, which was really impressive. And I think we made our way over to Central after that, so it was really cool to see everything over there.
Cool that you went into South Upper Hall at the very beginning, because that was my first experience at SEMA 20 years ago in 2004. We built a car here at SEMA for the first time. We brought the show overhauling
and our set was up against the wall in South Hall, upper floor.
Awesome. Wow.
So cool. Yeah, a little bit of coming full circle here in the SEMA Live studio. Well, tell me about this initiative, BASF Techs for Tomorrow.
Yeah, they really partnered up with TechZone, and they had reached out to us probably about a month ago, 2 months ago. And what it does is that it kind of offers a scholarship for us students towards school, and then BASF, it kind of gives them it's a SEMA experience. So it's 3 days of it's a full agenda of just seeing a whole bunch of stuff, and it's been a really great experience for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead, tell us your take.
I really feel like BASF and Techs for Tomorrow has been really forward with making sure that we're set up on a really good path for ourselves. I think that they're very focused on our futures and setting us up with the right people to keep going in our careers. And honestly, they've just been so helpful in answering any questions or setting us up with somebody that, we've been dreaming to see, or somebody that they think that we need to see. And it's just been a really cool experience.
Yeah, SEMA certainly has so much to offer for everybody in the industry, and certainly for people like yourselves who are educating yourselves and getting yourselves on a specific career path. Where are you in your education? What level are you?
I'm actually getting ready to graduate here in a month from Ames Community College in Windsor.
Cool. And are you around the same?
So I actually started my program about 6 months ago, so I'm about halfway through at UTI. But I've been in the industry working for a few years now, so came out of collision, trying to go towards customs. So.
Awesome. Well, kudos to both of you, because I can tell you when I was your age and at your level of education, I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. I was just kind of like, going through the motions. So you guys are way ahead of the game where you are right now. And what's your focus in the industry? Where do you see yourself in, let's say, 2 to 5 years?
Hopefully painting is really the end goal. I've kind of decided this last few months of me getting ready to graduate that I'm going to be a body tech for a while, and so I can get the flow of the shop. And at the end of the day, I just want to paint. I love the art of it. I love how the process of it. I think it's a great part of the automotive industry for sure.
You're wearing the right sweatshirt if you want to get into the painting industry. I mean, Foos is pretty much the master of that. And Mindy, for you, are you more focused on the collision aspect?
The customs and resto aspect of everything.
Got it, okay.
So my grandpa, he restored hot rods. So me and my family, me and my brother grew up in the garage. We've seen it all. So after seeing all those, the pretty colors, and as a kid, it kind of just stuck with me. So I really want to go towards that. I love the collision side of things, though. Definitely always going to be in that somehow.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, working on your craft as a metal fabricator, starting with collision repair is kind of, cutting your teeth essentially, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
So are you a welder? Have you experienced welding?
So I've got a little bit of everything. I can weld, I can shape metal, I can paint, I can prime. I mean, luckily, the shop that I worked with back in Ohio, Superformance, little shout out, but they really focused on me getting experience all around. So I've gotten the estimating side, I've gotten the paint, the detail, the body. So I really appreciate everything that they ever did for me. So it was really cool to see everything and have a little bit of sprinkle here and there. So it's really cool.
So you really appreciate when you are eventually reaching your goals of doing what you want to do, you can appreciate what leads up to that, all the things that you just mentioned. So it's great that you're dabbling in all of that.
Yes.
Of course, SEMA, as you probably are already well aware, being here for a couple days, is kind of the mecca for the debut of unbelievable builds. We were chatting a little bit before we came on about the Grand Nationals that are here from the Ringbrothers and the Dutch Brothers. What has stood out for you guys?
Those two have probably stood out. There's also a Bronco. I can't remember the name of the builder. There's a Bronco out in Toyo, the white one, I think. Oh my goodness.
Talking about the tread path?
Yes. Everything down to the hinges, down to the bolts was just seamlessly put together. It's probably some of the best interior I've seen in a really long time. So I was very impressed by that.
Yeah, Toyo does a great job, and every year here at SEMA, all of the cars in the tread pass are debut
vehicles, so never been seen before, which is a cool thing to go. So it's great that you keyed in on that. And Dustin, how about you? What have you seen that stood out?
I think my favorite one that I've seen was, I think it was in the silver lot. It was a 67 Shelby, and it had an RB26 motor in it. And on the side, on the bottom, where near the rocker, where it says Shelby, it said GT RB26. And so I thought that was really unique to me to clash these two cultures into one. Yeah. So I think that was probably one of my favorite builds I've seen so far, for sure.
Totally, I love the crossover of the traditionals, whether you're putting an LS in a JDM or vice versa, putting a JDM motor into something. TJ Hart was up here yesterday, and he was talking about a project that he has where he's putting a JDM motor into a Mustang, which is a total script flipped for the industry. And what's your guys' take on EVs? For, against, neutral?
It's 50. It depends. I'm pretty sure a lot of people could kind of back me up on this. But I'm not a fan of putting them into older vehicles, but I think that is definitely, it's an interesting step towards our future, because when I was watching my parents drive when I was little, I wouldn't have never thought that there was going to be a fully electric vehicle that was driving on our roads, for sure.
Yeah. And what about you?
I don't know. I'm old school.
It sounds like your upbringing and your family.
I'm old
definitely
school,
combustible.
I want 3 pedals and I want a shifter, so that's how I am. So that's how we grew up. It's a little too futuristic for my taste.
Yeah,
so.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. And what's funny is that there have been EVs for over 100 years. There have been electric vehicles for a long, long time. But where the industry is going right now, they just feel so futuristic. Yeah. And I'm with you guys, by the way. I appreciate EVs, but you'll never catch a bunch of people at a car show standing around a Tesla, waiting for it to start up.
For sure.
It's not going to do anything that you want it to do. Best of luck to you guys, Mindy Cogdill and Dustin Detweiler. I appreciate you guys being here, and enjoy SEMA.
Thank you.
I know that you guys will be back next year.
Oh, of course.
Right on. All right, time to get it back out to Alliyah, who's got another feature out in the SEMA sphere. Alliyah.
Thank you, Chris. I am here with Roger Marty of Snap-on. Snap-on has grown to be the #1 tool brand in the world. What does that mean to you, and how does your brand differ from the rest?
Well, obviously, so Snap-on being a company that is now over 100 years old, we've had plenty of time to develop a full range of products, elaborating with our customers, and due to the fact that, especially in the US, we have this direct sales model with our franchisees, which allows us to day by day be very close to them and have a big number of interactions. And during the course of those 100 years, this has led to the development of a number of products. And here at SEMA 2024, what you will see behind me is a collection of the brands that are incorporated in what we call total shop solution. And this is the capital equipment side. So it's not the hand tools that everybody knows from Snap-on, the wrenches, sockets, and this kind of thing. It's the more capital intensive stuff. So the equipment that workshops would buy to actually perform their work in their shop every day, from wheel alignment to collision repair on the other side. We have heavy duty maintenance on the back of the booth. We have lifting equipment on the other side, tire service. So everything that is not a hand tool but purchased typically by the shop owner for his shop. This is what we show here at SEMA this year.
Incredible. And I have to say, this is probably one of the most intricate booths that we've seen thus far. Let's go ahead and take a look at what you guys have going on over here. Can you explain this activation and demonstration to me?
Okay, so this is, what you see here is the latest member of the family of wheel aligners from our John Bean brand. John Bean being one of the iconic brands in the US for wheel alignment. And this model here specifically, the V4400, is our latest model. What makes this model different from anything else that we have seen and that the market has experienced before is the fact that the two columns that you see in front of the car with the 4 green lights on top are completely independent from each other. This means you can place them wherever you want in the workshop, and this gives obviously a much higher flexibility in terms of positioning. That's the practical side of it. From a pure technological standpoint, they use the latest camera technology featuring our APFM algorithm in the latest iteration, and that gives the highest accuracy that you can have, combined with a very fast procedure, maximizing productivity in the shop. So typically something that shop owners that perform a big number of alignments every day, which is a good source of revenue, would invest in, and at the same time, because it's very flexible, it's easy to adapt in existing shops, or you can have a drive-through solution if it's easier for you. You can combine it with an ADAS solution, which we show on the other side here where the car is. Jordan is performing an ADAS calibration on this Hyundai, and you can see that behind me is basically the same product, and you can combine it in one bay and yet still have two machines, which allows you to do two jobs in the same bay, but with two pieces of equipment, so that if you need to move one, you can still perform them parallelly or in the same bay as you wish. So completely new. We just launched it here at SEMA. We've shown it in Frankfurt in Germany at Automechanica a couple of weeks ago. Fantastic feedback from the customers and a very exciting product for us, something that's never been done before.
And we know that Snap-on is all about consistency. Can you walk us through just what it takes to develop a tool?
Yes. So our customer is a professional. We tend to say that whatever we do should be ensuring that the job is done perfectly the first time. The cost of a mistake is very expensive. It's critical jobs, especially if you think of ADAS calibration. You want to make sure that car is safely back on the road. We do collision repair, also something where precision, accuracy, and making sure that the result is perfect is very important, not only to the shop, but also to the driver of the vehicle ultimately. So whatever we do is making sure that the combination of productivity, because they want to make money with it, is combined with the peace of mind of knowing I'll do it right first time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, you guys have an incredible display. I want to go ahead and check out this area. SEMA is obviously an incredible opportunity for Snap-on and all the vendors here. What has been the feedback from the attendees?
Yes, so because of the very big number of different products that we have, whether it's wheel service, whether it's alignment, whether it's lifting, especially with EVs now, we have a brand new range of products to address the specific needs to repair and maintain EVs. Customers here find something that they need. One will need maybe an AC machine, another one is interested in tire service, a third one has a lifting issue, maybe somebody needs a welder, but there's something for everybody to find. And a lot of people that already have some of the equipment, these just discover something that they were not aware of, that we had that in the portfolio. We see here, for example, a tread reading device to measure the tread profile of tires. Here we see a special headlight tester to address the issues combined with matrix headlights, something that's completely new in the market. So customer here finds something that they're very familiar with, and that's a two-post lift or a tire changer, but at the same time they find products addressing the latest technological developments. And they say, oh, I could do this with one of your products, show me. Because they're familiar with the brand, they know the quality, they know our service, they know the sales guy that visits them every week. And because of that, it's an easy step for them to say, okay, this is something I need to have in my shop to service the cars that I see today, whether it's an EV, whether it's a car with matrix, whether it's a car that has the ADAS component, and that makes it easy for them to actually just add products into their shop.
And you touched on all the different needs that people have, of course. So I want to know, in your role, how do you prioritize what tools or next innovations are on the rise?
Yes, so obviously it's mostly driven by what the car manufacturers will put on the road in the coming years, because obviously we need to be ready day one. So when that car hits the road, theoretically an accident could happen the next minute or service would be needed. So of course we align our developments with whatever the manufacturers are developing, and needless to say, this is becoming more and more complex, and at the same time the pace of innovation on the manufacturer side is increasing. So that's one component. The other component is the technology. Is it something that is fulfilling our requests in terms of usability? Is it something that we feel confident putting in the hands of the technicians? We have technician shortage, so productivity is important. So it's a combination of the changes that happen on the vehicle side combined with the situation that we find in our workshops. And then you add the global dimension to this, because obviously the cars on the road are not the same everywhere. You go to certain places of the world, you hardly see EVs. You go to Norway, it's 95% EVs. So we also mitigate that between the different geographies to make sure that the promise we make is consistent all over the world, because that's what the OEMs would expect us to do. When Mercedes or others tell us, okay, we will give you certification for one product, they expect the same service and the same type of quality worldwide.
No, I can absolutely see that. And also, I wanted to talk to you about what's going on over here. I know a lot of people at home were really requesting to see this part of your activation. Can you just elaborate?
Sorry.
Just tell us what's going on over here.
Okay, so as I just mentioned, EVs, for example, this is an example of specific pads that we developed to lift EVs. An electric vehicle has the battery underneath the carriage. It's important when you lift it to lift it in a position where you don't damage the battery, because damaging a battery could be very expensive and dangerous, because obviously there's a risk. So we have specific pads. They're either specific for certain brands or certain models. We help the shop, and you see the color coding, ensuring that he has the right pad in place to lift the vehicle safely. And again, that addresses the issue of productivity, make it first the right time, and make it safe. All while using an equipment that you already have, by just adding some accessories to, well, reflect the change in technology. So this is what you see here. In the back there, our heavy duty offer. Heavy duty is a very interesting segment in the sense that productivity is everything. If the truck is not on the road, it doesn't make money. So typically truck drivers are very demanding in terms of the execution of the maintenance work that they need. And we're addressing this with specific solutions for alignment, fuel saving, but also maintenance on trucks, some mobile columns to lift them. So this is a segment that is actually growing currently. We're showing it here, and we're getting very good feedback for our offer. Something that I think we will continue to develop in the coming years.
Amazing. Once again, everyone, this is Roger Marty with Snap-on. We want to send it back to you, Chris. Thank you so much for your time and information, Roger.
Thank you very much.
Alliyah, thank you very much. Back here in the SEMA Live studio with another interview, and this one is going out to you EV fans who want to do something that you want to do, but have the power and the chassis and everything provided for you. And I'm talking about Dave Elkington, founder of Elkington Motors. Good to see you, man.
Thanks for having me, man.
You were giving me a quick kind of educational tour, as it were, of what you guys do, and it's so interesting because if I wanted to build an electric vehicle that harkened back to, you know, let's say the 60s or the 70s, anything that I wanted to do, you provide me the platform for that, and all I have to do is drop a body on, put an interior in, and I'm ready to go, right?
You're driving. Yeah, and the rationale behind it is all of us grew up with some level of like nostalgia. We built some car. I'm a 72 Bronco with my dad. We bought it and it was just a mess, and so, you know, we spent 4 years in my youth, you know, building this. All of us have that story. The challenge is a lot of us now are older, we have a little more money, and we don't necessarily love the smell and it breaking down all the time. And so what we wanted to build is a complete rolling chassis, all EV, so you have all the luxury of your Tesla, but the personality of your 67 Mustang or your Camaro or your, you know, Gen 2 Bronco or whatever it is. And so you can build your body, you build your interior, and you drop this thing on and you're driving the next day.
So obviously once you engineer it for a certain car, you have that template set, so that's in the books. Has a customer ever come to you with like a really unusual request for a car that you have to essentially create the chassis for?
So, okay, the basic chassis, we have a light truck and a performance car chassis, so we just adjust the wheelbase. So it's relatively straightforward, assuming things are, you know, body on frame.
Yeah.
But so unibodies like the Mustang, the 67 Mustang, the way it works is you cut the body or the floor out of that Mustang,
you cut the floor out of
and
it,
then we have, you know, where those rocker panels are, there's a little angle, 90-degree angle, you drop it on and you weld it, and so that was a little interesting. We're doing a project right now with the Cobra, that early Cobra.
Yes.
And we haven't solved that one quite yet. That's That's a weird problem. It's a small.
Those AC bodies?
Yeah, that's the one. So
wow.
We'll do a bunch of those. We'll do a couple hundred of those, I think.
So if someone is coming to you, let's say with a unibody car like a Mustang or pick your favorite Mopar, they've obviously got to be prepared to make that body fit onto your chassis and then put the floor in and everything like that.
So like mostly this is like maybe. So if you were to go buy like a Roadster shop or like a Kinser Bronco chassis, they're going to give you 5 to 10 different body mods to go fit it on their chassis. Ours is exactly the same. So we have a relatively adjustable like wheelbase. So that we've got a group doing a 72 C10. We have F100s. And so the mounts are pretty standard. The body adjustments are a couple of days worth of adjustments. So it's unless you're doing some weird build like those Cobras, it's not a big deal.
It's pretty user friendly. Right. What materials are you using for your chassis?
They're steel chassis. They're full steel chassis. They're generally like OE, like suspension parts. So like we're using in some of ours like the full forward OE, control arms, and knuckles and that kind of thing. We're using for Ford guys are Ford guys, Mopar folks are Mopar folks. So we try and discern so that you get what you love.
Right.
So it's pretty adaptive.
And you guys provide the power also, right?
It's everything. So it's for the EV guys out there, it's a 90 kilowatt hour battery. So that gives you about a 200 mile range roughly. You have two 250 horsepower electric motors. So this thing, I know there's some people who are probably listening to this saying, I would never drive that. I respect you. I love the smell and the sound, but like the torque on these motors, so you're about over 500 horsepower, but the combo of the motors have over 2,000 foot-pounds of torque. And when you accelerate, it's like you're launching a rocket. Like it's a different feel, but like on our light truck, you're 0 to 60 on that. We're stating 4 seconds, and we've had it as low as 3. Wow. So like this, and then the performance car,
obviously a lot faster.
2.4 seconds.
Wow. I mean, that's always been the huge advantage of the EV.
EV torque is
full power,
and it's
automatically.
It's crazy.
No shift points. It's a golf cart on steroids.
And if you're a tuner, so you've got a bunch of people watching this who like love tuning.
Yeah.
So it's an electric tuning. So there's no torque curve. It's whatever you want. So we ended up tuning this down because you can put so much torque so fast you'll tear up your tires. So you can think almost like an Excel spreadsheet where you're like, at these RPMs, I want this, and then I want it to slow down, and then I want to ramp it up. So you can
roll it out. You can program it to roll it out. Yeah. What about sound? Because a lot of these EVs these days have to have a little bit of sound to warn the pedestrians who are out there. Do you guys have a solution for that?
So backup. So when you're reversing, you have to have a backup sound. So we have that. As you're driving, you're okay. It is a little silent. So we've had some people build, and it's not my preference. Like if I'm going to do EV, I'm just going to do EV,
right?
Whatever.
Yeah.
But some people have done engine sounds in it. I like all the respect. Like the thing is, we're so early in the market, and it's interesting. We've been coming to SEMA for the last 3 years. We've not. This SEMA is when we introduced this chassis, and we did it in partnership with a chassis maker, Kinser Bronco.
Yep.
He did a Bronco build on our chassis where he then did really kind of a co-op with us where we designed this Bronco chassis together, and he got in the top 10 4x4 Battle of the Builder. Woohoo!
Nice.
Pretty
Congrats
awesome.
On that, yeah.
It's a beautiful. Go by the booth if you're here. It's a stunning build, but this year is the first year I would say people seem to be more accepting. So last year we introduced just kind of quietly a Mustang, a 67 Mustang, and about half the people came and looked at it and just couldn't plug their nose fast enough. It's just, I get it. Like I won't criticize it, but some people are like, there's a beautiful build, but you destroyed this car. Other people,
it's very polarizing.
I know.
It's very polarizing. But like you said, it's becoming more accepted.
Right.
As I guess familiarity with it will lead to the overall acceptance.
If you drive in one, it's not going to win everybody, but I'll bet you 90% of the people who try it, you'll win them.
Absolutely. I actually, I've only been in one electric car, and it just happened to be a Taycan Turbo.
Yeah.
And it just immediately won me over.
I know.
But I'm a sound and feel guy, so I got to have that. But I respect the hell out of the EVs. The acceleration, like we were talking about, it's unbelievable. So, hey, there's room enough for everybody.
There's a big market here.
Yeah.
And I think it's evolving. The thing you know, before we started here, you asked me, like, what's the market doing? I'd say 50-60% of the people who come look at it, they're like, this, I could see this. And there's still 30 or 40% who are just like, no way. And so it's not for everybody, but I mean, the thing that's amazing about SEMA is, like, everything is here. Like, whatever your taste is, they got it here.
Yeah. Last question I want to ask you about, just logistically within the frame, is the plug. Because, you know, if you're doing, let's say, a 65 Mustang or a 70 Cuda, you probably want to put the plug where the fuel filler is, right? Yep. So you have a long enough tether on your plug to just go basically whether you could put it behind the license plate you wanted to, or if you're doing a Porsche, put it up front on the front fender.
Yeah, so the way the build looks is, you look at, it's a regular chassis. Our batteries sit right between the wheels, so right underneath the thing, which makes it easy to put whatever body you want on it. But you have the batteries, you have the motors, all kind of very flat out of your way. All of the kind of controls up front, and then you drop your body on, and so really it's pretty non-invasive, and so you can drop that charging, and it's a high-speed charging, just like, you know, go to whatever Starbucks you drink at, and it's a 20-30 minute charge. It's pretty fast.
Oh, that is
it's very fast.
Very quick.
Yeah, high-speed charging.
Cool.
Yeah.
Wow, man. Well, you know, I mean, I think what you're doing is really providing those people who might, you know, be intimidated or poo-pooing the EV industry, saying, hey, look, you can still have your classic car, whatever you want to put. Here is the chassis for you. It's plug and play. Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome, man.
Cool.
That's good stuff,
Thanks,
my
man.
brother.
Yeah,
thanks for joining me
fun to
here on SEMA Live. Dave Elkington Motors. Don't be afraid of EV. You can still have
It's
what
safe.
you want.
It's friendly.
This is the man and the company for you. All right, let's encourage you to join us on social media. If you do want to be tagged and featured on SEMA Live, just tag us at SEMA Show is the at, and hashtag SEMA Show is the tag, and we'll try to feature you guys. And thank you for joining us on SEMA Live. We appreciate you, and we hope that we are giving you what you came to see, and that is the SEMA experience, without actually being here in Las Vegas with us for whatever reason. But when the doors are open, we are live. And we are coming to you live from West Hall. And of course, we've got a lot of the trucks in here, a lot of the off-roading, and also the car care products. When you got a cool car, you want to make sure it looks good. And I have the very good fortune of being associated with most likely the best in the business, Griot's Garage, and representing Griot's Garage is the man himself, Nick Griot. What's up, my man?
Hey, bud. Great to see you, Chris.
Great to see you too, dude. Second year in West Hall.
Yeah.
And you guys are kind of like becoming one of the anchors of West Hall. Same spot this year, right over there.
Yeah, it's definitely started a little slow. Like the first year, nobody knew how to get here.
Right.
But definitely feel like it's established. Like it is an awesome space, and I actually like our neighbors. Like I'm a 4x4 and off-road guy. I've probably spent thousands of dollars in my mind just looking at some of these RVs and Bronco accessories. So yeah, we're in good company, and it's a great new place to be.
And what's cool is in your booth here in West Hall, you've embraced the off-roading and truck spirit. You've got a CJ7, beautifully done by Griot's Motors.
Yep. Yeah, so that's our sister company. Basically, if you're unfamiliar with my family, most of us, we're pretty sick in the head, incurably obsessed with cars, so much so that our chemical business spurned a separate restoration business. My dad was smart enough to separate my brother and I, give us different responsibilities. So Motors is our neighbor. It's one of the great things about our headquarters. We have this beautiful event space that now has about 7 acres and a ton of car parking. But my dad's insistence on excellence has translated down into that restoration shop. You've been there. A bunch of really young guys that when I talk to people who are worried about the future of fabricating and skilled labor, and you go look in that shop, the future is bright.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nick, of course, talking about the facility up in Tacoma, Washington. And by the way, hello to Richard Griot, if you're watching, founder of the company. He wasn't able to make it to SEMA this year, but if you're joining us here on the broadcast, we miss you, buddy. Former Coca-Cola bottling company, which is kind of appropriate, going from such an iconic brand to an up-and-coming iconic brand that is Griot's Garage, and you retrofitted that facility to meet your needs perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very blessed to have the same passion as my dad, and he had a great vision for what was a historical facility in Tacoma, Pacific Northwest. It actually is a great market for car care because the weather's so miserable. Apparently we're like the best sunglass market in the US as well, because the sun comes out so infrequently, people lose their sunglasses and rebuy them. But that facility is beautiful. I think we get a lot of credit from the local community for preserving a historic building and reinvigorating it. It's got a very Art Deco feel. Big, like, soft pylon signs, and then you walk through and everything is bright, and there's only 3 colors in the entire facility. Contrast, contrast, contrast is the rule. So red, black, white, they don't really ever touch. But it's a wonderful place where we have events year-round, even in the miserable winters we have, and all that parking. We really have become kind of an anchor of car culture where people can come, regardless if you've got a Pontiac, and there's an 8-car show, or the Subaru Club that's 300 plus cars. We're inexclusive relative to your interest. If you're interested in cars, you got a home in Tacoma.
Yeah, absolutely. And the exterior of the facility was designed specifically in mind for car shows, extra wide parking spaces, the way it is laid out beautifully. And I love what you do inside, which is feature a particular either brand or genre of car in your museum space, and then once a month you have the shows that are genre specific, right?
Yeah, my dad's keyed up some pretty great trademarks over the years. Stinky Be Gone for our odor illumination line. Have fun in your garage really is the mantra that guides the entire company, right? This is your time, this is your precious space. Have fun in it. But caffeine and gasoline has to be one of the all-time greats, right? We've got cars and coffee events everywhere in the country. A lot of them happen in public facilities where there's an end time. You got to get out of there because Bed Bath & Beyond is going to open, even though they went out of business. Yeah. But every month we have a theme. So this month is race cars. So it's a bunch of vintage race cars. We've got Formula One cars, Can-Am cars, Daytona prototypes, about 12 to 15 cars, and then next month it will change again. We like to feature cars from the local community. So if you're a car guy and you have too many cars and too little storage, you get to put your car on display for a month. And it's something interesting for people to come into the facility and see and be up close next to cars they've never seen before.
And this month being a racing car theme, it's got to be a blast for you because you've got a lot of seat time in race cars, vintage race cars in particular, Can-Am cars, Formula One cars. Talk about that.
Yeah, I'm very, very fortunate, and I never wake up and forget that, to be related to somewhat of a car hoarder, right? And my dad was a race instructor in the early 80s. Met my mom, helped her run her business. When she didn't want to run a business anymore, he started Griot's Garage. So as the business has grown, he's been able to get back into racing. He grew up with cars in the 60s and 70s that, we now own. So from Formula Atlantics or F2s to Formula One cars and Can-Am, as you mentioned, the Canadian-American, endurance series where McLaren was quite dominant until Porsche came in and dominated it and made it no fun for anybody. But yeah, I have grown up going to racing schools and then have progressed over the years to get in some of those spare cars and race with my dad. So it's one of the best things I get to do. Now he's retired. I keep the lights on, make sure the business is operating amongst my excellent team. I can't do everything like he had to do when he was starting the business. But about 4 times a year I get to go out and race with him, which is an amazing honor, and I feel very grateful for that.
Always at Laguna Seca during Car Week. Well, I know that have fun in your garage is your motto, and what makes it fun is the quality of the car care products that you guys produce. I've been to your production facility in Indiana.
Yes.
And then also, of course, the facility in Tacoma is amazing. But what's great about you guys is you manufacture, you bottle it, you ship. It's all in-house. It's all from Griot's Garage. You're not getting any products from where you guys don't know about. You develop them yourselves. They look great, they smell great, and they perform great.
Yeah, have fun in your garage is definitely just the mantra of, one, again, it's your free time, this is your interest, but also it was formed from my dad's just frustration with products that would waste his time. So that is really critical, that when we say something does something and you expect it to do that, that you know, you aren't looking at us like, oh God, those guys, I'm having no fun in my garage, right? And that production, that vertical integration we have is unique. And you know, we've been in business for 35 years. So over the course of that time, we've been able to bring that in-house. Our facility in Indiana, we have 3 full-time chemists, 3 full-time QC. You know, we're making a chemical in the lab, going back and forth with our product development team till it meets our performance standards. And then it's moving about 200 feet to scaled production and finally mass production, all under the watchful eye of the people that created it and know how it's supposed to be before it leaves our door and gets to somebody's garage. Again, hoping that when they have time to spend in the garage, we're a part of it, and they're not calling and cursing me out.
Which they have the option to do because Nick's always available. He picks up the phone.
Oh, it's the standard. I mean, you know, I think my dad's famous line is, okay, somebody's like on fire on the phone. All right, it's going to Richard. What can I do to make you happy? Yeah. And people are kind of shocked that somebody, the owner of the company, would take the time to, you know, sympathize with them or try and make them feel like we care, which we do. We want customers for life. And that is a standard that is hard to keep because the business has grown. So I'm getting a lot more handwritten letters than my dad ever had to respond to, but that's the standard. I get a handwritten letter, I write one back. Yeah. I get an angry phone call, okay, I'm on the phone.
Appease them.
Gotta disarm. Yeah. And what can I do to make you happy?
All right, last couple of minutes I have with you, Nick. I want to hear about some of the new products that you've brought to SEMA. You always love to debut your latest and greatest here. What do you got?
So this year we developed about 5 new chemicals and we have a couple hard goods. It's one of the things we really take pride in. Obviously the chemicals we make in Indiana. So we've got a net new rinseless wash, which is a reduced water washing method, really popular in professional circles. In particular because it's a super concentrated formula that can be diluted to different strengths. So as you have access to less and less water, you can safely wash your car. So it requires a minimum about 2 gallons for a traditional, you know, kind of contact wash, or you can use it at a waterless dilution. It's an excellent technology. We also developed one for our professional partnerships, like around here, the Battle of the Builders. You've got some of the best high-end fabricators in the world. They're doing everything from metalwork to refinishing, paint-wise. And then as they're prepping it here, you know, they're gonna be using things like detailers. So we developed a silicone-free product that is body shop safe, in particular because all those guys are saying, hey, we gotta roll the cars outside to use some of your products. We can't do that. We need something from you. So that's one thing I think we're really good at, listening to our customers, regardless of how big they are or how small they are. We have the ability to adapt and develop products with that. And then we've expanded our fragrance line. You know, you've used our products, you know how good they smell.
Yes, I do.
So it's one of the things that it's got to pass, you know, my old man's nose, the sniff test. And most of those are so good that people have said, hey, I want my car to smell like it all the time. So we've really expanded that line. And of course, many other things. A bored and unproductive product developer is an unemployed one. Right, so I ran that department for 5 years. I know it's just a constant drumbeat, but it's exciting, it's interesting, and again, we're just making the next thing to help somebody enjoy their time around their cars.
Well, I take a lot of pride in being a partner with you guys and an associate of you guys, and I love it. If you don't know what Griot's Garage is, check it out, griotsgarage.com. Nick, thanks for joining me here.
Thank you, Chris. Great to see you.
Have fun in your garage.
That's right.
We're going to kick it out to Alliyah with another feature here at SEMA. Alliyah.
Thank you, Chris. I am here in the Upper South Hall at the SATA display with Tony. Tony, SATA is known for providing very incredible products. Can you tell us a little bit about the 3 new products that you're featuring here at SEMA?
Well, the biggest thing that we're doing, we have a new gun that's going to be available in the U.S. beginning in February, but we're launching it here at the show. It's called the Jet X. And so throughout the whole booth, you'll see the complete Jet X theme, but there's 4 versions of this gun, from a basic model that doesn't have all the extra bells and whistles, doesn't have the digital capability, all the way through to the one I want to show you that's called our Jet X, and it's Jet X Digital Pro, and it's got a lot of features that are pretty cool that I think the painters are going to love. So if I could show you that, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take. So are these the 4 different tiers that you have displayed here behind you, and this is the base, the entry level?
This one's actually the top one.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'll show you this. So some of the cool parts about this, number one, it's got a trigger mechanism that you can press with your fingers and pop the trigger off, which doesn't seem like a big deal, except it's got a fluid tip wrench built right into it, so you don't have to run around and look for your tools in the paint shop. It takes the fluid tip right out of the gun. It also makes it really easy to clean and access this for service, for putting grease on the needle and the fluid packing. So that's the first thing, but we made that out of a carbon fiber polyurethane mix, so it's super lightweight. We made an air cap ring on this that weighs just grams, so we lightened the gun up drastically. Super light trigger pull, so the painters are going to love the way that is. But the feature that most people are really liking to look at is we have this digital gauge on the back that we call the Jet X Digital Pro, and this thing doesn't just tell us air pressure, it tells us temperature, so in the booth you know what reducer you should be using. You can set up in your settings on this so that it will alert me at different, if my air pressure goes too high or goes too low because my compressor's changing pressures. It alerts me on my screen and lets me know that I need to make that adjustment. It'll alert me if it's too cold or too warm and I need to change reducers. And then it has a way that I can actually tap on this and get to the screen with a barcode, and when I tilt that, it pulls up a barcode, and everything that I just painted, I scan with my phone, and it uploads all that data, so I can track on my phone in a dashboard what pressure I used when I shot that car, so I know what reducer I might have used when I sprayed that car, all those details. So it tells us the time that I sprayed, so for tracking at the shop, so you can bill for that, or you can be repeatable when you have to paint that again. It's outstanding technology, so that's pretty cool. The gauge just simply pops off that when we clean with lacquer thinner. It's just a super new invention that has so much data potential for the shops. So that's honestly been the most popular thing here at the show.
Yeah, and I can absolutely see why. It definitely seems extremely innovative. Have there been any other ways that you guys have integrated technology into your products?
Everything that they do, we keep working to get more and better atomization, obviously to lay paint down slicker, and that's what also is in this, as well as a couple of the other guns that we have here in the booth. So
let's go ahead and check out the other guns that you guys have here.
So we did a special edition that we're going to call a lowrider edition. So it's a pretty cool custom gun that's very limited. So
amazing. Yeah, let's check it out. All right, let's go over here.
So this is called the SATA Jet X 5500. It's a lowrider edition, and you can see from the scheme that's on it. So one thing that's pretty cool is SATA has the ability to do a custom design gun. So literally a painter can put photos of their dog or their hot rod or their motorcycle or their wife or whatever they want to have on it. We can do that, but we do it occasionally. We'll do it like this, where we'll bring in 400 of them for the United States, and then when they're sold, they're gone. So many painters have several that they've collected. This one we thought, paying tribute to the lowrider paint scheme theme, is pretty influential in the market, and we thought this would be a great way to pay tribute to that.
Wow, that is mind-blowing.
It's pretty neat to be able to do that.
Yeah.
The last thing is we introduced a whole new cup system for the spray gun, so I've got that sitting right here. So this is called LCS, SATA LCS. It's a liner cup system. Forever we've had cups that have had vents in the top, just like these. But the vented cup is a great thing to use to keep even color match, even fluid flow and everything. But many people don't like the fact that they had to open or close a vent, so we made this liner cup system. And the biggest benefits for this, where people will like, is the soda cup literally drops in, the lid fits on, it goes directly to the spray gun without needing adapters, and all of the other ones on the market, you got a big heavy metal adapter that you have to put on. It makes it hard to clean. So this keeps it cleaner. It keeps this cup ultra lightweight, and the liner system on the inside of this collapses in a different way than all the other ones do, so that it allows, when it's upside down on the gun, it allows it to collapse all the way to the bottom, and we can get all of the paint out without changing the way it sprays. So for better metallic control, for better clear coat laydown, it's been an exceptional new addition, and so we're excited to unveil it this week.
No, yeah, that is extremely cool. And one trend that we've seen among a lot of brands here at SEMA is sustainability. So how are you guys integrating sustainability into your brand?
Well, and obviously this cup, to have the sustainability, this cup is one that does take up a lot of space, and so that liner cup system, we did that because now all we dispose of is this thin liner, so a lot less waste disposal. But the other thing is, all of the spray guns that they build today are giving us much better transfer efficiency. So the paint that you spray lands more of it on the panel, less goes in the air. We use less material consumption on all of our guns now, and that new Jet X that we first talked about gives us a great deal of transfer efficiency. So we're wasting less blowing in the air. You have to mix less paint and use less material. So that's been a big push, and that certainly was one of the huge benefits of that new gun.
Awesome. And oh, okay. Well, thank you so much. Once again, Sada, you are incredibly knowledgeable about your product. Thank you so much for sharing. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Appreciate it. Great to be here at SEMA.
Yeah, thank you. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Alliyah. Great stuff there. All right, as promised, we are going to check in with those of you who have shouted us out using our account at SEMA Show or the hashtag SEMA Show. So let's check this out. Who do we got? There we go. BCC_Zach. Thanks a lot, my man. Appreciate you.
At the SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at SEMAgarage.com.
Why is it so important to have data? Well, if you think about product content, like the electricity in your walls, you need it to power pretty much everything. You can't have a website without product data. You can't have a point of sale system without product data. You can't even create a product catalog without data. Contact us at semadata.org. We're here to help.
SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at semagarage.com.
Now, the average car person doesn't realise the amount of effort that goes on behind the scenes to protect our sector. And that work is done by SEMA here, rubbing shoulders with members of Congress.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
Why is it so important to have data? Well, if you think about product content, like the electricity in your walls, you need it to power pretty much everything. You can't have a website without product data. You can't have a point of sale system without product data. You can't even create a product catalog without data. Contact us at semadata.org. We're here to help.
We're back here live in Las Vegas for SEMA Live from the Las Vegas Convention Center, getting a look inside the West Hall, and that's where I am perched, high above. Looking forward to hopefully having Courtney Hanson joining us in studio in just a little bit, but right now it's time to chuck it out to JC Fernandez, standing by with another feature in the SEMA sphere. JC, what do you got, buddy?
Chris, we are down here on the show floor at Rockstar Performance Garage, and if you are talking about the most talked about build so far of SEMA, this build behind me has over 40 million views on Instagram.
Yeah.
And this is Nick with Rockstar Performance Garage. Dude, thanks for having us.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for having us. We're at your show, right? It's amazing.
I guess. When did you unveil this?
All right, so we dropped it on Tuesday of this week. Building up to it, we've had the old grid lock that we built. The thing about it is, like, I light them on fire, I roll them, like I use them, right, all over the country. We have a series we throw that, like, Mickey Thompson supports called the Great American Crawl. It's a completely free event that we throw, but we will every weekend with everybody, you know what I mean? Like, we're out there with the enthusiasts, driving it, building it, finding parts, but sometimes I get a little heavy on the throttle, and I put on the show, so.
Let's walk around this incredible build. I think I need to back it up a little bit. Rockstar Performance Garage, what exactly are you guys all about?
So Rockstar Performance Garage is basically a lifestyle garage that we built with Rockstar Energy a decade ago, and it was kind of to bring the enthusiasts to life, what they want, kind of cross over between, like, what the race world does and what the enthusiast wants, right? So we bring it to real life for them. Touch, tangible, all that kind of stuff. Cool thing is when I got back from Iraq overseas, I started building cars in SEMA with Chevy. So that's kind of how all this thing started at SEMA, which is pretty cool for my, my world.
Well, Sina, thank you for your serving our country as well. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that.
So this is Gridlock. Obviously, it's kind of the same color as my Humvee in Iraq.
Okay.
Patriot Liner sprayed it for us, and it's basically front to back moto built. It's 130-inch wheelbase. East Coast Gear Supply built the axles. They are a Dana 80 front and rear 40 spline, inner outer. These are actually brand new, the first ever type 40 spline lockouts.
Okay.
Nobody really makes those. They all like blocked out at 35 spline.
Let's as we're talking to a first timer seeing a rock crawler, how big are these wheels?
So these tires are a 46-inch Mickey Thompson Pro XS with a 20-inch bead lock from Dirty Life. Each one of these corners weighs about 350 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
And the reason we're able to move these things is we have Yukon internals in these things for all of our gears and all that stuff, right? So we're down to like a 538 in these. And then we have a 6.2 supercharged Gen 5 motor, like out of like the newer Cadillacs or Z06s or things like that.
You're saying it like it's nothing, the way you're just dropping this knowledge on us. So how fast are we going here then?
So I don't know if it's fast, but it's definitely going to be a situation where you're 700 horse spinning tires trying to go up a 30-foot cliff, I think. You know what I mean? With a lot of rolling and fire and all that kind
Madness.
of stuff. So obviously we have harnesses and race seats and all that kind of stuff. So.
And it's front and rear steering. Explain how that's working and the benefits of using that for rock crawling and everything.
So obviously rock crawling is a very technical sport, right? So you have a situation where you get into a thing and you're rock crawling and you get out of it.
Yeah.
Now I typically try a little bit harder lines, so I started getting into rear steer a while ago. Moon buggies have done it for years. There's a lot of guys out there that are amazing drivers and I kind of built this off of them, but with like a little bit of a Jeep thing to it too. So they keep things light. This is a little bit heavier, but with the rear steer and the capabilities of what we have, it's one of those things that you can now get into a situation in a full body Jeep and get out of it without too much damage, but put on a show while you're doing it. But, you know, I mean, it's one of those things, again, that you can get in there, you can will it. It's enthusiast driven. It's showing the enthusiasts like where to go with the market, the next thing they can do with their car, and what's possible, right? Because we all started out somewhere in some sandbox with Hot Wheels.
That's how it started. I want to come back outside because we have so many things to showcase. But as we're going on to our next build here, as we finish up with Gridlock, the Ultra Ego, how long did it take you to build that?
So start to finish, an amazing team. The cage is fully built, TIG welded, everything. So when you look at that cage, it's trophy truck status, all the way through the engine. Okay, so then the other, basically thing with that build is it took us about 2.5 months start to finish.
2.5 months?
2.5 months start to finish.
And when was it finished? How long ago?
I think we finished it Saturday before we brought it in.
And today's what, Thursday?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you got a pallet of Rockstar Energy. You can probably do anything you want.
Heck yeah, exactly. What's the next one? By the way, man, this is awesome. You showcasing us these builds. This is nuts, man.
So Rockstar, we got behind this one pretty good. This is called Rock Buggy. We wanted to build something that would kind of bring everyone together. It's a VW. Everyone loves VWs. This does have a Gen 5 LT motor, and again, rear steer, front steer. The hard top is removable. That's how we get the cage in and out. But we wanted to build something that kind of brought a thought to life. Everyone has looked at a VW and said, I want to put a V8 in it. We did it.
You guys did it. Let's come in around the corner here, look inside. Can we open it up?
Yeah.
And this, how long ago was this one done?
So we built this one about 1.5 years ago. I've literally wheeled it. You can see all the damage.
I was going to say, yeah, I see some of the damage along the side here.
Yeah, but again, the Patriot liner, it holds up. You know what I mean? The prismatic powder holds up. Like the steel, it holds up. Everything holds up because it's all quality parts.
What are some of the interior features that we're looking at? Speak to us about it.
So you have an Atlas over there with the dual shifters that actually disconnects front and rear axles. You have the Alligator PRP seats because a little bit of bougie is nice, right? All the S-Pod, Dakota Digital dash in there. You have the S-Pod Digital. You have a lot of cool shifters in there. What else do we have in there? PSC, actually, the power steering on everything is hydraulic, so is the brakes.
What are some of the races that you've done with this?
So we typically don't race in them, but we are often out at like Ultra 4, King of the Hammer, stuff like that. As enthusiasts with everybody else, we do a lot of the Great American Crawl stuff. We do a lot of, the enthusiast-driven events that you're going to see, like Easter Jeep Safari, stuff like that. Because to us, going out there and wheeling with the enthusiasts is all what it's all about, right?
You mentioned King of the Hammers. People may not be familiar with that race. That's something that's growing and growing, getting bigger and bigger, but also nearly impossible to finish, is it not?
So King of the Hammers, to me, and in my opinion, it is the hardest race in the world, right? Because not only are these guys going up and down these rocks, they've also got to hit trophy truck speeds across the desert, maintain their vehicles, their parts, all that kind of stuff, and then get back in the rocks. And Dave Cole has done an amazing job with that race.
And how many people will go out for that race?
I would say that in any given weekend in a King of the Hammers event, you're going to have like that. Probably 250,000, and it's crazy because you throw a drone up, and if each camp were millions of dollars in RVs, what he has pulled, like it's the Burning Man of racing.
It really is.
Right?
Yeah, it's such a neat event and such a hard event to finish. Let's go behind us. What did you guys do to this Jeep?
So this one over here is what you're going to find a traditional two-door TJ. It's stretched. It's very what we would call more of a mild build that we do, but it's again enthusiast-driven.
I do want to interrupt it. This is what he just called a mild. This is a mild build.
Yeah, but again, like this is the build you're going to find commonly in that enthusiast garage, right? A traditionally built car that's stretched a little bit, about 116-inch wheelbase, nothing too crazy. Like that guy's 138 and Alter Ego's 130.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And then the one behind us is really where I think.
Let's go because we're getting more time because we're having so much fun. They're giving us more time to talk about these builds. Let's walk around and tell us more about the Jeep build.
So again, this is actually a really cool tire. It just got dropped for Mickey Thompson. This is a 42-inch 20 on a new sticky platform. So this is the Baja Boss X. You're going to see a lot of race cars running this thing in the next few years, and a lot of enthusiasts running. So this compound, you can actually touch it, feel it, and it's a lot like their sticky race tires they run on the drag.
Yeah.
Right? And Mickey Thompson has done an amazing job out there with building a tire that an enthusiast wants. It holds up to race car drive stuff. It also holds up to everything else that we're throwing at it in the enthusiast. And again, he's, you know, I mean, we will on these tires every weekend, all year long, slamming them into rocks, trees, all that stuff, and they look like this. It's pretty cool.
This one we have driven this. We see some on the side, some fender wear and tear.
It does a little bit of rubbage, and again, that's where Steel It really does work, because you can spray it, lay it, and it looks brand new.
So, yeah, it looks great. Okay.
Yep. So again, you have 40 spline lockouts on this. So if you are that traditional Jeeper that wants to go out and wheel on the weekend, then drive it during the week, you can unlock it, and your tires are free spinning. You don't have to worry about all the interior Yukon stuff.
Easy switch like that.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yep, definitely. So yeah, so this thing fully wrapped, obviously, in our definite fashion and how we do things, put together like an entire build, so it looks like a project and not thrown together. You know what I mean? I took my car world, did this stuff with it, and kind of give it like that overall feeling where a lot of off-road rigs kind of seem like a project that kind of gets thrown together.
As we're showing the inside of it, once you kind of walk through what everyone's looking at the inside of this Jeep.
Yeah, so you see a lot of Scotia mounts in there, a lot of like the radio from Rugged Radio, PRP steering wheel, and a lot of those accessory parts that really make it easy when you're locked in that PRP seat and you're strapped in. You want to be able to reach and touch and move things easy, because you don't want to have to constantly get in and out of it, right?
And so that is design, as we're off-road and smashing through stuff. It's easy to reach down and switch wherever
hit
we need
buttons,
to switch.
move switches, move
Guys think of everything. Make it easy.
I mean, again, racers have been doing this for a long time, and if you just listen to them, they teach you a lot.
Yeah,
right?
Just learn from watching them.
Yes.
What's the next one we have?
All right, so this build to me is what I would say would be the most practical build for any type of off-roader to get into or want to do it. It's a brand new JLU. It has Dynatrac 60s and 80s front and rear on this. These, again, are the 4217 stickies. So the 4220s, your 4217s. Not a lot of brands have a 4217. Mickey Thompson wanted to do it to support the Jeeper and the Racer.
Okay.
So you have that set up. Now, the really cool thing about this build is whenever you build something, you build it for purpose, right? So this is kind of a dual purpose rig. You have both rock crawling and overlanding. So although it does have a race cage in this thing, we actually were able to build it out and support a rooftop tent. So you can actually retain the entire, this is a best top factory. This goes on any normal JLU. Although it has a factory moto-built like race cage in it, you can actually put a factory moto-built, or sorry, a factory best top on the moto-built. Then you can take your factory Jeep hardtop and put it on there. You can put a rooftop tent on there. You can do everything you want. There's ORI struts in here and not a coilover, and we were just going over with Power Tank where you can actually adjust those for weight. So if you're rock crawling one day, you can adjust them on the car, and if you're overlanding the next with 2,000 pounds of weight in there, you can adjust them for that.
That's remarkable.
Yeah.
And we're also, too, with this, seating for 4 then.
Yes, definitely. You have seating for 4. PRP actually does their seats, which is really cool. I think they're one of the first aftermarket seats to do it. It has electronically controlled heating. Yeah, go ahead. Heating and cooled seats. So if you're out in the desert and it's 200 degrees or whatever it is, that seat will drop down to about 45 degrees through thermal cooling.
Because I was looking for some kind of vents or something. You know, you have the vents that blow the nice cool air. This is thermal cooling.
Thermal cooling
to cool you down as you're doing a race in the desert or just off-roading.
Yeah. So it's super cool stuff. Again, we throw a little bit of flair. You've got like a BMW styled carbon fiber M3 wheel over there. Still all fully functional with the Jeep and everything. You know, a little bit of pizzazz is never a bad thing.
And then also for the communications too, the headsets for everyone so we can all hear each other.
We have internal comms so you can play music, and if someone starts talking, it cuts the music. Rugged has done the best job when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Remarkable. Let's go back to the most talked about build here at SEMA. How does it make you feel? I always ask this question to everyone talking to. When you do a reveal and you have so many people that I'm sure were gathered around your booth, but then to have this 40+ million views on social media, how does that make you feel?
Humble.
Yeah.
Humble, definitely.
Yeah, it's absolutely remarkable build. What's next? It's now done. What are we gonna do with it?
We're going to go find the funnest trail we can hit, probably at the Great American Crawls. Again, completely free to hit. And then this thing will probably debut out doing some fun stuff at King of the Hammers. Why not? There's a lot of great enthusiasts out there. But again, Easter Jeep Safari, stuff like that. Just find the funnest trail to hit, right? Coolest people to wheel with.
What started it for you? What was your first off-road vehicle?
It was an old school S10.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, like an old school S10. I threw a lift in my grandpa's garage and went out and beat on it and just got hooked. And then when I went into the military, we had to up armor our own Humvees, and I started doing it. Lincoln Electric had some welders sitting there. I taught myself how to weld and plasma cut, went through some training there, so I wasn't blowing stuff up, I was building stuff, and then that kind of hooked me more than anything.
Someone's watching right now, they want to get into this whole off-roading world. What's your advice to them? Just get a vehicle and get going. What's your advice to them?
I'd probably say pick out the platform you want, go find some dirt and some cool people, and listen and learn.
All right, and then what's next for you?
Probably, we're actually heading to Moab to shoot a TV commercial, so I'm pretty excited about that next month, in this month.
This has been such a treat. Thank you so much for sharing the Rockstar Performance Garage with us and the most talked about build at SEMA. It's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I love it. Chris, we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
Thanks, JC. Awesome, man. Gotta love it. Off-roading is such a big part of SEMA year after year, but what's important right now is who my next in-studio guest is. I keep mentioning that SEMA is a family reunion, and this one goes all the way back to 2004, which was both of our first years at SEMA. Yes. And we are here with Overland, the one, the only, Courtney Hansen. How you doing?
Hi, Chris.
You get a hug.
No, I always need a hug.
How are you?
I'm fantastic.
Awesome.
Exhausted, but great, and trying to fire on all cylinders. And
nice. You look fantastic.
Thank you. This is our 20th year. It's
crazy, right?
I can't believe
20th
it.
anniversary. Yeah, I know there was no SEMA in 2020, and I think I might have missed one over those years, but we're OG. We're OG SEMA. Yeah.
We even built a car here.
Yeah,
you built a couple.
Several.
Yeah.
The Gambler 514.
Yeah, it was
that very first car.
That Mustang, right?
Then. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. But more importantly, in the now. You've got a couple builds here that you built on your show, Ride of Your Life.
Yes, so it's Ride of Your Life Season 2, and wow, it's been a labor of love. We have Brian Fuller in the mix now. Brian is
he was on the show yesterday.
Yeah, he was, cool. Mm-hmm. And so we all go way back to the Overland days, and it's so fun to work with Brian.
We actually talked about that moment when you and I, and I'll never forget, when we first walked into that room in the back of Budnick's shop.
Yeah.
And sitting in there were Chip and Brian and Jim Holloway and Mitch Lanzini and a couple of the other guys building the car. And they must have looked at us like we had three heads. Like, who are these yahoos coming in to be the face of the show?
We were called Camera Fluff, and we were called Speed Bumps.
Yeah, just basically getting in the way of the hard work that they were trying to do. But you know what? Here we are 20 years later, sitting on the SEMA Live set, and we couldn't be happier. I mean,
yeah, so those cars you asked about. So, well, you love a CUDA.
I definitely
You're a Mopar guy. Yep. And so we got a 74 CUDA donated from AMD, and it was a POS, and we basically got it for the VIN number. We used, I think, 4 parts from it, and our team built it into a 70 CUDA from AMD boxes.
Nice.
And the AMD executives are here, and they saw the CUDA in person, and they're like, there's no way that's the same car. They couldn't even believe it. They're like, that is the same car. Technically it's not, but
same VIN.
It's pretty remarkable though what the team did in a short amount of time, and how easy it is to work with AMD parts. I mean this in all sincerity. We were all blown away by how seamlessly it all came together, but our team killed it on that one. And then we did a 65 Mustang on a Roadster Shop chassis.
Nice.
That's also in Blueprint Crate Engines booth. So I'm proud of those cars, and I'm
Very
so
cool.
proud of our team.
And you guys actually had a party a couple nights ago, like you did last year here at SEMA. And you actually, did you air one of the episodes during the party?
We did. So we aired episode 2, which is a 65 Lincoln Continental convertible with suicide doors. Who doesn't love that car, right?
Yeah.
No matter who your favorite manufacturer is, who doesn't love a Lincoln? It's iconic.
Yeah.
And we built it for this woman who was, she's a mechanic at Lincoln Land, and she's been there for 40 years.
Wow.
And she's never been able to afford a Lincoln of her own.
Nice.
And so we built her the car, and then we gave it to her on Bourbon Street in New Orleans.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely epic. And she was so shocked and blown away, and it was a dream come true for her. And then we did 7 other cars outside of that, and in a short amount of time, but at the top level, our team kills it.
Yeah.
And we have a blast doing it, so.
I mean, that's what it's all about. Now, I have a note here, too, that you have a new show in the works, too, Cruising with Courtney. What's that all about?
Yeah, so it will be a companion piece to Ride of Your Life, and it's driving in cool cars with cool people doing cool stuff, whether it's on the drag strip or off-roading or all different adventures. And so, yeah, you need to be a part of that one.
I would love to be.
And I would love for you to be a part of Ride of Your Life as well.
Let me know. I'm ready, willing, Unveiling Enable. Yeah.
AJ was a part of episode 8. We did a Monte Carlo for a man in LA, a philanthropist in LA, and we gave it to him at the Peterson Automotive Museum.
Oh, that's cool.
And AJ came out and I interviewed her. I interviewed her. She did OTF and I was asking the questions. I'm like, what's it like working with Courtney?
Amazing.
So
was
awesome.
Christy Lee part one of the episodes too?
Christy Lee was invited, but she wasn't able to make it.
She hasn't been able to make it. Okay, cool.
But Faye Hadley did, though.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah, Faye was on the show. Rutledge came by, and I believe we got him on camera, and so hopefully he'll make the episode. And
it's one of the great things about SEMA is we can always expect to catch up with people that we haven't seen for a year, like Rut. I've been chasing Rut down throughout the show. I went by the Toyota booth earlier to see if he was there. He was not. I like to give him a big bear hug. I saw Aaron Kaufman, of course, when he was at the MagnaFlow booth. Just love it. Our industry is so great because everybody supports each other and lifts each other up. You may be in direct competition with each other, but you love seeing that person do well.
Yes, I love it. And I support the women wholeheartedly, and I always want to collaborate where we can. And I would love to bring all of you guys onto Ride of Your Life at some point. And SEMA's overwhelming and exhausting, but it's so fun because we get to hang with all of our friends. And
have you done an appearance in the MagnaFlow booth yet?
Oh, yes.
Yes, of course.
Yesterday.
That's always one of your staples.
Or that was on Tuesday, and that was a huge success. And then their dinner last night was great. It was cool connecting with Foos and Mario Andretti and Aaron Kaufman. And then I went to Sosa's party. I didn't see you at Sosa's.
Let me tell you something about my SEMA experience. I am here in West Hall at 7:30 a.m. Okay, so I'm an old dog. I know myself very well. It's a very slippery slope. If I begin drinking at like 7 o'clock, it usually leads to waking up in the middle of the night completely parched and not feeling good at 5:30 in the morning when I wake up. So I'm being a very good boy, and I'm in my hotel room most of the time. I sleep by 10 p.m.
Oh my gosh!
So
well,
exactly the opposite of what I would like to be doing.
So you know what time I went to bed last night? So I went to the MagnaFlow dinner, and Rut and I kind of took over and hosted the night. And then I went to Sosa's, and I was actually going to help Sosa plan his party, but I ran out of time. I got stretched in too many directions, but Sosa throws the best party, and so I gave some time there. And then Constance Nunes said, hey, come and join my table at Marquee. And so I was like, all right, at 1 in the morning, it sounded like a great idea to go join up with Constance.
At the time, it sounds like a great idea, but hopefully you felt great this morning when you woke up.
Not so much.
But I will be at the Roadster Shop party tonight, where I plan to, stay out a little bit later. Than I have been.
Are you doing this again tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, dang it.
Right back here. I am dedicated. I got to see this thing through. Day 4.
I hope you're getting paid the big bucks for this.
Oh, huge bucks. What are you talking about?
Wait, can we talk about your gorgeous daughter for a minute?
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm obsessed.
Oh, thank you.
I want to meet her.
Scarlett is 2 years and 8 months old now, and I'm totally obsessed. Being a girl mom to Holland, you know how wonderful it is having a daughter, and maybe she might be old enough next year to come to SEMA. I don't know.
Yeah,
but she loves cars.
She's
she loves
oozing charisma, and she's a total combo of the two of you.
Thank you.
And you're both gorgeous. This is a gorgeous family, and I'm telling you, you should have another one. You don't want to, but I think you need to have another.
I'm an old dog, as I just mentioned, with my non-drinking. But you never know. You never know what the future holds. All right, hey, we got to wrap things up because we are winding down. Courtney's on fire as usual. She could go for another hour, but I'm gonna corral her.
I wanted to ask you what you're driving or working on, because I know you're doing all this interviewing, but what are you driving these days?
Yeah, well, my red eye is my daily. I got a 2019 Hellcat red eye. Oh, you do? Same year, 2019?
2022.
Okay, so a little bit newer, but they really didn't change too much. But
I love it.
yeah, and then of course the car that I will never sell, my 85 Porsche 911 Targa.
I've ridden in that one.
I got a D170 that I have not taken out of the wrapper. I'm seeing what the market's going to do with that. And my 68 Fury 3 convertible is in the garage, and take that out on nice days in Southern California and cruise it around. And that's it. But Courtney Hansen, best of luck with the show, Ride of Your Life, cruising with Courtney. Thank you for coming to visit me here on the SEMA Live set. Got to chuck it out to Alliyah, who's got some more SEMA stuff for us. Oh, take a pic, take a pic.
Love you.
Love you too. Thank you, Alliyah, what do you got?
Oh, it's my buddy Johnson.
Thank you so
Chip.
much, Chris. I am here reporting live from the North Hall with John Myers. He is here with Kicker Audio, and he's ready to tell us all the things that are new here at the SEMA booth.
Well, you finally come to the exciting booth where we get to make music. And when it comes to Kicker, we've been doing this for 51 years. So we know how to make music, and we do it for everything. We do it for boats. We do it for cars. We have headphones. We have an incredible array of speakers that we offer. I mean, it really is fun to be part of the Kicker family and get to play with music and cars all day long. And what better place than SEMA?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you take us through some of the new products you're showcasing here today?
Sure. We have got products in all categories. We've got small amplifiers. You keep to them, put them under the seat. We have interface because the new vehicles actually are computer controlled, and we got to trick that computer into behaving with our gears. We do a lot of interface products. As you can see, we got a wide array of woofers and different enclosures, from sealed enclosures, vented enclosures, passive radiator enclosures, waterproof enclosures, because the enclosure really is the most important thing when it comes to the speaker. It's kind of like an engine. If you don't have the right engine and the right car, nothing's going to work right. So we pretty much do everything in the field, from speakers to power wire to source units to amplifiers, everything. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and you know what better place to do it than Kicker?
Yeah, absolutely. And with more car manufacturers incorporating advanced tech into their vehicles, how is Kicker operating to keep up with that?
Well, that's part of my job as a trainer, is I teach people how to interface with those new vehicles and help develop products that are specifically made to interface. Because if the product's really hard to put in, people aren't going to do it.
Right.
Or they're not going to do it right, and they're not going to be happy. So every one of our products are really designed to work as best as possible with your OEM electronics. You don't even necessarily have to take those out and replace them. We can add to that to really increase your excitement level in your audio system, because audio really is excitement. That's what you're doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love my music. Let's go ahead and take a look over here. And you know, I know that Kicker is also very known for their customization.
Yes.
Describe how you implement personalization into your brand.
Well, what we like to do, we tell people, you know, you're not defacing the brand. I've had people going, I don't want to paint that because, you know, I don't want to deface the name of the product. No, we like customization. We used to sell amplifiers and Bluetooth speakers that you could put your own skins on, your own graphics, but you could easily take, like this new speaker grill we just introduced. The speaker grill is actually two pieces. You've got a metal mesh framework, but you've got a plastic ring. So if you wanted to customize this, you could paint this to match the vehicle, match the interior, or you could even do it a two-tone.
Wow.
So we encourage people to experiment, because it's your car, it's your music, you like it the way you want it, so we want to make sure that you get as much enjoyment out of that product as possible.
Yeah, and you guys actually have a few vehicles showcased on the show floor.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and take a look at them.
So we've got an off-road vehicle over here, which is made by Kawasaki. It features one of our new subwoofer enclosures. It's got a full complement of speakers inside that are all LED lit, because LED really is the thing for off-road and marine and power sports. They want to make it bright as possible. So our marine speakers all incorporate LEDs into them, and then you can add more LED rings, so you can really deck them out with a lot of LEDs.
Yeah.
So that's exciting. And then, of course, you know, Makita is one of our sponsors. We do a lot with their vehicle.
And how does Kicker ensure durability in harsh environments? We see these off-roading vehicles right here.
We have a huge testing program. We actually do a lot of in-house testing, both saltwater, fog testing, UV light so it doesn't fade or change colors over time. We do electromagnetic interference, because you don't want the amplifier to basically interfere with anti-lock brakes or any type of safety features. So we do a lot of engineering and testing. We have one of the best warranty programs in the country. I mean, for a year, if you've got any product that goes defective, and sometimes it's the environment-wise that destroys it, we actually have a warranty to cover that.
Oh, wow, incredible. Yeah, and we have all these beautiful vehicles showcased here on the floor. Which one has generated the most traction so far?
Definitely what you're going to see the most excitement is the Bronco here. This little Bronco, your typical audio system is going to be anywhere from 1 to 200 watts on an average system. This vehicle is approximately 45,000 watts of power. And typically you may have, you know, two 6-inch speakers. This has got 9 12-inch speakers that weigh almost 70 pounds apiece. Each one of them gets 4,500 watts of power. This vehicle is so powerful, we had to take the glass out of the front doors, because last thing you want to do is have the glass shatter in an event like this with a lot of people around. So we want to make sure people have fun but are safe with it. But I think we need to put you inside this vehicle to see what you think of what 45,000 watts is going to do for you.
I am absolutely up to the challenge. Is this an activation that you guys have available to other guests at the show?
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing this off and on. We got to be careful because we tend to annoy the neighbors around here because you can literally hear this in the central hall from the south hall.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're going to get a special treat because we don't do this often at this event. But if you come to one of the SBL events like we do, like Slamology or the Base Wars events where we bring this vehicle, they're playing all day long in the parking lot. It really is a spectacle. Go to see and hear some of these events.
Wow. Okay, yeah, let's check it out. I'm excited.
I think we're going to get Chase over here. Chase is going to push the magic buttons.
Okay, so just step in here. Okay. Jeez. Okay.
If you want, lean out the door a little bit.
Lean out the
There
door
you go.
like this. Oh, don't close the door.
Actually, you're going to twist your legs out right there, and then right about there is about perfect for your head. And you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, if you're ready.
Sure.
Let's go. Like 45,000. Nothing like I've ever heard before.
Yeah, you probably didn't even get all of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We got to be kind of careful because we still got neighbors around here.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the one to untangle your hair after that. It does tend to. It actually took mine right off my head. So I had to step out of doing this.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much. It was so much fun here at Kicker. Once again, you guys, you can find them in the North Hall here at SEMA.
Thank you for stopping out and have a good day.
Thank you. Back to you, Chris.
All right, my buddy John Myers there. Great to see him doing his thing here at SEMA year after year. All right, that wraps up day 3 here on SEMA Live. Thank you guys for checking in with us. We hope we brought you all the content that you wanted to see. And you know what? Let's do it again tomorrow. We will be right back here starting at 9 a.m. At 9:30, we're going to be in studio with Casey Curry. He's an off-road racer. Then we have a booth visit with Kenny Fitzer from Malco Automotive. Another booth visit to Taylor Schneider from Trax. In studio will be Faye Hadley. She is an ASE Master Tech, of course, well known to the automotive television community. Battle of the Builders winner will be announced at high noon, so check that out. Then a booth visit with Chip Foose himself. I'll have Dustin Williams, who is a content creator, here in studio with me, as well as Brendan Schaub will be in studio. Optima Motocross Jump segment with Spencer Wilton. At 3:30, make sure to check out a booth visit with Andrew Keene at Kawasaki. And then my final in-studio guest at 3:50 p.m., Bruce Kevin K, Restoration's DB5 James Bond car that we've had in the booth downstairs. An absolutely amazing build, so make sure to check out my interview with him. All right, that's tomorrow, Friday. We're going to be coming at you at 8:45 a.m. Pacific time, and we're going to travel all the way through the end of the show at 5 p.m. So for JC Fernandez, Alliyah Becerra, and for Adrienne Janic with the Battle of the Builders, I'm Chris Jacobs. Thank you so much for joining us here on YouTube and Facebook page from SEMA, and I'll see you right back here again tomorrow morning from Las Vegas. Y'all hang loose.